we're not going to see either of them on Saturday.
Even their short list dark horse teams like Hungary also gone.
Israel gone, Spain gone,
South
no
Korea.
home country, no South Korea.
Yeah.
Carnage was the right word.
It was pretty brutal.
It's a crazy day.
And that's on the day when, really, because it's traditional Swiss play, you would expect the most of the best teams to rise to the top. Today, we have pool play when anything can happen. So crazy stuff on day one. BDM, what was your takeaway from day one?
Well, it wasn't all the favorites. The three countries that have won the World Magic Cup, Chinese Taipei, France, and Denmark, are still all alive. The dream of a double World Magic Cup champion is still very much in play. In the entire history of world team competition, only 3 teams have won a world title more than once.
And two of those are obvious, USA and Japan. Who's the third?
Germany.
Oh, wow, Daniel Zink and co, like 2003.
And Kai Bude.
All right, sure.
And co.
Oh, by the way.
Yeah. Huh.
So there's still this opportunity for one of the our first World Magic Cup repeat champion and a 4th World Team Competition repeat champion.
I'll throw Japan in there too. It's another team that is very much alive and looking good.
Oh, absolutely.
Finally, Yuya Watanabe finally got a team through to day 2. He's got a lot of help now. I think they can make a serious run.
For sure. So we've talked about some teams that are out, some teams that are still alive, but how about the teams that set the pace? Belarus and Macedonia. Belarus, captained by Alexei Oromianak, played 1 Pro Tour, 1 and 7. Macedonia, 3 of them have played at Pro Tour, combined 34% win rate. And these were the top 2 teams yesterday. They got to 5-0, looked at each other across a table, went, "Are you 5-0 as well? Hey, how about we shake hands and be number 1 seeds tomorrow?" What an amazing feeling that had to have been. They really must have gone to bed going, "That went well."
You talk about maybe the lack of Pro Tour experience for those teams, but when I talked to Martin Nanek from Macedonia yesterday, he said, "I feel confident that none of the big teams put in as much work for this event as I did and my team did. This is all we've been doing. This has been our focus. This is our Pro Tour. Just working with a lot of teams in his region, and just really super emotional to have not only gotten through to day 2, but to be on the top of the standings."
Well, if you weren't with us yesterday, shame on you. You missed a thriller. But we're going to take you through what yesterday held in store in terms of the formats and what you're going to see over the weekend. So, BDM, what did we do yesterday to turn 73 countries into 32?
Well, we started with Team Sealed. We started with 12 packs of Battle for Zendikar. Each team had to build 3 decks. Out of those packs, 40 card minimum decks, and then we played 3 rounds of Swiss play with team against team, and then from there we moved on to Team Unified Standard. Of course, no overlap beyond 4 cards in Standard between any of the 3 decks. We played 4 rounds of that, and then we took the top 32 teams and we advanced them to day 2.
All right. So, Randy, what do we start with this morning?
Well, it's more Team Sealed. The formats today are fairly similar to what we saw yesterday. We're going to start with Team Sealed. We're going to then go into Unified Standard. But the pool play is fairly different. Instead of a Swiss tournament where you're always playing people with the same record, what happens today is that you're in a pool with 3 other countries. So the 4 of you will just play a round robin. Everybody plays everybody else once. The top 2 of those 4 get to come back and play again this afternoon.
Would either of you like to say seeding matters at this point? Or
No, we were waiting for you.
Seeding matters. Basically, the bottom line there, if 2 or more teams are tied, for example, at 2 wins and 1 loss, whoever was the highest seed coming into the group gets the nod to advance. It's no opponent match win percentage. It's just straightforward. If you're a number 1 or 2 seed, 2 and 1 is enough for certain. And if you're a 3 or 4 seed, might easily not be. You really want to win all your matches if you're a 3 and 4.
And the way it worked is, so if you look at the first pod, it's 1, 16, 17, and 32 in the standings.
Right.
So if you're the number 1 seed coming in, you should be in great shape throughout today.
I will say at the same time, though, the seedings are only a tiebreaker. It is very much an anything can happen format. You look at Greece last year snuck in the very last spot, 32nd overall. They were the 4 seed in their first pool, and they just kept winning.
So they got to feel really good being the 29th seed today.
Exactly, yeah.
So much better than last year. All right, BDM, we get to lunchtime. We get from 32 down to 16. What happens in the afternoon?
Well, you know what? Then we reseed 4 pools. So we take the top 16 teams, two teams from each pool, and we reseed them, and we create 4 pools. So 1, 16, 8, and 9, and down the line. And we're going to play 3 rounds of Team Unified Standard.
And 16 will then become 8.
And again, it's the same thing. Seeding matters. Top 2 teams from each pool will advance to Sunday.
Okay, and Sunday, what does that look like, Randy?
Sunday is going to look like a normal sort of Pro Tour Sunday. We've got 8 teams, and we've got a top 8. We're just going to watch every single match, which is going to be awesome. We're going to run them one after the other, watch all of the teams battle until we've got a winner by the end of Sunday. Unified Standard is the format for Sunday, so we'll be done with the Team Sealed portion of the festivities. We'll just be playing Standard to see who wins the World Magic Cup.
And in addition to an actual World Magic Cup, which, by the way, is a stunning trophy, what do people get, BDM, if they climb the mountain?
Well, there's $250,000 in prizes on the line this weekend. $12,000 a player for the winning team. Those 8 pro points, pretty big as well. For a lot of these teams, their sort of like almost finish line is just getting to Sunday, because what that is an on-ramp to the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
For the 8 teams.
That is a very big deal.
So there'll be a pro or on each team generally. But there's a lot of times where 2 or even 3 of those players are not qualified for the Pro Tour, and they're going to get to play in Atlanta. It's a big deal for a lot of countries. I know both Belarus and Macedonia are very excited about the opportunity to get to the Pro Tour here for members of their team.
If you're sitting at home thinking, I wish I was playing in this, Randy, how do you go about getting into the World Magic Cup?
Pretty straightforward. There are 3 World Magic Cup qualifiers in every country. Win one of them.
Okay. And what's the hard route? Because that's the easy route.
Or earn more pro points than anybody else in your country.
Right. Okay.
And I mean, depending on the country, that can be really hard, or that can be, a couple of pro points.
The threshold can be a little lower.
Right. Yeah, I mean, get to the Pro Tour, earn pro points. Whoever's got the most pro points in each country gets an automatic seat on the team and gets to be the captain.
All right, so this morning it's Team Sealed, but that's, as we've been discussing, kind of a super-powered draft format mini constructed, because there's so many of particular commons that get into your pool. We're going to look at the 10 color pairs now for you in the draft archetypes, things you've been drafting at Friday Night Magic, at your local store, and of course on Magic Online. How have they gone up or down in value once you get into this Team Sealed format? Let's take a look. We're going to rattle through these very quickly and see what people did. So White, Blue, Awaken Tempo, Randy, popular, incredibly popular, or near universal?
I think it's incredibly popular. I'll take the middle option there. Everybody is going to lay out a blue-white Flyers deck, and they're going to look in there. They're going to see whether that's one of the right decks. There's always a version of this deck available in your sealed pool. I mean, you could just line up the blue cards, and you're always going to have some Awaken, you're always going to have some Flyers. Maybe Fortified Rampart can be kind of nice because it's sort of the perfect 2-drop that can flesh the curve out. You're going to see a lot of people who are at least considering this deck, and many of them will in fact pull the trigger and have it out as one of their 3.
BDM, up next is Blue-Black. So the big question is it in jest or is it just devoid?
It really depends on the pool. I've seen a few of both looking out on the floor today. Certainly, a deck with 3 Merc Striders and, multiple Benthic Infiltrators in one case. In other cases, I saw people just playing it as a Blue-Black Flyers deck. They were like, oh, okay, here's a couple blue Flyers I'll put in at 4. Here's this. I've got a Drowner of Hope at the end. It can be a little of both.
Okay, Black-Red is up next. This is one of the aggro archetypes, devoid aggro, Randy.
Yeah, this is a great deck when it's there. If you can get Vile Aggregates, Ruination Guides, all of a sudden those Eldrazi Sky Spawners are more than just a 2/1 flyer. It's also...
Black-Red, though.
Oh, sorry, Black-Red. The aggro deck, you're going to have a devoid deck. This is why these all kind of blur together in a lot of people's minds. Is it Black-Red? Is it Blue-Black? Is it Blue-Red? You're going to have one of those decks for sure. The question is, which is the best way to take advantage of all of those cards?
And is your red deep enough to split? Because a lot of times you want it in your red-white allies deck.
Well, it's going to split one way or the other, because the devoid cards, and then there's the not devoid cards.
Well, someplace for the not devoid cards is red-green. This is landfall aggro. BDM, this feels like one of the decks that went up hugely in value yesterday.
You know, it's funny, it was red-green landfall, but it was also a lot of times red-green converge is what I saw. I didn't see this advertised, but I believe Woodland Wanderer is the official promo card of the World Magic Cup, because it seemed like every team had one today.
Wow.
So, you know, and you saw a lot of teams building around a green-red shell, some good removal, some good mana fixing, and then, you know, maybe get a 5/5 or 6/6 Woodland Wanderer into play on turn 3.
Let's see if we can find a place for green with green-white, the kind of go-wide strategy. Randy?
Yeah, sometimes, especially if you've got the uncommons and the rares. This is one where I think the stock is down. I mean, not that the stock in Booster Draft is super high for the green-white deck, but I think that in Team Sealed, it's rare that this winds up being the right strategy. Sometimes, if you get the right uncommons and rares, it can certainly come together, usually very much as a go-wide deck rather than an ally deck.
Right. Talking of allies, BDM, black, white, and life gain.
Yeah, I mean, we did a build yesterday where we built a sealed pool, and, you know, we had multiple Calastri healers, multiple Bloodbond vampires, and it, you know, was a pretty powerful deck to build if the cards are there. And that's one of the things that's really great about the Team Sealed format, because you get a lot to look down a lot of different avenues. You're like, oh, this deck is here, I can go here, and then you figure out the other decks. And that's a very powerful strategy when it's available.
Well, here's another very, very powerful strategy when it's available, and it often is, Randy, blue-red.
Yeah, it's one of the options for Devoid. Can tend toward a colorless control deck. You know, the Herald of Kozilek in particular can tend it toward a ramp deck where you're sort of making stuff cheaper and building all the way up the curve. It just comes down to which cards you get opened, and that's definitely one of the very powerful options that people are hoping will be available to them.
There's a triple Herald of Kozilek deck out on the floor right now.
Ah.
Triple Herald of Kozilek and Gruesome Slaughter.
Oh, jeez.
Wow. So that's a pretty exciting one. Black-green is up next. So this is the idea of tokens, the scions, and then sacrifice. So BDM, where does this lie?
Well, you know, this is the deck where you're like, wow, I've got these really powerful Eldrazi spells. How am I going to get there? And, you know, a lot of times that's by going wide with the Eldrazi scions. Although, interestingly, I saw a green-black beatdown deck.
Wow.
Being built today out on the floor.
Huh.
So landfall, black removal, and just like these are the creatures that I have that curve out the best, and I'm going to beat down with that. Okay. I wasn't expecting to see that.
We thought there would be a lot of red-white ally decks coming into the weekend, and Randy, that's not necessarily proved to be true.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that the best ally strategy has proven to be the black-white life gain. And now, some of the gold allies that you get in red-white are so powerful that they wind up being a splash. You know, you wind up black-white anyway, maybe I'll throw a little bit of red into my black-white life gain deck and get some of those powerful allies. But the core red-white, you rarely get the critical mass, and in particular, you rarely get the aggressive curve that you need to actually take advantage of those synergies.
And our last pair is green-blue. BDM.
Wow, perfect. This is actually often a converge color. Although, again, it seems like green-red has been the base for the converge decks that we've seen this weekend. But green-blue, you know, you get something like an Exert Influence, you get a Woodland Wanderer. You know, you really want to do that, and also you can, you know, you can put those blue-white Awaken cards, the Clutch of Currents, and those cards into a green-blue deck where you're curving out with some green creatures and then bouncing and sneaking your way through.
All right, so those are the archetypes that the players have been fiddling around. The build is almost done. They had 70 minutes this morning to build their 3 decks. We should mention what the 4th player is doing, BDM.
Coaching, cheerleading, getting coffee, depends on where the teams are, but in general, each team has 4 players to fit into 3 seats, so 1 player will sit out and gets to shift between the 3 players and offer guidance or emotional support.
All right, well, we had a chance to go out onto the floor and watch the 32 teams build, so while the players get ready for round 1 of pool play, we're going to send you to that, and we'll see you back here in just a few minutes. Okay, so here we go at the World Magic Cup. It's day 2, it's pool play. 8 groups of 4. Let's meet the 32 teams that are still left standing. We're going to begin with Iceland here. Einar Baldvinsson, the captain, only 300,000 in the population. That's a very small Magic community as well, but they have made it in today too. Top 8 in 2013. And on the far side of them, you've got Team Sweden, led, of course, by Joel Larsson. And the other 3 players, they don't have a Pro Tour appearance between them yet, but Joel still seems to be getting the business done. They are the 2nd seed in Group A. This is Paulo Vida Dama da Rosa of Brazil. He's led the team to another day 2. There's a Grand Prix top 8 for Lucas Bertu on that team, Bruno Muller and Leonardo de Castro, the rest of that team. And then you see Alexander Hotman. Now, he's got 2 Grand Prix top 8s to his name. The German team, very experienced as a group, led, of course, by Christian Seibold, who is a Grand Prix team winner in this very room at Grand Prix Barcelona a couple of years ago. Here's the Polish flag, and there's Maciej Janik leading the Polish team. They're in Group F, the 2nd seed. Janik, the only one with Pro Tour experience. And on the far side of them, building their deck, Chapman Sim from the coverage team in the blue shirt on the far side. You see him there. And along with Jeffrey Chan and Felix Leon, plenty of Pro Tour experience for Team Singapore. On this side of the table, we've got Team Paraguay here. A tremendous performance by them. They are the #1 seed in Group G. So 2-1 would see them through to the top 16. And then on the far side, 2 top 16s. For Ukraine historically at the World Magic Cup. Oleg Plisov is the captain for them. So that's the first 8 teams done. Let's move you along as we head on down. And here is Team Chile with the former Rookie of the Year, Felipe Tapia Becerra there. Patricio Roman also has Pro Tour experience. And on the far side of them, one of the great stories of the World Magic Cup so far, it's Macedonia. They are the top seeds in Pool B, so they will need 2-1 to advance. They've had an incredible run to be one of the top seeds. Fantastic appearance by them. Next up, here's the Thailand national team. And they have made 3 day 2s now, which is a fantastic achievement for them. And on the far side, one of the red hot favorites here in this competition, it's Japan. Astonishingly, it's their only day 2, the first WMC day 2, but you see Yuya Watanabe and Kenji Samura standing up there, the 2 of them. Hall of Famer Samura with his 6 Pro Tour top 8s, Yuya Watanabe a double player of the year. Between the 2 of them, you think they must surely pilot themselves into at least the top 16 and probably further. We're talking about Hall of Fame. Here's another Hall of Famer. It's Jelge Wiegersma of the Netherlands, sitting opposite on this side of the table. Thomas Hendricks, one of the great up-and-comers in Pro Magic right now. And it's worth remembering that Jelge's Pro Tour title came in teams, 2004 in Seattle with Team Von Dutch. And on the far side, well, that's Team Serbia, led by Miodrag Kitanovic. You've got Alexa Talarov just on the left there in the black shirt. And of course, Alexa's been to this event over and over and over again. And they are in tremendous shape. They're the 3rd seed in Group E, top 8 last year. Now, one of the great stories of the weekend, this is Team Malta, their very first appearance in the World Magic Cup, only defeated once yesterday, ended up with 3 wins, 3 draws and 1 loss. And then beyond them, it's Paul Jackson and Team Australia in the Taylor Swift shirt. Good call, Paul Jackson. So that's Team Australia, and they are in Group G. They're the bottom seed, William Liu and Lewis Risk, the rest of the team with Joseph Sclazero there. As we head on down, and let's take a look at Team Belarus here. They did very well to make it in, and they are in as a top seed, no less. Yevgeny Zakharenkov, he's played in all 4 of the World Magic Cups. And then, again, one of the big favorites on the far side, it's Team Denmark. On the far side of you as you look is Martin Muller and Daniel Lind. And on the near side, Christopher Larsen and Pro Tour champion Martin Dang. They are the 3rd seed in Group B, 6 million people in Denmark, a reasonably small Magic community, and a tremendous effort, chance to become a double team winner. On we go then. It's Argentina Argentina and Mexico. Mexico first. We've still got the phenomenal hat. I want one of those. Mexico, third seed in Group D. They were in the top 16 last year. And as for Argentina, well, they're led by Nicolas de Nicola. They are the bottom seed in Group C, which includes Brazil, Thailand, and Guatemala. The last match for them will be against Brazil. Brazil against Argentina will be coming your way at the back end of this morning. So now, one of the top seeds, it's Austria. They're the top seed in Group E. You see Valentin Mackel there on the left and Nikki Eigner. And the rest of the team, Sebastian Fibala-Ilitz and Christoph Alcantara. And then on the far side, well, this is France. Again, a top seed. Now, Hicham Tajidi and Fathi Benaribi haven't played at Pro Tour level before, but you've got a really good captain in Pierre Dajon, and France are the top seeds in Group F, along with Poland, Netherlands, and the Philippines. That actually looks like a really tough group. So then if we head across his team, Hong Kong, and this is Li Shichan standing up there in the MTG Mint card shirt. He's very much the team leader, and you can see he is very much dominating the early stages of team build. And then on the far side of this table, it's Team Italy. They had a terrific start to the day yesterday, but they come in now as a number 3 seed in a group that includes Paraguay, Turkey, and Australia. William Pizzi has 10 Grand Prix top 8s alongside the big 2 of Marco Camiluzzi and Andrea Mengucci, you can see there. So we head on down and let's take a look here at Team Scotland. A tremendous performance. They were sweating last night to see whether they made it in and kept the streak alive. One of the very few countries to have made every day 2 of the World Magic Cup. 4 times they've done it. Terrific performance by the Scots again yesterday. And over there we've got New Zealand. There's Jason Chung standing up, the team captain, top 8 of course in 2013 with Walker McMurdo, I think, was in that team. So we head on round. Here's the Greek team, the finalists from last time. Last year, they snuck in to day 2 in 32nd place. This time, again, bottom seed, they're 29th. They finished top 32, top 16, and 2nd last year. Can they go one better? They're still in it. And here's Guatemala, the very distinctive team, 3rd seed in Group C, alongside Argentina, Thailand, and the top seeds, Brazil. And they are always in that astonishing outfit. You always know where to find them in the room. So next we come to the Philippines. They were very much the last team to arrive, barely made it to deck building yesterday, but in plenty of time today. Ronnie Paul Bealey is the captain for them. They're the bottom seed in Group F that includes France, Poland, and the Netherlands. And then on the far side of them, we've got Chinese Taipei, the original World Magic Cup champions. You're looking at Wang Haoshan, the captain there. 3 years ago, he watched Su Qingguo, his good friend and traveling companion, win the tournament, and he went, I want a piece of that action. And then finally, if we head on across, here's the Latvian team led by Andre Prost, based in America. He's busy building Black Blue right now, and they've got 2 million people in their population. This is their first day 2 here at the World Magic Cup. A great job. And last but certainly not least, it's the Turks, up and coming, led by Osman Ozguni. He's got over 60% win rate at the Grand Prix level. And that is the 32 teams here building feverishly as we get towards day 2 in the World Magic Cup. It's me. Great job. And here's not me, Brian David Marshall. You've been out on the floor during the build, looking at some of the teams, getting a sense of what people are doing, and just trying to gauge their excitement level about the cards they open, because they have no control over their 12 boosters, and it means a ton to so many teams. So where did you go and what can you tell us?
Well, I was watching Brazil build, and it was kind of interesting. They at some point had 4 monocolored decks laid out. Not shells that they were trying to figure out. So they were trying to figure out which is their strongest base. They had like a mono blue devoid looking deck with like multiple sky spawners and ruination guide and all sorts of blue cards. They had a red deck laid out. They had an almost mono green deck laid out. They had a white deck laid out.
This is Group C, right? So this is Brazil, Thailand, Guatemala, and Argentina.
Yeah.
Which, because of the way the pool play works, the 3rd round will be Brazil against Argentina.
Yes.
That's going to be an entertaining one if
Yeah,
one of them needs
break
to
out
win.
your jerseys.
Absolutely. Okay.
And so they ended up in red, white, green, red, converge, and blue, black, devoid. And the blue, black, devoid deck looks spectacular. I thought there. Argentina also actually ended up with a very, very solid, double Ruination Guide, multiple Sky Spawner deck. So,
nice.
We could see some really powerful decks. They actually had a green-black beatdown deck, Argentina, which I thought was really not something I saw. Usually when you see the green-black deck happen, it's because you're trying to get to your Eldrazi, right? You're playing all these like Scion generators to try to play your 7s, your 8s, maybe even your 10s.
Right.
But their curve was pretty tight.
This is all about snapping Gnarlids.
They had snapping Gnarlids and they had voracious Nulls and they
voracious. Wow. Okay.
And they had a couple of Scion generators, but it was really it was a beatdown deck.
Right. Sort of incidentally, my carrier thrall is really just a 2-power guy for 2. Okay. Well, that'll be interesting to see how that works out.
We talked about how yesterday it didn't seem like there was a lot of red-white allies. It seemed like that had gone down. But actually today, when I was looking around, it felt like most of the teams, at least at the point where I was looking at them, because again, people are constantly moving their cards around, had a red-white allies deck, and both Brazil and Argentina ended up with those. Very similar overall.
The thing with the allies, I mean, let's not forget that traditionally at a Pro Tour, when it's draft, we imagine that at least half the field will have found a way to do 10, 15, 20 drafts. There are not many teams who came into yesterday having done 10, 15, 20 sealed team builds. Plenty of people would have had conversations and done 1 or 2 on the plane on the way here. But that depth of repetition isn't something that necessarily happened, except, as you mentioned, Macedonia.
Macedonia had a ton of practice, but also Brazil is a team that got to do that because they had the super team where they had 4 teams all in a house. It was Brazil, Italy, Canada, and the United States, and so they would build a team sealed. Everyone would build a team sealed, and then they would all sort of like rotate the team sealed pool. Undo the decks. Here's this pool. What did you guys do with it? And so they got actually a lot of different perspectives on the same pools with very, very high-end pro thinking applied to each pool.
Well, we mentioned Macedonia. They've got a fairly sensible green-black deck. They have a fairly typical blue-white Flyers deck. But they do have one deck of awesome, and that is red-blue, and their deck there just looks tremendous. But we are going to start, of course, in pool play. Every match so important. And in this first round, the 3 seed plays the 4 seed, and the 1 seed plays the 2 seed. So where are we going to head? We are going to head for Germany against Japan. That's how we kick off day 2 here at the World Magic Cup.
Hello there, welcome to the booth here in Barcelona. Marshall Sutcliffe with Ian Duke, and we're ready for day 2 of the World Magic Cup. We've got 3 rounds of Team Sealed, followed up by 3 rounds of Team Unified Standard, and we've got a really nice feature match lined up here early. We've got Germany versus Japan. The players are ready in the feature match area. Let's head down. Hello and welcome to coverage of the World Magic Cup. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Ian Duke, and we're ready for day 2 action. It's round number 8. We're back in Team Sealed. The players played to a 32-team pool play today, and we're ready to go down in the feature match area where we have a really nice matchup. Germany versus Japan. You can see Christian Zeibold here. He is the team captain for Germany, playing against the other team captain on the other side. That's from Japan, of course, Yuya Watanabe. You get a look at Watanabe-san there as he gets ready. Now, I can tell you that Christian Zeibold has mulligan to 6 here, Ian, so he's going to be down a card and on the play in this opening match. he is playing a green-black deck that they put together that splashes white. Yuya is on blue-white.
Yeah, Cybold's a kind of a converge deck in a way, splashing multiple other colors for. We'll see a couple interesting cards.
Yeah, you can see that Cinderglade there. That don't be deceived. They're not actually playing red cards. That's just for incidental value when it comes to converge. Ooh, here's one of the ideal 3-drops, really in the whole format, and certainly in Christian's deck. This is Drana, Liberator of Malkir. So this is going to create major issues for Yuya Watanabe if he doesn't have an answer for Drana quite quickly.
Yeah, Drana's one of those cards that can just, snowball a game and just run away with it starting on turn 4.
Interesting to see if Cybold's going to actually attack with Drana here, as Yuya has declined to play anything on turn 3. And a card like Gideon's Reproach is certainly something that Cybold's going to be considering here. Oh, he's jamming. He's getting in there with both of them. Yuya's going to block and take some damage, so there is no Gideon's Reproach here. And like you said, Ian, this is where things can start to snowball out of control pretty quickly here in Cybold's direction. He's even got a 4-mana play here. He's going to play Unified Front.
Yeah, that's one of the cards that Cybold is splashing for. He's actually gotten quite a nice mana draw here. He had double black for Drana on turn 3. He's got the Cinderglade and his 1 plains. So access to 4 colors as well as double black. Just about as good of a draw as you could hope for, rebounding from that mulligan to 6.
And this is a deadly combination as well. It looks like Yuya is going to play Anticipate in response, but that means that Unified Front is resolving. Now, under a lot of circumstances, getting the 3 allies would be pretty good. You'd be happy with that, and you could move your game plan forward. But with Drana, Liberator of Malkir on the battlefield, it is gross. We're going to be looking for something like a sheer drop here from Yuya Watanabe. LC is going to fall woefully behind in this game.
Now, it looks like he does have Dampening Pulse, which is a card that's quite good in this situation. It's not going to be a permanent solution, but it can at least stem the tide a little bit.
God, for what, a turn?
Yeah.
I mean, he is so far up against it here. Like, even if he plays Dampening Pulse, he's still taking a damage off of the soldiers, or excuse me, the allies. Oof. This is a good start for Cybold and Team Germany here. Yeah, it looks like Watanabe instead is going to play a Courier Griffin, get back a little bit of that life. But the problem that he faces here is that the damage has already been done. Drana has already grown by a +1/+1 counter, meaning that she can safely attack right into that Courier Griffin.
Yeah, the Courier Griffin will be able to pick off an ally, though, in the attack,
That's
which
true.
At least helps a little bit. I mean, make no mistake, Yuya is pretty far behind here, but he's trying to cobble together what he can.
Here's a Pilgrim's Eye to start things off for Cybold. He will want to attack, though, with all of his creatures. The only creatures that get the +1/+1 counters from Drana are the ones that are attacking. She rewards those who follow her into battle. I think is the flavor you guys were going for on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's great.
Ooh, and Zilliport Cutthroat joins the team as well.
As well. So. This draw from Cybold has been really good.
That's going to mean 2 things. First of all, the ally token that could be picked off by the Courier Griffin here is going to represent even more damage from the Zilliport Cutthroat. And also, once Cybold gets in a couple attacks and Yuya starts getting low, even if Yuya is able to start picking off Cybold's creatures, once his life total is low, that Zilliport Cutthroat is going to represent sort of a hard lock on what Yuya is able to do with the rest of the game.
So Yuya's going to throw the Fortified Rampart in front of the Carrier Thrall and very kindly help out with the dice there for the Drana trigger. Like you said before, Ian, one of the allies does get gobbled up here, but not a lot stopping Christian Cybold here. Then you look at Yuya's side, he's had a reasonable draw here, right? He played an Anticipate, he played a Fortified Rampart, he's played a Courier Griffin, nothing super powerful, but draw from Seibold savagely outclassing that of Yuya Watanabe here early.
Yeah, generally speaking, the blue-white deck is happy to go turn 2 Fortified Rampart into a flyer on turn 3 or 4. Usually Fortified Rampart can hold the fort, but not in this case. So we'll see what Yuya can come up with here.
Yeah, at this point, Christian, you know, he'll be thinking about, though, realizing he can't do much about a planar outburst, but he's kind of hoping, hopefully you don't have that.
Right.
But, you know, not really much strategically to be put into that. Also, I think by now he knows that that is not the case. Yuya is kind of deep in the tank here.
I mean, the other thing here is Christian Seibold was on a mulligan to 6 here, so he really doesn't have a lot of wiggle room to try to play a longer game, especially against a blue-white deck. He's just going to get out card advantage. So, you know, thinking back to on turn 4 when he attacked Withdrana into Gideon's Reproach mana, he was probably just thinking, you know, hey, I'm not going to win a long game anyway, so I just got to go for it and hope that Yuya doesn't have an answer. And sure enough, Yuya did not have an answer there. Down comes Dampening Pulse for Yuya, which will slow down the damage that he's taking, but not really provide a permanent answer here. Those creatures are still going to keep growing Withdrana.
Yeah, everything's just really been perfect for Seibold here. I mean, remember, he even has that Pilgrim's Eye there. You know, that starts to become a reasonable threat on its own. A nice draw there from Seibold as well. He drew his copy of Ruinous Path, one of the better rares in the set. And he's even got the mana to cast it. He does not have the mana to awaken with it, it seems, but don't know if it matters. Can tell you that since we're in a team competition, we do have 3 matches going on simultaneously here for our teams. And Tamada finds himself up a game over Hotman on table C. That's our back table. All right, and Seibold. Yeah, well, he's going to fire off the Ruinous Path, and that is going to prompt the concession from Watanabe. He knows he doesn't have any outs left in his deck to overcome that brutal draw. And Germany's going to pick up their first game here on table B. We'll be back right after these messages.
It's the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, play mats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information.
The Magic Online Championship Series is underway. Start earning your way to the Magic Online Championship now. For more details, visit mtgo.com.
Welcome back to the feature match area here in Barcelona. Let's jump over to table A, where we have Tobias Erzman. He's playing against Kenji Samura. Yes, this Japanese team is stacked. I think it was, most people thought that the Japanese team coming into the competition was the best team. And why not? They really do have an absolutely stacked team this year. Also, one thing I want to mention, pretty interesting, there have been 3 countries over the course of the years that have won world team competitions, and these are 2 of them right here. Germany, that have won multiple world team competitions is what I meant to say, like 2 or more. And Japan and Germany are 2 of them. United States being the 3rd. So we're jumping in here, and we see Kenji Samura on 4 life against Erzman. Now, Tobias is playing blue-red, one of the best 2-color combinations in the set. And Kenji Samura has his version of the green-black with converged stuff deck going on here, similar to what Seibold was playing.
Yeah, Kenji's deck looks pretty sweet. I think that's a copy of From Beyond down there in the bottom.
That's correct.
Right side of the viewing area there.
Card's great.
Oh,
I
yeah,
love that
super
card.
awesome card. It's one of my first favorite cards to like first pick in the
Me too.
DFC draft and just build around it. Draft some sweet Eldrazi.
I'm the same.
So it looks like Kenji coming in with attack here. Kenji definitely lower on the life total. Looks like he's got a nice longer game set up here. However, Tobias Erzman does have a copy of Valakut Invoker.
Wow, and that was actually game Ornreef Invoker just got activated there.
Oh, I see.
7/7 with Trample all of a sudden. And the blocks weren't there for Tobias Erzman, so he's going to scoop him up, and I think that was game. So it looks like Kenji Samura picks up his game. That means that Tamada and Samura have both won their game ones. Yuya Watanabe lost his game one to Seibold. And we will be heading back to Table C, it looks like.
You know, I really like seeing these black-green based decks in Team Sealed, Marshall. It's an archetype that some players have said is hard to put together in draft, just to get the critical mass of, you know, either your token sacrifice synergies or big Eldrazi to use your science to get up to. But in Team Sealed with the deeper card pool, you know, the synergies come together a little bit stronger. And I've seen quite a few teams leaning on that archetype throughout the weekend here.
All right, we're actually going to jump back to our middle table there where we have Yuya Watanabe and Christian Seibold facing off here. They're just finishing up shuffling. The others are in sideboarding.
And these two players, both their team captains, well-known pro players who have been on the Pro Tour for many years now. Sort of representative of the matchup between these two juggernaut teams.
Looking at Yuya's deck list here, what kind of answers does he have? Let's say that, let's say Seibold ends up with that Drana down on turn 3 or turn 4 again this game. What does it look like for Yuya?
Yeah, I've been looking through Yuya's deck list and potential sideboard options. It is really hard for his deck to answer a go wide strategy. If Seibold's able to get a bunch of token makers out and pump them up in some way, like Drana or you know, some other kind of Tajiru Warcaller, Tajiru Beastmaster type card. Yuya's deck is more adept at answering large single threats, you know, with cards like the Fortified Rampart, Stalling at the Ground, some of the white removal spells like Sheer Drop. So I think this actually could be, despite Yuya's deck looking very solid, this could be a bad matchup for him.
Okay, he does have one Gideon's Reproach in his list. He'll be happy if he can see that in his opener. But we are underway here, so let's get going on Seibold versus Watanabe, Game 2. And Azulaport Cutthroat's going to start things off for Christian Seibold. Ooh, and a nice start here for Yuya as well. He's got a Benthic Infiltrator at the ready.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Yuya has too many ways to take advantage of the ingest ability on Benthic Infiltrator, but, you know, it is a Horned Turtle that's unblockable, basically, so it holds down the fort and can get in some chip damage as the game goes along, which is basically what Yuya's deck wants to do.
Here's a Pilgrim's Eye now for Seibold. His mana looked absolutely fantastic when we were looking over the list, didn't it, Ian?
Yeah, I've been really impressed. Seems like he's built his deck well, his mana base well. He's got some nice ways to take advantage of multiple colors with some Converge cards, as we saw the Unified Front last game. And it seems like, you know, his mana's pretty smooth. He hasn't been tripping over it, despite the double black cost on Drana last turn. He was able to curve out very, very nicely, and it looks like he'll do the same this game.
Yeah, it's funny. You know, he's playing 3 colors, and then he has a couple of incidental 4th colors in there as well for Converge reasons. He's also playing Spawning Bed. Like,
oh, wow.
Yeah, his mana's that good. He's got double Evolving Wilds, a Fertile Thicket, a Canopy Vista. The Cinderglade we saw earlier doesn't actually fix his mana for his castable spells. And then the Pilgrim's Eye as well.
Yeah, it looks like he's very much the tokens deck. He's also got a copy, his own copy of From Beyond, as we saw Kenji Samura on the opposite side in another match having that as well in his black-green deck.
Yuyu's going to attack with his Benthic Infiltrator, which is going to actually get that Spawning Bed we were just talking about ingested, and a nice follow-up play here for Yuya. So this has been good. This is both players using up their mana in the early stages and kind of developing their boards out as Courier Griffin hits for Watanabe. He passes a turn back, and there's a Giant Mantis, which is going to hold the fort here. And everything's pretty locked up outside of that Benthic Infiltrator at this point. I got to figure that benefits Seibold. He does have Grip of Desolation in his hand, Ian.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just wanted to point out, Giant Mantis is one of the story cards of this weekend. We've been seeing teams make really, really good use of this. Since the blue-white combination is so popular, the green decks are making a ton of use out of Giant Mantis. It's just, it blocks basically all the common and uncommon blue and white flyers, and it's just really, really hard for those decks to get through. Most of the white removal things like sheer drop don't really affect Giant Mantis very well.
Yeah, it's a really interesting adaptation that these players have had to make. Some have done a better job of it than others, in that when you play booster draft for this set, you don't see a lot of Giant Mantis floating around. It's just not a card that you see on the battlefield that often. And so that kind of clears the way for the blue-white deck to kind of have the skies clear for the most part. But here in Team Sealed, we have seen a lot of Giant Mantis, and that has made this blue-white deck, it's brought it down a notch. It's really interesting to see that dynamic play out here. Here's Brood Butcher now for Christian Seibold.
Ooh, so nice development for him. It also looks like he picked up his copy of Drana that turn as well. So we could be seeing a similar sort of assault setup from Christian Seibold.
All right, and it does in fact resolve. Yuya wanted to make sure that he got that Anticipate resolved before the Brood Butcher actually hit the floor, but it did. And like you said, this is getting ugly. There's a Smite the Monstrous off the top for Yuya, and that does not look good here either. It can't hit anything on board.
Brood Butcher, a card that a blue-white deck is really hard-pressed to deal with.
Yes.
It's great at taking out small-ish or medium-sized flyers, and again, it's not really susceptible to any of the white removal. Doesn't need to get in combat, so Gideon's Reproach can't hit it. Doesn't need to become tapped, so Sheer Drop can't hit it. So it's just going to sit there and kind of threaten the board for quite some time, I think we can assume.
And at this point, Yuya Watanabe has stopped attacking with his Benthic Infiltrator as he adds a Courier Griffin to his side of the board and passes the turn back to Seibold. Things are looking good for Christian here. This board looks relatively evened up, right? The Brood Butcher can't actually kill anything without sacking multiple creatures at the moment, so it's not, completely destroying Watanabe's board. But I got to say that Seibold feels like he's significantly ahead here, given what we know he has in his hand and the fact that he's already ahead on board as well.
Yeah, Seibold's hand's super powerful here. He's got 2 removal spells in Demon's Grasp and Grip of Desolation, and 2 bomb creatures that can pump up his team, Drana, Liberator of Malakir, and Tajuru Warcaller. So I'm interested to see what he goes for this turn.
I wouldn't be surprised if he just played out Drana here. Right, getting Drana on the battlefield is a really nice start, and it actually combos quite well with Brood Butcher as well because Drana has First Strike. So
that's true.
You can put First Strike damage on a creature. Oh man,
looks like he does go for the Warcaller.
Here we go. Yuya says yes, it resolves. I'm not happy about it though. And here comes the team.
Yeah, the Warcaller makes all those 1/1 creatures match up very nicely against Courier Griffins.
And this will be the first time I think I've seen this if it happens next turn, but Drana's an ally.
Yes, that is true.
She triggers the Warcaller.
That is true. That's very cool.
Oh, man. Yeah, this has been a tough one for Watanabe, who, again, has had 2 reasonable draws here. It wasn't like he hasn't done anything these games. It's just the stuff that Seibold's done has matched up particularly well against Yuya's strategy, and also Seibold's had some nice draws here, too.
So I think what we'll see out of Yuya here is a double block on one of the 1/1 creatures made 3/3 by Tajuru Warcaller, trying to take that out, and the Benthic Infiltrator just stemming some of the damage here. The Brood Butcher did get into combat here, which means Yuya will be able to respond to it with Sheer Drop on the following turn.
Okay.
So this means a lot of damage coming in for Yuya here, but I think he needs to take the damage and look toward bettering his board position in the long term. Otherwise, he's just going to lose to, repeated triggers of Tajuru Warcaller and Zulaport Cutthroat and so on.
Yeah, was that 12 damage that he just took? Just in combat?
Yes, looks like 12.
Wow, and then he gets a trigger from the Zulaport Cutthroat as well?
Yeah, so it should knock him down to 11, I believe.
Goodness sakes. So Yuya's got some business to take care of here for sure. And he's going to go for Sheer Drop on the Brood Butcher with Awaken, which is going to give him an additional blocker this turn as well.
Or so he thinks. However, Grip of Desolation is well poised to take out Awakened lands.
Yeah, I think that the picture on Grip might be more like a hand reaching out for a handshake rather than a smash, because that is... This is what Grip of Desolation was born to do, right? Kill effectively 2 creatures at once.
One of the reasons why this card is considered, if not the best, one of the best commons in the set.
Uncommons, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, uncommons, yeah.
I know you knew that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it crept up and up and up, you know, eventually targeting Rolling Thunder and in many players' views, surpassing it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just the ability to take out lands in a format with Awaken, a format with Converge, and a format with Giant Eldrazi, where players want to get up to 6, 7, 8, 9 lands.
Yeah, and,
super powerful.
And
card.
then the times when you get to do this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he just killed 2 creatures there. Yuya Watanabe, his hands kind of went up like, oh, not that. Anything but that. Update from our back table as well. Alexander Hutman has tied things up against Ryuichi Tamada. They're at 1 game apiece over there. In the meantime, Ghostly Sentinel is going to hit the battlefield and attempt to stabilize here for Yuya Watanabe. But this is just gross. That is a trigger. That is also Demon's Grasp. And in comes the team once again. And as we mentioned before, Drana triggering the Tajuru Warcaller. And that does, in fact, earn the handshake. So Christian Seibold wins his match 2-0 over Yuya Watanabe here on table B. That's 1 to the good for Team Germany here.
Really awesome showing from Christian Seibold's black-green based token Converge deck there.
Oof. Wow, that deck looked great.
Yeah.
Good matchup for him, though, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, as we said earlier, Yuya's deck is better at staving off, like, you know, one big threat at a time by blocking and cards like Sheer Drop and so on, maybe trying to get through with flyers, but doesn't really react well to the swarm strategy.
Okay, so let's jump back down to table A, where we have Kenji Samura. He's playing against Tobias Erisman, and once again, Tobias is playing the blue-red deck for their pool. We've seen a lot, like most of the pools produce one very good Devoid-style deck, and we see that here from Tobias. Kenji Samura is on black-green, similar again to what we saw from Christian Seibold. Tobias kicks things off with a Mist Intruder, but it gets immediately plummeted by Kenji Samura, not messing around at all.
That's a lot of respect for a Stormcrow, don't you think, Marshall?
Yeah, it really is. You know, it's that first ingest, right?
Yeah.
That's what he wants to avoid here. It's not the damage. It's just he doesn't want to let the ingest train start rolling. And that actually worked. Even though the follow-up play was Eldrazi's Sky Spawner for Erisman, which is really good, it doesn't have ingest. So any of those synergies are going to remain shut off, at least for the time being. Oran Reef Invoker for Kenji Samura is what he came up with for his turn 3 play, and the hits keep coming here for Tobias. He makes a Nettle Drone now. Samura's hand looks really good. Complete disregard there.
Yeah,
And
Smothering Abomination. Yeah, a card that's really powerful in the black-green archetype.
And he's going to just run it out there. This is going to put a lot of pressure here on Erisman to find an answer for it pretty quickly. This is the kind of thing where this can go a little sideways for Samura. If, for example, Tobias were to kill the Invoker, then Samura would be likely forced to sacrifice the Abomination. Now, in this particular scenario, that's not actually the case, as Samura has Grave Birthing in his hand. So he can produce a sackable creature on his upkeep, even if his other one were to die. But it is a fine balance to walk here for Samura with the Smothering Abomination. He's forced to sacrifice a creature on every upkeep, and that means that sometimes it's the Abomination itself.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one thing that we did see on day one is that, you know, there are times when you're okay with that. It actually isn't the end of the world if you have to play a Smothering Abomination and then sacrifice it on your upkeep. It usually does something in the way of blocking or interrupting your opponent's plan, and you do get the card back again. Not the dream that you have when you put it together, but there it is. Ooh, this is interesting.
Yeah, Adverse Conditions, a pretty nice response to Smothering Abomination.
Yes.
Keeping it locked down, well, all the while it's sacrificing creatures.
And a second copy of Complete Disregard off the top for Samura here, and things are getting interesting. He kind of is being forced into 2 different directions here, as he'd like to keep his Smothering Abomination around and keep the cards flowing off the top of his library. But at the same time, starting to use the complete disregards that he has in his hand looks pretty tempting as well. Looks like Seek the Wilds here for Samura, though. God, look at that. Yuya Watanabe and Kenji Samura working together. Tobias Arisman's like, I did not sign up for this.
Yeah.
I mean...
And Pro Tour finalist Ryuichi Tamada. Right?
Is he back there too?
Not at the table right now,
like,
but
look
as
at
far
those
as
two right
oh, sure,
there.
yeah, facing off a two-headed giant against two of the legendary Japanese pro players.
Now Seibold has jumped over to help Arisman out, so it's a fair fight here. But goodness sakes, Hall of Famer versus possible future Hall of Famer here, whispering in each other's ear. It's going to be a tough sell to beat these two gentlemen. All right, so this trigger goes on the stack on upkeep, as Kenji did use complete disregard on the Nettle Drum.
So Grave Birthing makes a Scion, picks up a card. The Scion gets sacrificed to the Smothering Abomination, picking up another card, and then there's the card for the draw. But despite all the cards in his hand, Kenji Samura is pretty far behind on board here.
Absolutely. He is clinging to this Smothering Abomination as his last creature still. He's got another complete disregard at the ready here.
And Tobias Arisman actually looking a little bit light on gas here, just a couple of lands in his hand.
Yeah, most of his stuff's on the table here. He has curved out quite beautifully. Yeah, Samura's hand, pretty awkward. He really needed some type of token maker to make this work. He has a Bone Splinters in his hand. That's not doing much here either. But this actually worked out pretty well for Kenji. As he took 3 damage and fell to 4, he did get to eat an Eldrazi Sky Spawner with his Smothering Abomination there. He also used complete disregard to take out an Incubator Drone, and now he's going to sack the Smothering Abomination to draw a card on his upkeep here, as well as his draw step. So, you know, all told, like, this is a big turn for him. He could absolutely stabilize this board, because as you said a few minutes ago, and bang, there we go, Ruin Processor.
That's just what he needs here. Not only does it stabilize the ground, but also gaining him a life, putting himself out of burn range.
Totally. And you mentioned it a minute ago here, Ian. Tobias is kind of out of gas, right?
Yeah. This is huge for Kenji.
Yeah, Tobias has Mountain in hand as he goes to his draw step here. The great curve out from him did have Samura down to 4 life with no creatures in play. Oh, what did he draw? He drew his own Ruin Processor off the top. Oh, there's a Conduit of Ruin now for Kenji Samura. I wonder if he has any more action to find. Let's consult the deck list here, Ian, and see what kind of beef Kenji's working with here at the top. Oh, he's got an Eldrazi Devastator in there, too. So he can keep going. And look at this. They're having fun. Did you see those smiles? That's great.
Yeah, it looks like Kenji's deck is really hitting its stride here. With all those cards in his hand that he built up with that Smothering Abomination earlier, now he finally has the breathing room to start casting them. So things could start swinging in Kenji's favor here very quickly.
Yeah, he maneuvered this game beautifully, just riding that thin wave there with the Smothering Abomination for so many turns and then finally cashing it in. And now look at him. Using up all of his mana for the turn once again.
And with Bone Splinters at the ready to take out Tobias Arisman's Ruin Processor.
Yeah, Bone Splinters usually falls into the kind of necessary evil camp when it comes to removal, where you're like, you just got to have an answer sometimes to the big things that your opponent can do. But in these token decks, it really shines. Bone Splinters can just be great.
Yeah, it's great with cards like From Beyond and Eyeless Watcher and things like that.
Yeah. Again, Samura's draw hasn't really been conducive to that. Like he hasn't seen a whole lot of token makers, and he could have used in this game, but he's maneuvered it such that he didn't need them. Is this going to be conduit here for Samura?
Oh, it looks like a Brood Monitor
he
pickup.
found a Brood Monitor.
So that's enormous. That's the tokens that he needs to sacrifice to Bone Splinters and enough ground defense that I think we'll see Kenji's Ruin Processor start to attack here. Maybe even the Kozilek's Channeler as well. Looks like that is the case. So just where Kenji wants to be. He wants to end this game quickly. Now that he's finally stabilized, he's starting to get ahead with Big Eldrazi. He wants to just, close out this game before something like a Rolling Thunder can come off the top.
He's just equalized life totals.
Yeah, this is going to put Tobias Arisman in chump block mode pretty quickly and really shut the door on any kind of
Yeah,
comeback.
Rolling Thunder is the card I think that Samura has to be worried about here, right?
Yeah, I'm taking a look at the deck list to see if that's something that Tobias Arisman has access to. It looks like that he does not.
Yeah, I wonder if you actually start even just getting in with Lifespring Druid here to cut that avenue off.
It's possible, yeah.
Just trade it off for a Scion. Because right now, Arisman has enough Scions plus lands to Rolling Thunder for 8. If he had Rolling Thunder in his hand and just needed a land, for example. But I think Kenji can actually force chumps here and take that option off the table. But that's the kind of thing that's going to be going through Watanabe and Samura's head as they're like trying to close the door on this game and make sure that they can't lose. They've fully turned the corner.
So this attack is going to force 2 jump blocks, importantly. Without the Lifespring Druid attacking, it wouldn't necessarily force 2 jumps.
There you go. And there's that Conduit of Ruin as well. He's not going to search up anything, just pass the turn back and present another huge threat. They know that in the colors that Arisman is in, there's no risk to overcommitting to the board here. And that is going to prompt the scoop here. And Kenji Samura wins his match for Japan.
So that evens things up, right?
Correct,
One
yeah.
match apiece.
Cybold won on table B, and Samura wins on table A, which means at 1 match apiece, we have 1 decider to go on our back table. Table C, that's Alexander Hotman versus Ryuichi Tamada.
This has been an awesome match so far, Marshall.
Yeah, this has been
really
great.
exciting.
And by the way, they're going to game 3 here as well. Tamada's on red-green, which is a deck that, again, echoing what we were talking about before about not seeing some of these cards in booster draft as often, red-green has really kind of found its home here in Team Sealed, where it seems like you can get critical mass of these landfall creatures and outnumbers and such and kind of make that work. On the other side of the table, Alexander is playing blue-white, which, again, is a deck we're pretty accustomed to seeing. And by Alexander, I mean the entire German team, because they are now all huddled around him and helping Hotman out here. Hotman's got a young career going, but he's played 9 GPs and he's got 2 top 8s in that span. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's really impressive.
Yeah, just 2 PT starts from there. But that's a very solid start. You can take a look at him there, flanked by his German teammates. It is funny to see how this interaction happens too as well, Ian, because some players take kindly. They have a sense of relief when they can double check their actions and get through. And other players get a little flustered, having somebody look at you, watch every play you make and maybe correct you or guide you in a different direction than you wanted to go can be tough to play under.
Definitely, yeah. When you get 2 conflicting approaches to a game, two conflicting, lines of play, it can be worse than just choosing one or the other. Whichever one is better, whichever one is worse. Often it's better to just pick one and go with it. And it takes a real, team synergy in order to make sure you're all on the same page and not conflicting with each other, having the trust to let someone make their own choices.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see, for example, the German team just use Seibold as an advisor here, and that way it keeps the number of voices in the room down.
Yeah, you want to avoid the too many cooks kind of problem, right?
Exactly. Now, if I was on Team Japan, though, I would just look at Yuya Watanabe and be like, was that right or not? or Samura. Take your pick. So this is tightening coils.
Pretty aggressive start from Ryuichi Tamada here, snapping Gnarlid into Endless One on 3 counters, but tightening coils takes out the Endless One.
I like the coat there for Tamada, too. He looks bundled up. All right, Broodhunter Worm is going to make an appearance here as well. So this is just good old-fashioned green beatdowns. 2, 3, 4 here. Endless One kind of filling in that curve slot at 3 and putting a lot of heat on Alexander Hotman, who hasn't done much here.
Yeah, Hotman would love to see something like a Fortified Rampart here, something along those lines, but it looks like without any proactive plays here, I have to imagine he's leaving up some kind of removal.
He is. It's Gideon's Reproach in this case.
Okay. Although that's pretty awkward with his hand. He's basically spending all of his turn 4 casting this Gideon's Reproach. I'm sure he would have loved to play that Hedron Archive in his hand or even the Shadow Glider, but, you know, things just don't quite work out as far as mana or colored mana to do 2 things in 1 turn.
No, but he will be able to next turn. Like, for example, he can go Hedron Archive, Shadow Glider this turn. He can also just play Windrider Patrol. Belligerent Whiptail is what Tamada adds to his side of the battlefield here. Whiptail matches up poorly against the Shadow Glider since Hotman probably wants to try to block it unless landfall happens for Tamada, in which case that is not the case. Ooh, Undergrowth Champion and a land.
Wow.
Oh no, Tamada has had a great draw here. This is game 3, by the way, between these 2 players. Matches on the other 2 tables are 1 match apiece for Germany and Japan, so this could be Japan marching to victory here.
Yeah, things looking really good for Japan here. With just an island off the top for Alexander Hotman, that's not going to be too much help here.
This draw has not come together well for Alexander. He really needed to see, you know, Fortified Rampart, that type of card. Look at Tamada's hand.
Oh, he's got Rolling Thunder and Outnumber? Wow.
Yeah.
So Hotman actually, that island that he did draw is his 8th land, which lets him cast Sheer Drop and Windrider Patrol to get a little bit of defense going, but with Tamada's hand there, he's got Outnumber for the Windrider Patrol, or just Rolling Thunder to finish the game, depending on how the blocks go here.
God, that's such a good turn, too.
Yeah.
You know? Sheer Drop, Windrider Patrol, go. Like, that's the turn where you're supposed to stabilize and win. I love the Japanese teams having a lot of fun. Lots of smiles on that side. And predictably, the German side a little less so given the board state here, right? I mean, it's a lot more fun when you've got 3 great creatures attacking into 1 small creature here.
With a Rolling Thunder in hand.
With a Rolling Thunder. Still, I appreciate that. You know, that it is easy to get a little caught up in all this, and it's a fun tournament. This is probably the most fun for the highest level tournaments, the team ones. You know, you get to high fives and share the glory and the beats with your friends. Are they considering Awakening here? Is that what's going on?
Looks to be the case. Maybe just figuring they're low on resources, so they kind of want to budget out. I mean, a 3/3 land is almost as good of a blocker as the Windrider Patrol would be, and that saves the Windrider Patrol for next turn as well. But ultimately, regardless of the choice that the German team makes here, I think they're going to be in some trouble on this coming turn.
Big trouble. Pass the turn back. Again, this looks totally fine. It's Rolling Thunder, you know, lurking in the hand for Tamada that is really going to spell doom for Hotman here.
Yeah, and I think this is actually lethal. Well, he might need a land here. So Rolling Thunder for 3. 2 can take out the Shadow Glider. 1 spills over, and then 5 damage on board. So I think as it stands, this would put Alexander Hotman to 1.
Yeah,
Okay,
and they did the math, and that does it. So Japan defeats Germany here. Congratulations are in order there from the teammates to Tamada, who's got a big smile on his face as he wears a parka down in the feature match area. I like it.
Yeah.
It's a good style for him. And Germany's going to have to come in and take a loss. Their decks look really good, and I like how they played.
Yeah.
Just a tough one there for them. Now, that's going to bump them down a little bit here. Remember, we're in pool play. So things are different today than they were yesterday. You know, we're used to having, well, what was your record on day one? How does it carry over? How does that mean for my tie breaks? Everything's different today, as we explained on the news desk, and we'll continue to keep you updated on as we move our way through. Welcome back to the booth here, Marshall Sutcliffe with Ian Duke. But more great stuff. I got to say, Ian, you know, having watched 3 rounds yesterday and now a round today of Team Sealed, I want more.
Yeah, this Team Sealed format is super awesome. I think Battle for Zendikar in particular lends itself really well to the Team Sealed format with all these high synergy, different strategies that play out very differently from one another. It's almost like we were saying, it's like a mini constructed metagame in a sense, right?
Yeah.
Where, you know, you're trying to predict what your opponents are going to do and matching up your deck well against theirs and so on.
Yeah, and it's fun to watch it. The fascinating thing for me, right, I think about Limited all the time, and that's been the differences that we've seen. I mean, we just saw a Broodhunter worm. We saw Giant Mantis, right? I mean, these are creatures that get overlooked a little bit in booster draft, but here, you know, it's a totally different complexion here. You get a pile of cards and you got to make something work. But the difference is in Sealed, sometimes you feel like this is the best I could come up with, but when it comes to Team Sealed, you're actually cutting cards, right? I mean, we saw very good cards leave the deck, and you're not playing that? Like, that's a good card, and it's like, I don't need it. It doesn't fit with the synergy that my deck has.
Right.
And, you know, sometimes the synergy, as we saw from Tamada, is make big creatures, and that seems to work pretty well here. All right, that is going to do it, though, for round 8 here from the booth. Let's send it over to the news desk and Richard Hagan.
Thanks very much, Marshall. Great stuff. We've got the big board behind us with all the scores on the doors throughout the day. You won't miss a thing. Let's get to it, and we'll begin with Pool A with our #1 seed. Let's get Pool A up on the board if we can. This is Belarus, Sweden, New Zealand, and Chile. And there we see it. Belarus wins over Sweden. The top 2 seeds play each other in every group. New Zealand defeats Chile. That's a win for Jason Chung. That takes the bottom seed, Chile. It's not in their hands anymore. The best they can do is 2-1. And if there are 3 teams on 2-1, by definition, the 2 teams would be above them. Chile would be out on seeding, because seeding matters. But New Zealand, they've dodged the first bullet. They win round 1. Sweden, yes, they've had a loss, but because they're one of the top 2 seeds, if they win their next 2, they're guaranteed through. 2-1 for a top 2 seed is certainly in. Belarus, one of the pace setters, remember, only need 1 more win to make the next phase, the top 16. Let's go to Pool B. And in Pool B, the top seed again, Macedonia wins over Iceland. Einar Baldvinsson starts off with a loss. That was the loss Iceland had to give. 2-1 gets them through. And a big result here, Scotland really snuck in. One of these Greek stories from last year, maybe. 31st place this time around for Scotland. They have beaten the defending champions Denmark. That's huge. Now Denmark is in trouble. They must go win-win and hope that they can get in on a 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 or a 3-0, 2-1. But they must win their next 2 for Denmark, so trouble for them. Pool C, let's take a look. The overall 3 seed is up next. This is Brazil. Big news there. They've been beaten by Thailand. Thailand having a great run. We'll hear from them in just a little bit. Brian David Marshall had a chat with the Thai team coming in to day 2. So Brazil in trouble, but that was their loss to give. Argentina also losing. Brazil will play Argentina in the deciding match of the pool in round 3. Thailand, Guatemala will face each other in round 3, the 2 winners here in round 1. Pool D then, let's see where we go next. Well, we go to Germany, Japan. We've watched Japan do the business there. That Ryochi Tamada deck looks terrific. Mexico, meanwhile, have beaten Greece. Greece again, remember they went all the way to the final last time around, but here, now out of their hands, must win twice and hope. Let's go to Pool E. And are the results in Pool E? Let's take a look. In Pool E, who do we have? We have, that's Germany still following through. Here's Pool E. Austria are your winners. That's Valentin Mackel, Sebastian Fiala Ibitz, Christoph Alcantara, and Nicky Eigner. They had a tremendous day yesterday, very quietly, because they're not one of these super powerhouse teams. They're just 4 really, really solid players. And they've got to 1-0. 1 win out of the next 2 gets them in to the top 16. And Chinese Taipei, they were one of the bottom seeds, but the winners from 2012, Huang Haoshan and the guys, they are doing the business. They've won, so they're underway. Serbia, Alexa Telerov and Miloslav Kitanovic, they're in trouble at 0-1. Move on to Pool F if we can. And you've got France, they were the top seeds coming in, and they have won their first match over Maciej Janik, the experienced captain of the Polish team. And then the Netherlands, this is a big one, big surprise. A lot of people thought Netherlands were very well positioned coming into today. Netherlands lose their first round against the Philippines. Ronnie Bealey, the captain there. And that means that, again, for the Netherlands, they must win, and hope that the 2 teams above them, Poland and France, don't end up at 2-1 as well. Otherwise, the Netherlands would be out, even with a 2-1 record. All right, next, it's Pool G. 2 more to go. Paraguay were the top seeds, but they've lost to Turkey, one of the surprise packages yesterday. Osman Ozguni and the team, they are winners. Italy also winners. A lot of people think that they're going to do very well today. Marco Camiluzzi, the captain, Andrea Mengucci. William Pizzi has 10 GPs to his name already. And Australia, Paul Jackson, Joseph Slazero, they are in trouble. They've lost their first round and must hope for every other result in the pool to go their way. And they will certainly have to beat both Turkey and Paraguay if they're to advance. Which takes us, last but not least, to Pool H. Let's take a look at what's going on there. And in Pool H, who do we have? Let's take a look for you. We have Ukraine, Hong Kong, Latvia, and Malta. I was still looking, there we are. So Ukraine, they're the top seed. They've beaten Hong Kong. Li Shichan starts with a loss, but they're a second seed, so 2 wins will see them through. And we're still waiting on Latvia. That's Andre Prost's team, and the first timers from Malta, who only lost once yesterday. So that's the shape after round 1. In pool play round 2, the top seed, Ukraine, will play Latvia. All the 1s play all the 3s, and all the 2s play all the 4s in the middle round of our 3 rounds of pool play here in Team Sealed. So 32 teams remain. One of those is Thailand, and Brian David Marshall's been out on the floor to have a chat with them about their World Magic Cup experience.
Magic collection with the newest Battle for Zendikar accessories from Ultra Pro. You can see the full array of card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios in your favorite Magic artwork at ultrapro.com.
Put your game to the test at a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix events include Oakland, Vancouver, Mexico City, Nagoya, and Houston. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule. Take the oath and retake the world in the newest Magic the Gathering set, Oath of the Gatewatch. Play in pre-release events at your local game store on January 16th and 17th, and on Magic Online starting January 29th. Visit locator.wizards.com to find a store near you. Watch the best players in the world battle on Magic's biggest stage. Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch starts February 5th in Atlanta, Georgia, featuring Modern and Oath of the Gatewatch Booster Draft. Watch all 3 days streamed live on twitch.tv/magic.
I'm here with the Thailand national team. Captain Virapart Sirlert Vorakul just won the deciding game in his match against Brazil. You guys were the number 2 seed in your pool, in Pool C. Introduce us to the Thai national team.
Okay. Hi, I'm Virapart. He's Jom, Ekarat, and Sutipong from Thailand team, World Magic Cup 2015.
Chom, when I talked to you guys during deck construction, you seemed very nervous about your Team Seal pool. How do you feel now after beating Brazil, the #1 seed in your pool?
I think it was all luck too. I mean, like, we have to admit, like, our pool wasn't that great as compared to yesterday. Yesterday pool was like beyond this one. This one we tried to make our best with our deck, and I think it's also luck as well. I mean, the Brazil team, you should have seen their pool. It was incredible, to be honest. Yeah.
Your decks look pretty good. Tell me a little bit about the Magic scene in Thailand.
The Magic scene in Thailand, is a good community. We have a lot of players, mostly standard and modern. It's about 50-50 right now in Thailand. It's a really good community. Everyone help each other out. Even like we're coming to war right now. Like before we came, there's a tournament for us that hosted just to raise money for us to pay for hotel and our food and everything. So yeah, the store like basically gave away free prize, and all the entrance fee came to us for our pocket money to come here. So it's like a nice community that everyone support each other.
Nice community. That's actually an amazing story. I think that store deserves a little shout out here. Yeah. Tell us about the store.
The store is called I Play Card Shop. Yep.
That's great. Obviously the community was very invested in you guys. What would it mean for Thailand to become the 4th team to win the World Magic Cup?
It would mean so much. It would create more players toward the Thai community as well. Because right now it's a nice community, but it's a small community. But if we win the World Cup, everyone will know more about it, and we would create more players.
And Team Sealed, you said you're nervous. If you get into the top 16 and you get to play Team Unified Standard again, how do you guys feel about your Team Unified Standard decks?
Still nervous. Always nervous. It's a good thing to be a little nervous, I think.
Okay, there you have it. Team Thailand here at the World Magic Cup. They're in great shape, though. They just took down the #1 seed in their pool. 2 rounds to go here in Battle for Zendikar. Team Sealed.
Hello everyone, welcome to The Dark Horses. I'm your host, Rich Hagan, and I'm joined at the news desk by Matej Big Z Zattleguy and Brian David Marshall. Matej, thanks for being with us. Great to have you. Matej, of course, part of our European coverage team. And the thing is, we call it The Dark Horses. 32 teams have advanced, and we're scrambling to find out little tidbits about so many of them, because a lot of great teams are on the sidelines watching these guys battle it out, and it's just terrific to see. I want to start off, Matej, with you. Tell us a little bit about Team Belarus, because I know you had a chance to chat with them.
Yeah, Team Belarus, for me, a big surprise package, because it's one of the teams where the captain is actually not really the captain, because the other 2 team members have played so many World Magic Cups before. Evgeny Zakharenkov and Pavel Miadzvedetsky both played this is their 3rd and 4th World Magic Cup respectively, and they said their captain, well, they knew him, he was hard to find. So the 2 of them had to make sure that their team gets all the prep done in time.
Yeah, and they certainly have. I mean, fantastic job by them. They come in as the overall #1 seed. They've just beaten Sweden in round 1, which means 1 out of the next 2, they're in for sure. So, BDM, let's talk about the other co-leaders overnight. This is Macedonia.
Well, and they're still, co-leaders if we were still going by Swiss, because they won this round as well. They're a fairly shy team. It's very funny because, you get a lot of the teams, you're like, oh, I want to interview the captain. The whole team wants to come over. Everyone wants to get on camera. The Macedonian team has not been super comfortable with the spotlight on them. I've talked to Martin Nanik a couple times. He's not the team captain, but he's talked about the passion in Macedonia for this tournament. And for 4 years, Martin has been trying to qualify for this tournament at the World Magic Cup qualifiers. And for 4 years, he reached the finals of his World Magic Cup, the one World Magic Cup qualifier he could play in. And the 4th year, he finally won that finals to get here. But, team captain Vladimir Trajchevsky, he's got he's got some Pro Tour experience. He's played on the Pro Tour 4 times. He's played in Team Worlds before in 2003. in the old World Team competition. But nine Pro Tours for this team. So middle of the pack. Of the teams that we're going to talk about here, they're in the middle of the pack in terms of towards the top in terms of Pro Tour experience.
So Matej, I don't want to claim full responsibility for the emergence of Icelandic magic, but it is certainly true to say that in one of my preview articles a couple of years ago, I was not overly high on their chances. And they took grave exception to this. And with every match win, I was given a personal tour of how they had beaten yet another team on their route to the top 8. And this time around, Einar August Balvinson is back.
Yeah, and I think the biggest advantage for Iceland as a country and for all their teams before is team spirit. If you go and see them at the GPs, they're all a really tight-knit group because they said they only have one store in the whole country, so they all know each other. They're all buddies. And they even told me that for this tournament, they took it extra seriously. They rented a summer house, which I kind of laughed at because it's Iceland and the summer house, But they went there and they said they improved so much on communication and play skill just during the 3 days at the summer house.
So they didn't go there to chill?
No.
Yeah. They actually had something really interesting happen in Team Sealed yesterday, by the way. They did not play any green cards, not unusual, but also no black cards.
Yeah, look at their flag. They played those 3 colors, and they said it's approximately how it panned out in the end. There was a lot of blue.
That's awesome. Let's move away from Iceland, move away from Europe. I want to take you, BDM, to one of the brightest, most colorful teams here. Yes. This is the Christopher Virula-led Guatemalan outfit.
Yeah, outfit is a good choice of word for them. Christopher Virula, by the way, 17th at Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. So he has a nice, strong Pro Tour finish.
Yeah, it looked, he was in content. It wasn't one of those 17th that was 51st, 34th, 17th. It was like 9th, 12th, 6th, 17th. We thought he was going to be the first Guatemalan to make the top 8 of a Pro Tour.
He only has 2 Pro Tours that he's played in, and one of them is, a top 25 finish. So, that's pretty impressive. Only 3 Pro Tour top 8s on the Guatemalan team, but, again, that really tremendous push. We talked to the Thailand team earlier, and they were talking about how, how strong their community has been in terms of supporting them to get here. A lot of the same kind of energy coming from Guatemalan Magic.
I really enjoy their confidence. I talked to them, and they're like, "Oh, we found out the World Magic Cup is in Barcelona, which is great. We're FC Barcelona fans." So, but then we were like, "Well, the match is on Saturday at 4 p.m. We don't want to go to the match. We're going to fight for the top 8 right here. Screw the football."
That's fantastic. And also, I love the fact that everyone makes an effort to sort of do something vaguely national dress and so on. But the Guatemalans, those tops sort of get handed down from team to team. That is what every Guatemalan team wears now. And it's like, it's almost like the green jacket in golf. It's like, do I get to wear the shirt?
And not just the shirt, but also there's also the captain's shirt. Right, you know what I mean? The team captain has a special embroidery on the back of the jacket. So,
fantastic.
Right. So next up we have Serbia with Miodrag Kitanovic and Alexa Telerov, the big 2, plus Milos Radulovic and Milutin Kesacevic. How did I do there? 7 out of 10?
6 out of 10.
Thanks. All right. Tell us a bit about Serbia, Matej.
I think Serbia has a big advantage of having 2 players who are spearheading the team, and Miodrag Kitanovic and Alexa Telerov, both super underrated. Unfortunately for Miodrag, he can't play as much Magic, but the events that he plays, he finishes so well in. He has a great place at the Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir, also some solid Grand Prix finishes. He's overall a very good player. I think Alexa Telerov is one of the most underrated players in Europe, and this is why exclusively for the coverage, we have added him to Team Eureka for the next PT.
Awesome. Well, that's well deserved because he's a really, really good player. Latvia is up next. Andre Prost is the captain for them out of USA. I was interested. I wasn't sure what language they would be deck building in. I thought, are they all going to default to English? Nope. Absolutely not. I didn't understand a word. And that's actually a really good benefit at the World Magic Cup, because if you can't be overheard, in the language. It was good to see that. So Andre, you know very well, Brian.
I know him pretty well. We talk on social media occasionally.
With his 2 Pro Tour top 8s, of course, and well up the list of US pros. That's Latvia. A couple more to bring you. Here's Malta. What a great story. Wow. This is BDM.
Yeah, this is the first time Malta has a World Magic Cup team, and they got through to day 2 at 3-1-3 yesterday. 3 draws, 2 unintentional, 1 intentional. And I just wanted to quickly add Luke Vassallo, who's the team captain. Mm-hmm. He is here as team captain by virtue of playing in 2 Grand Prix. That's where his pro points came from. That's what got him here. Mm-hmm. It's always interesting to see the different roads people take. Yes, a lot of people are here because they've got 70 pro points, but you can do it with a smaller total from some of the smaller nations.
And finally, will it be a Greece-like moment from last year? Here's Team Scotland. They made it in 31st place. Stephen Murray has been here forever. He's been at so many World Magic Cups and World Championships over the years. Martin Clement is a very good card player, plays lots of other card games as well. Very, very experienced. Grant Hislop, terrific fun, and Ray Doyle completing the set, all in the kilts there. Great job. Now, those are just 8 of the 32 teams. Everyone has a great story to tell. But maybe one of those 8 dark horses could be champions of the World Magic Cup 2015.
And hello there, welcome back to the booth here in Barcelona. That's Ian Duke, I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, and we're working our way through the limited rounds in the early portion of the morning here. We've got Macedonia versus Denmark. This match carries a lot of weight. The defending champs could be out with a loss here. Macedonia has a chance to actually knock them off. Let's head down to the feature match area and see what happens. Hello and welcome to coverage of the World Magic Cup. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Ian Duke, and we're heading into round 8 here. Round 9. We've got Macedonia playing against Denmark. Now, Ian, I want to tell you here, you can take a look at some of our players here. This is a big match. We're in pool play now. And Macedonia, coming in with the higher seed in their pool, is now playing against Denmark, who is lower seed coming in. They've lost their first one. Macedonia's won their first one. What that means is if Macedonia picks up a win here, they're through, and Denmark is done. They are not repeating as World Magic Cup champions here. We're going to start things off on our table A. That's Miro Popov versus Martin Dang. You take a look at Martin here. And Ian, we've actually got a mirror match here in Team Sealed. It's blue-white on both sides.
Yeah, we sure do. Both decks look excellent. I was looking over the deck lists there. They're the classic blue-white archetypes, a lot of defensive cards early on, a lot of removal spells, and then both decks have different powerful top ends leaning on rares and mythics to get that job done. Won't give you any spoilers just yet, but we're going to see some powerful cards get played in this matchup for sure.
Okay, well, let's see how things start to unfold here. Miro Popov starts things off with a solid 2-drop with Fortified Rampart. Nothing for Martin Dang on his third turn. He's just going to pass the turn back. That will send off alarm bells for Popov about cards like potentially Spell Shrivel or something along those lines. Nothing, though, for Martin Dang on turn 3 or turn 4 here.
Yeah, both these decks have built their low end to be more defensive. You can see the Fortified Rampart here from Miro Popov. And both decks are packing cards like Sheer Drop and Gideon's Reproach. So it's not a huge surprise to see them both taking it slow in these early turns. I think we're just going to see them focus more on getting up to their 5-6 plus drops that can actually make a huge impact on the game. And we do see a Ghostly Sentinel here from Martin Dang.
It worked out beautifully for Martin, by the way. He just didn't have anything in those early turns. He kept a very slow hand, and he's being rewarded for it here as he rumbles. Now, Gideon's Reproach does threaten to take down the Ghostly Sentinel, and in fact does. This is going to be really cool to see. Here's a Guardian of Tazim, though, for Martin Dang, which does resolve, and he's going to play an island after playing it, which is going to lock down the Fortified Rampart. Shouldn't do a whole lot there, but
huge threat from Martin Dang here with Guardian Tazim, one of his his awesome finishers in this deck. And it's interesting to see Mira Popov actually getting somewhat punished here for having Fortified Rampart in his deck. Normally, it's one of the best cards you can play early on in a blue-white deck against other decks, but both of these decks are situated basically to only attack in the air, so Fortified Rampart not going to do a lot here. And there comes
Angel of Renewal.
Angel of Renewal, right?
Which looks not very good here. It's a 4/4 for 6 mana with flying, which normally, pulls its weight just fine, but Guardian of Tazim just happily trudges right past it as a 4/5.
Yeah, not only that, but Guardian of Tazim can actually tap and lock down the opposing flyers from Miro Popov. So that's going to be a card that Popov is going to want to try to get off the table as quickly as possible.
Speaking of,
holy
Ian,
smokes,
there's an Emiria Shepherd. Now, you hinted earlier at the potentially high power level at the top end of Martin Dang's list here, and here's part of it. Emiria Shepherd. This card demands a nearly immediate answer, or it completely dominates the
table. I was
table.
thinking for a moment Popov might be able to untap and, say, sheer drop that Guardian of Tazim and breathe a sigh of relief at getting that big threat off the table. But now the big threat is actually Emiria Shepherd. It's not going to do him any good to take that Guardian of Tazim off the table as long as Emiria Shepherd stays there.
Wow, that is a truly ridiculous curve there, by the way. Guardian of Tazim into Emiria Shepherd?
Yeah.
What? We're going to see some pretty huge answers here. It looks like Royal Spout is going to be the card of choice here. And interestingly, he's going to take out the Guardian, which is going to allow him to attack with his island here. He would also be able to attack with the Angel, except for it was locked down by said Guardian of Tazim. So a minor setback there for Dang as he takes 4 damage, but that was the first damage he took of the game. It's not like the tempo game is going to run him over, at least at this point.
And Dang sitting on a pretty stacked hand here. It looks like not only does he have the Guardian of Tazim that he just redrew again, but also Clutch of Currents, Gideon's Reproach, and Stasis Snare. So he's going to have plenty of tools with which to sequence the next couple turns and keep Miro Popov on the back foot.
Now, there is a sheer drop in hand here, right, for Popov? Yeah.
Okay.
That's business. Martin has attacked there with his Emiria Shepherd, and it is now vulnerable to sheer drop. Interestingly here, Popov can also put all the counters on that one island and get a big attack in. It's a risky proposition, though, against a blue-white deck, which has numerous ways to bounce or otherwise interact with that.
Well, in particular, against the Guardian of Tazim that's already on the battlefield, you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket, so to speak.
Yeah, but at the same time, this egg isn't doing much, right? Like, he can't even attack with it this turn through the Guardian. So it's kind of like, would you like to have a lot of kind of bad eggs in mediocre baskets, or would you like to have one really sweet basket that can be toppled over easily? It's a tough spot here for Popov.
So certainly I think we'll see that sheer drop.
That part's easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. If he has another way to interact with the Guardian, I definitely like diversifying out my threats.
And he does have the Clutch of Currents, but I think he's going to want to wait and just get maximum value out of all of his cards in hand at this point. And he does diversify.
So you're saying he could be aggressive here and just clutch? Wow, he is.
Oh, wow. Okay, I'm a little bit surprised by this.
I am too. He's getting in for 8 damage. It's not a small amount here.
Yeah, that's true. He could threaten to end the game as soon as next turn.
But this is the problem. Here's Gideon's Reproach now from Dang, and Dang also has a Stasis Snare in hand, Ian. So,
yeah.
You know, if Dang decides that this has gotten a little bit too scary, as far as the tempo game goes, he can take a couple of turns off from recasting his Guardian and just take care of the threats.
Yeah, and Popov is basically out of proactive threats here. With his last card remaining is just a second copy of Sheer Drop, which, you know, he can't even really use until Martin Dang is ready to start attacking again.
Does Martin have... Huh. Well, it looks like Martin may have mistapped his mana a little bit here. He's failed to leave himself Stasis Snare available.
Yeah, I wonder what was going on with that.
I think he may have just overlooked it.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, I know he wanted to play the island after playing the Guardian of Tazim, but he could have tapped in a different way to leave up double white.
Exactly.
It could also just be he's decided that he's not going to be playing the Stasis Snare on one of those lands, since he does have Clutch of Currents in his hand to take out the 4/4 land. And so by not leaving up double white, you actually obfuscate the fact that you have access to Stasis Snare. That said,
that is true.
I think you do just want to leave the option open in general. I think that's getting a little bit too next level.
And here comes Clutch. And you can see him a little more careful with that mana this time as he's left up the Stasis Snare. So this is, of course, the downside. And the interesting part about these Awaken-style mirrors is that Clutch of Currents can undo a lot of the work that you've done. And that's, I think, why you were surprised earlier, Ian, to see Popov use his Clutch of Currents without Awaken. It's just, it's such an aggressive play that you really do need to maximize value on each of these Awaken spells, because you know that they might not stick around anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Clutch of Currents is just such an important card in this matchup. It's basically a full removal spell for 1 mana, since taking out an Awakened land, sure, they get the land back in their hand, they can play it again, but it's just a land at that point. It's not a creature anymore, so they need a new Awakened spell to get that back.
Yeah, 2 for 1 of the highest order here. Kill your creature, make a creature.
Yes. And speaking of which, here comes Sheer Drop, kill your creature, make a creature.
Oof. This has been one of the most haymaker.
Yeah, it's like a heavyweight boxing match here, whatever.
Kidding. Right? I mean, remember, this is a game where Martin Dang played Guardian of Tazim twice and an Emiria Shepherd. This is like, and he somehow finds himself a little behind here. He can clean this board up pretty easily, though. Like, he can trade and then Stasis Snare the other one. And let's see what Dang finds here. I think he found a retreat to Emiria off the top of his library there. A little late, but fine. He's going to immediately play a Plains and make himself an ally and pass the turn back. He's only facing down the 3/3. He decided last turn to not use Stasis Snare on it and instead just take the damage. Martin Dang has now taken 6 damage from this Awakened Island. I think he's more worried about Popov playing something like a flyer here, like that.
Yeah, Ghostly Sentinel, a big threat with Martin Dang on 6 life here. Let's see what he can put together off the top. I mean, we do know he has the Stasis Snare, right, still?
He does, yeah. And I think we're going to see Stasis Snare take down the Sentinel and probably just a double block on the island.
Yeah, I think the double block makes sense here. I mean, that token's not getting through the Fortified Rampart anytime soon. Although it is really tempting to keep Shadow Glider in play and just try to close out the game. Miro Popov also on 10 life. So Martin Dang maybe just be thinking about, with both players low on cards in hand, I might just be able to attack 5 times with this Shadow Glider. Or top deck a second flyer.
Yeah, that's true, because especially when you look at, what are the type of cards that Martin Dang can top deck now? Well, any land he gets just basically blanks the 3/3 on the ground for a turn, and any spell he gets is probably going to, push his game plan forward either way.
Right. And Martin Dang would need so many 1/1 tokens to really make a profitable attack through that Fortified Rampart that he may just be thinking about, okay, every token I get is just going to chump block that island for a turn, and I'm not going to worry about building up enough tokens to get through the Fortified Rampart.
This has been great because there was a Shadow Glider added to the board by Popov the turn after Martin played his.
The trouble for Martin Dang
they traded
here,
and he added another Shadow Glider.
Yeah, he's just one step behind. I mean, he sort of needs to keep top decking lands to chump block that island, but now he also needs an answer to the Shadow Glider. It's going to be really hard for him to get an answer to both cards with just one draw step. Something like a Sheer Drop would be awesome, but I'm not sure if Martin has any more, premium quality removal spells like that left in his deck. He's used quite a few so far this game. Maybe even Clutch of Currents would be great here. Yeah, it looks like Martin has three
here's Emiria Shepherd on the other side of the table. Oh, man. I'm starting to think of cards like Planar Outburst at this point.
Yeah.
And it looks like there is not one there for Martin Deng. So even though he played Guardian of Tazim that game as well as Emiria Shepherd, he actually loses it to Miro Popov. So he's up a game now on table B. We've got Vladimir Trajevsky. He's up a game over Martin Milla as well. This is starting to look a little sketchy.
Yeah, especially in
the
position that Denmark is in after losing a game like that, where Martin drew so well. Both players drew really well. It's got to be pretty intimidating.
Yeah. All right. We'll be back right after these messages.
Outfit your Magic collection with the newest Battle for Zendikar accessories from Ultra Pro. You can see the full array of card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios in your favorite Magic artwork at ultrapro.com.
Put your game to the test at a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix events include Oakland, Vancouver, Mexico City, Nagoya, and Houston. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule.
And welcome back to the feature match area here. So as we were describing a minute ago there, Ian, things are starting to fall off here for Team Denmark. Remember, they are our defending champions, and they now find themselves down in 2 of their 3 matches, down a game. So let's jump over and see what Martin Milla is doing against Vladimir here. They're both... So we saw a mirror match on our first table there, blue-white decks. And this is actually a mirror match as well. It's a little bit different. They're both black-green base decks that are splashing some number of colors. Vladimir's got white. Miller has blue and red in there as well for some converge cards, that kind of thing. But again, another mirror match. Our third match is Miki Milevsky versus Daniel Lind. They're both on Devoid, but one's blue-red, one's red-black, so a little bit of a different flavor there. And let's get an idea here. Remember, Vladimir's up a game over Martin in this match. But things look pretty good for Martin here as he plays a Brood Butcher onto an otherwise empty battlefield. An Eyeless Watcher for Vladimir. Looks fine. Not exactly the same power level as a Brood Butcher.
Yeah, Brood Butcher, one of the big rewards for playing a black-green deck, and a card that can really dominate the battlefield if it's left unchecked.
And that looks like a Myers Malice there for Martin. So 2 of the 3 cards that Vladimir has left are going to hit the graveyard here. And yeah, I love that card.
Yeah, I like that card quite a bit. I'm a huge Mind Rot fan in general in Limited, and this card is a lot of value.
Yeah, he did, of course, pay the Awaken cost as well, so he's going to get a 3/3 land out of the deal as well. Looks like Vladimir discarded a Brood Monitor and a Colostria Healer. I think Vladimir might not have double green available, so he figured, I can't cast this thing yet anyway. He's got a nice hand left, though. Woodland Wanderer and Tadru Beastmaster. And it looks like he's lining up this Woodland Wanderer here, and he does indeed. And he's going to get 3 counters on it, so that is huge.
That's a 5/5 Vigilance Trample Woodland Wanderer.
Right, it's just going to keep slamming in. Now, Martin does have some blocks that he can make here, but that is going to make life difficult. Here's Pilgrim's Eye for Martin. Just go find a forest. Again, though, the Brood Butcher really kind of wreaking havoc here. As effectively, at least on board, Martin can trade a Scion and his land off for...
Yeah, or the Scion and the Pilgrim's Eye and then just block with the land.
Exactly.
So I think that actually makes the Woodland Wanderer attack bad enough that
I think you're right.
Trajevsky probably won't attack with it there.
You just leave it back. You just made a 5/5 Vigilance Trample, and Brood Butcher's just holding it back.
Okay, well, here comes the Brood Butcher attacking, and there's a block with the Woodland Wanderer, so I imagine
It's
we'll
just going to
see,
force the issue here.
yeah, Cyan and Pilgrim's Eye being sacrificed, probably.
Indeed. All right. Well, we were thinking about that as a defensive play, but Martin decided just to take the offense to him and force the issue. Vladimir decided, well, it's going to happen either way, so I might as well not take damage in the process here.
And that's got to be a trade that Martin Mueller's pretty happy with at this point.
Mm-hmm. Martin's left with the Brood Butcher still there. Not a lot of food left for it, but these black-green decks are really good at putting a lot of small disposable creatures on the battlefield. It only takes an Eyeless Watcher before you've got the machine gun lined up.
Okay, so this play explains Vladimir Trajevsky's block there. He had Tajuru Beastmaster in his hand, just needed to draw a land in order to cast it. He did draw that land, and that's going to give him a 5/5 blocker and also pump up his team this turn. Now that he forced Martin Mueller to tap his 3/3 land on his own turn, that's 6 damage coming through from the Eyeless Watcher and the 2 Cyan tokens.
Whoa, here's Breaker of Armies, though, for Martin.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he hit the land he needed for that. And that is going to force major action here for Vladimir as Martin looks to tie things up in this match. He's down a game.
This is particularly nasty with the Brood Butcher there because Breaker of Armies can attack, force all those creatures to block, and then Martin Mueller can just sacrifice a single creature to shrink the Tajuru Beastmaster or any of the other creatures, and that means that the Breaker of Armies won't die on the attack and will just continue stomping through.
Yeah, and what a great spot for Martin as well, because Vladimir was top decking. I mean, he just drew 1 card off the top of his library, and it has to be something pretty incredible to deal with the Breaker of Armies.
Yeah, and you figure it's either a removal spell, in which case he'll cast it, or, you know, if it was a creature, Vladimir would have played it on his turn, most likely to prevent that attack that I was talking about earlier, where Breaker of Armies attacks in, gets blocked with everything, and then one of the creatures is shrunk by the Brood Butcher. But it looks like Martin Mueller has even more coming out here to Drew Beastmaster. That's just backbreaking. That means no creatures will need to be sacrificed. That Breaker of Armies goes up to an 11/9, and there's only 8 points of power blocking it.
And in the meantime, there's 8 points of power hitting Vladimir
so
here
crunch
as well.
through for 8 and wipe your whole board. Oh, and by the way, I still have, 21 points of power on the board? Yeah, that's going to be game.
It's impressive stuff for Martin Mueller, and he does, in fact, equalize here against Vladimir. So things are 1-1 on table B. Again, we saw in our first one, we saw Miro Popov pick up game 1 against Martin Dang on table A as well, as Denmark looks to fight back. I want to remind you that we're in pool play here. With Denmark having lost their first match of pool play and Macedonia having won, and Macedonia having a higher seed coming in, that means that this is a win for Macedonia is going to put them through and knock out Denmark in the process. So Denmark's very much fighting for their tournament life here. As we see players shuffling around, and it looks like we're going to jump back over to Miro Popov versus Martin Dang. Again, we find a blue-white mirror here between these two players, and I would expect some pretty extensive sideboarding to have happened as well. There's some cards like Fortified Rampart that you mentioned earlier, Ian, that just don't look good in the mirror. All right, Shadow Glider is the 3-drop of choice here for Miro. The Felidar Cub does get to just attack here because Miro doesn't want to make the trade.
And I like Martin Dang with the Felidar Cub in this matchup here, potentially taking out cards like Stasis Snare or Quarantine Field, which, although they're higher rarity cards, are pretty likely to be in your opponent's blue-white control deck, given the depth of a team sealed pool.
Yeah, I mean, Felidar Cub's very good against Martin.
Right.
You know, we saw Retreat to Emeria and Stasis Snare in game 1. There's also cards like Tightening Coils that will pop up pretty frequently. So Martin Dang, a pretty powerful hand there we have displayed on the right. Whoa, that's aggressive. He just Clutch of Currents. Ah, that explains it. So he uses Clutch of Currents to set back Miro, his Shadow Glider. He gets in for 2 with the Cub. But the reason he did that was because he actually just wanted to use his turn to play Halimar Tidecaller anyway.
Yeah, the other notable thing here is Martin Dang doesn't have a 5th land, which is where he really starts presenting his big threats. So he may be kind of hedging a little bit, where if he doesn't draw a 5th land for a couple turns, he doesn't want to be too far behind on board by the time that he does.
Makes sense.
Because he knows his opponent could have cards like Clutch of Currents himself.
And this also does clear the way for yet another attack. Yeah, Miro actually has sensed here that the tide may be turning against him, and he's going to block. And that's going to open up the door for Martin Dang, who probably feels a little relief, like he didn't have a whole lot going on this turn anyway, so he gets to use Gideon's Reproach to take out a flyer here and keep his board intact.
Yeah, it's a fairly aggressive use of Gideon's Reproach. Again, probably not something Martin Dang wants to do. I don't think he realistically expects to win the game with 2-power ground creatures, but just given that he wouldn't have had anything else to do with his turn, it sort of makes sense to deploy that now. And likewise, he knew Miro Popov didn't have anything stronger to do with 5 mana than just replay his Shadow Glider, so he may be sensing a little bit of weakness from Miro Popov's side of the table as well. So looking at Popov's hand there, he's got an Eldrazi Devastator in hand.
Yeah, he's also got a Stasis Snare, which is why we see the the Sheer Drop take down the Felidar Cub here.
But it looks like both players sort of 1 mana short of really starting to deploy some powerful threats. Angel of Renewal in Miro Popov's hand, but not 6 mana. And likewise for Martin Dang, just short of being able to cast something like a Ghostly Sentinel or Guardian of Tazim.
Yeah, or Clutch of Currents with Awaken. Like, he's got a lot going on here.
It's got to be pretty frustrating for Martin Dang from his standpoint. He's got such a powerful hand, and he really just needs that 5th land.
In the meantime, he has managed to keep his life total at a cushy 18 and not let Miro develop some type of crazy board state where he's just super far behind by the time he actually hits that 5th mana.
And this is such a different game than we saw last time. I mean, the previous game was just both players curving out really nicely into 5, 6, 7 drops and just answering back and forth with removal spells. This game is like both players just slightly crippled in terms of their mana bases here.
This is really funny, too, because Popov drew his card, had a little chat, and then just passed the turn back. And you see Martin Dang goes, I just know you have a Spell Shrivel. No, didn't play it. He does have it, though, right? Or is it a Tightening Coils in his hand? Yeah, it looks like
it's a Tightening Coils.
There's land number 6, and Martin does get to hit the Shadow Glider. You saw that look on his face, but his spell does resolve. And let's see what Popov has lined up here. He's going to play Clutch of Currents to get rid of the Glider. Now, this is where things can get out of hand because Martin Dang, having missed land drops and been a little bit behind here, is going to be really susceptible to a lot of these plays. Now, as it turns out, Miro's going to take a little bit more of a conservative route here and not attack.
I'm a little bit surprised by that. So the argument for... So he could play the Angel of Renewal there, since he top-decked his 6th land. The argument for not doing that is it's weaker to a tempo play like Clutch of Currents, but then again, so is Awakening a land.
Yeah. And he does get his land Clutch of Currents back. Now he's going to play the Angel, gain a life, and pass. And theoretically, he has stabilized his board here. There's that critical 5th mana now for Martin Dang. Now, Martin's got another Clutch of Currents in his hand. Remember, he had one from before, and he also bought one back, so he can just go for it here and get the Angel out of the way. He's not going to be able to attack with his newly awakened land quite yet, but he could next turn.
Yeah, I like this play. It sets up for next turn if Martin Dang were to top deck another island or even really any land. He can play Guardian of Tazim, then play a land afterwards and tap whatever blocker Miro Popov leaves up, which is probably the Angel of Renewal again.
All right, looks like he's going to play Felidar Sovereign instead, but I think Martin's fine seeing that, right? He has the win here? remember, these creatures both have flying. So there we go. Yeah, he just picks up the win. I mean, he can just fly over. Yeah, Miro Popov really needed to play a flyer there to make sure that he could block and force Martin Dang to have another tempo play, a bounce spell, a removal spell. But he just played the big ground creature. I think he forgot.
I think so too, yeah.
Okay, so that means that Martin Dang has picked up this game. That's going to force a game 3 on table A. We've got it 1-1 on Vladimir, and Martin Milla tied at a game apiece. And on table C, we have Mickey Milevsky from Macedonia picking up game 1 over Daniel Lind. So 1 game apiece for each of the Macedonian players. Martin Dang and Martin Milla both have a win on their side as well. So this is starting to shape up to be a real nail-biter as we work our way down the stretch here in the second round of pool play on day 2. Now we saw Martin's deck humming along quite nicely there in the last game. And let's see how it does this time. Vladimir Trajewski is going to crack an Evolving Wilds and try to set up something for next turn. In the meantime, Snappy Gnarlid for Martin. All right, let's see what he has for his turn 3 play here. Well, all 3 colors. And a Lifespring Druid. You know, you really want to see a Tajuru Stalwart at that point. Just slam the big 3/4 on the table, but instead it's going to be land attack for 3 for Martin.
And there's the Tajuru Stalwart.
He must have heard us. So he's the one with the 3/4 here. Though I will say that Vladimir, you know, with the Lifespring Druid, he could have a really big turn this turn. Lots of colors. He could have up to 5 mana. Uh-oh, maybe no land drop here for Vladimir.
Yeah, looks to be the case.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, Drana's Emissary is an excellent card, but I think he was hoping for something with a lot more punch that turn, something big, a 5-drop, or something a lot more scary. The Drana's Emissary is a little bit more along the lines of kind of an incremental value type card, but not a massive board impact when it hits type situation. So let's see if Martin can capitalize on a land stumble here from Trajewski.
Yeah, it's looking like Martin is getting the better end of the early game here. These Tajuru Stalwarts are really powerful the way they line up against Trajewski's board. And I noted last turn actually that not only did Trajewski miss his 4th land drop, which would give him his 5th mana, he actually doesn't really have anything powerful proactive to do until 6 mana. So he kind of needs 2 lands in a row or to find something in between to bridge the gap.
Oof. Here comes an attack with from Snappy Gnarlid and the Stalwart, and the Gnarlid's going to get double landfall triggers here as well, Ian. So
Very nice
7 damage. Ouch.
And I think the follow-up is another Tajuru Stalwart, perhaps. Or,
oh, you're right.
Okay. So
maxed out.
Trajewski can pick up a land here, which would enable his 5-drop, but unfortunately his 5-drop is Tajuru Warcaller, which is not really helping him much as far as defense is concerned.
He also
he misses the land, yeah.
Yeah. Wow, I think he found a Colostria Healer here that he's going to play. All of these little things helping to buoy his life total, but the truth is that Martin Milla is just dominating this board right now with 8 power and often 9 last time. He attacked for 7 with just 2 creatures. Just a good efficient start here for Martin with double 3/4s and, you know, effectively a 3/3 Snappy Gnarlid as well in the early stages. Nothing fancy, but certainly effective against an opponent who's stumbling on mana. Martin really wanting to pick up a match for his team here and set them one step closer to staying alive.
Vladimir Trajewski goes for the Bone Splinters on one of the Tajuru Stalwarts, giving up his Colostria Healer in the meantime, which definitely slows down Martin Miller's assault, but I do see something coming up here. for Martin's next turn, he has the option to complete disregard that Lifespring Druid.
Oh, no.
Which would really set Vladimir Trojevski back on mana. So we'll see if he goes for that option. Beyond that, he also has potential to just cast an Eyeless Watcher and add more to his board. I think Trojevski thinking about whether he is planning on blocking with the Drana's Emissary or not. Figuring if he's not going to block, he might as well attack, but there's always the chance that Martin Miller misses his land drop and he can at least make the snapping Gnarlid either hold back or threaten to trade with it.
Yeah, I think I like just holding back there. I think the attack would be the play, but here we go, snapping Gnarlid. And Tujurer Stalwart entering the red zone once again, and he's going to take it. That's half of his remaining life total. Trojevski falls down to 6, and there it was. You outlined that play, Ian. Complete disregard on your Lifespring Druid takes away a potential blocker, but more importantly, a mana source. Yeah, and there's a 5-drop off the top for Trojevski. His deck not cooperating with him this game, and it looks like Martin Miller's going to be able to just run away with this thing with a solid curve of beefy creatures in the early part of the game. Basically, I mean, these aren't fancy, right? These things are just attacking, but that'll do it. He does get to trade off the Drana's Emissary, as Martin did not play a land that turn. And here's an Eyeless Watcher. So Martin running out of gas a little bit here, but I think it's just too late. Yeah, and that will do it. So Martin Mueller takes his match over Vladimir Trojevski of Macedonia. So that is 1 for Denmark. They need to win 1 more of their remaining matches. That would be Table A or Table C with Martin Deng or Daniel Lind in order to stay alive here. If they do not do that, they're out. You can see the players shuffling around here as we move back over to Table A. Miro Popov versus Martin Deng. This is the blue-white mirror. This has been a really interesting match. The games have played out significantly different from each other in games 1 and games 2. 1 going to Vladimir, 2 going to Martin Deng. And this is a big one. If Miro Popov can pick up this win here, he can really set the pressure back on Denmark. Martin's going to lead things off with a Shadow Glider. Nothing yet for Miro. Martin's just going to attack. Now it's double Martin fight over there as well. You can see Martin Nonic. There's actually 3 Martins at the table here, helping out Miro. Okay, so 4 drops from both players. Retreat to Emeria for Deng. Incubator Drone for Popov as he passes the turn back and takes 2 more damage in the air from the Shadow Glider. That is going to start adding up very quickly. Land drop is going to trigger the retreat, and boom, follow-up play. Ghostly Sentinel for Martin Deng, so he is firing on all cylinders. Hits his 5th land drop right on time this time, Ian. No waiting around.
Yeah, really, really nice start for Martin Deng here. So the pressure is going to be on Miro Popov to find answers to this, and quickly.
We know that Popov has the raw power level in his deck to combat this kind of start, and this is a very good start for Deng, but he does need to sequence this out and find those really powerful spells, and he needs to do it quickly. Ooh, he's playing something for 6 mana, and it's Felidar Sovereign.
Okay, so this is a bit of an all-in move from Miro Popov, realizing that he needs to stabilize quickly, so his best chance is just getting this powerful Felidar Sovereign onto the battlefield.
Yes, it makes it effectively impossible to race, but you know what? Stasis Snare does a fine job of taking care of the big cat there, and he's going to get that thing out of the way as Martin Deng and pass a turn back. Another great turn for him, and this thing could be over very quickly.
However, something really interesting here. It looks like Miro Popov has his own copy of Felidar Cub, perhaps, although we'll have to double-check that for you. It's possible in our hand viewer that was referencing the Felidar Sovereign, so we'll double-check that for you guys.
Okay. It is a cub.
All right, in that case, that is huge, because that'll take out the Stasis Snare and bring back Feldar Sovereign, but will it be in time is the question.
Yeah, and there's some really interesting little things that can happen in between, too. You know, if Martin Dang can make a Scion, for example, he can prevent that life gain from Popov. He probably only needs to do it for a turn as well. See that there's also a Clutch of Currents and a Sheer Drop in hand for Popov, so this is a huge turn for him. And he's just going to pass the turn back, a little bit more conservative with his Clutch of Currents this time.
And Martin Dang's offense slowing down a little bit here.
Significantly. Here we go. This is Retreat to Emeria making another ally. And a Sower.
Oblivion Sower.
Oblivion Sower here. Let's see what that gets him. Oh, there's a Stasis Snare gone already.
An Oblivion Sower, a nice combo with Retreat to Emeria.
Indeed, so he's going to get another trigger from Retreat here and get him yet another creature. He's going pretty wide on the ground here. And this is Ghostly Sentinel crunching in there for 3 damage. But, you know, the thing that Miro Popov is really worried about is the fact is getting back his Feldar Sovereign. And that's what he gets to do here. So end step, he gets it back and he gets to even attack. Is he thinking about it?
It's tricky, though, the Oblivion Sower representing a big blocker there, although Popov does have that Clutch of Currents in hand, so he could maybe bounce the Oblivion Sower back to Martin Dang's hand, get an attack with the Feldar Sovereign, gain some life, but then the unfortunate part about bouncing Oblivion Sower back to Martin Dang's hand is he gets another trigger of exiling cards and potentially hitting lands, and every land that Martin Dang hits means Retreat to Emeria trigger. So somewhat complicated decision here for Miro Popov.
Yeah, if it were just Feldar Sovereign versus Oblivion Sower, that's fine with Popov, but that's not the case.
Right.
Yeah, Martin is generating a lot of advantage, and Popov decides not to crack his Feldar Cub here. Leave that Sower as the biggest creature on the battlefield.
Yeah, I think he figures he's not going to go for the plan that involves attacking with Feldar Sovereign this turn, so he might as well keep the Cub, allow the Cub to block the Oblivion Sower for a turn, or at least represent blocking it, and then get the Feldar Sovereign back at a later time, maybe when he's ready to attack with it.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Feldar Cub is effectively representing a block by the Feldar Sovereign at this point, which is going to hold back all of the allies and probably the Sower as well.
The other thing I'm sure Popov is thinking about is if you were to get back the Feldar Sovereign at end of turn or now on his own turn, then that would allow Martin Dang to play a sorcery speed removal spell or bounce spell like Clutch of Currents to remove it before Martin Dang's combat on his own turn.
Yeah, if he's not going to attack with it anyway, he doesn't want to open that door.
So leaving the Cub in place sort of represents a Feldar Sovereign at instant speed, which is more powerful and reliable.
When you're blocking.
When you're blocking.
Yeah, totally. Popov down to 8 life here. Martin Dang still at his original 20. Popov again consulting his coach Martin Nunik as they sort out how they want to approach this turn. It looks like Clutch of Currents. No, I was wrong. Kozlik's Channeler is what they've decided on playing, and then pass the turn back. Land off the top for Dang. Again, that's Martin Miller in the background helping out Martin Dang. 2 players that you will see at the Pro Tour often, one of them a PT champ. Mueller does have a Pro Tour top 8 on his resume as well.
So with the addition of Shadow Glider here to Martin Dang's board, this represents lethal in 1 attack. And that's going to force Miro Popov's hand either as far as using the Feldar Cub to get back the Feldar Sovereign, or
which
using,
he did not do, by
which
the
he
way.
didn't do, or using Clutch of Currents to bounce one of those flyers.
Yeah, he just went to untap pretty quickly there, and he may have missed that window. Because he has to gain some life or have some way to deal with the flyer. I guess he just priced into using the Clutch here on the Ghostly Sentinel.
Yeah, it looks like he may have his own copy of Shadow Glider as well. But you have to figure, if you're going to rely on blocking with Shadow Glider, then you probably might as well have gotten back the Felidar Sovereign anyway, since there's the same problem with leaving the Shadow Glider back to block and that it could be removed at sorcery speed before Martin Dang's combat. But yeah, it looks like he did kind of force himself into using the Clutch of Currents there, and adds the Shadow Glider as well, but this is only kind of a temporary measure.
Right, that's the problem.
And Retreat to Emeria
he's actually going to pump up his team. Yeah, so he's going to make the Shadow Glider into a 3/3, which allows it to attack through the opposing Shadow Glider potentially here. And Miro Popov is going to fall to 2 life here. This is game 3 between these two players.
And now Ghostly Sentinel coming back down means there are 2 lethal threats on Martin Dang's side of the board. With Miro Popov having no cards in hand, I'm sure at this point we're going to see him use that Felidar Cub at the end of turn to bring back Felidar Sovereign, and at least the Sovereign can get in one, sort of suicide attack, or chump attack rather, to gain some life.
Now, for those of you watching at home, you may be wondering about Planar Outburst, since that is one of the cards, that's the premier cards in these colors, but Miro Popov does not have one. He is going to have to do this the good old-fashioned way. And this is a tall order here. You can see the board is pretty well gummed up at a snapshot, but since we've been following it since the very beginning, we know what the key interactions are here. This is one of them. Felidar Cub getting back Felidar Sovereign to allow it to attack and gain some life for Popov here.
And a non-land off the top, it looks like, so try to get a look at what that is.
Could have some business.
Angel of Renewal. That's a huge draw. Wow.
Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And it's large enough to hold off both of the flyers on Martin Dang's side of the board.
Whew. How's that for a nice top deck? He does not attack with the Sovereign because now he's gained life and isn't compelled to. He doesn't want to lose it. Woo.
However, Martin Dang, I believe, has a Halimar Tidecaller in his hand. Is there anything good to get back with that yet?
Nothing good to get back with the Tidecaller, though. He has a clutch in his hand.
Oh, he does have a clutch in his hand. Okay. Was that the new pickup for the turn, possibly?
Unclear.
Looks like the two Martins discussing here what the plan is. One possibility is Clutch with Awaken could animate a land, and then Halimar Tidecaller can give it flying. I don't know if Martin Dang has enough mana to do all of that in one turn, though, is the problem. And if he does bounce the Angel of Renewal, it's just going to come back down again and gain more life. So let's see what's going on here. It looks like Clutch of Currents on the Felidar Sovereign.
Right.
With Awaken, animating that land.
Dang does have an island in his hand, so he can play Tidecaller. Yeah, he must have already played it. All right, so he does have to tap that island, but it does mean that he gets back Clutch of Currents.
So I see what's going on here. So Denmark is planning for the win next turn, where Martin Dang can use the Clutch of Currents on the Angel of Renewal, then play the land from hand, pump up his team. He has 2 flyers, plus his land will have flying because of the Halimar Tidecaller.
Yes.
And the reason he bounced the Felidar Sovereign is to prevent the Sovereign from just attacking and gaining 4 life.
Yep.
As a chump attack.
Yep.
So it's setting up for the 2-turn here. So I like the way that Team Denmark has navigated these 2 turns.
Now I'm going to tell you that Miro Popov found a Tightening Coils. Does that throw a wrench into the works here?
So let's see. So Martin Dang has 2 3/3 flyers and a 2/2 flyer. He'll be able to play a land, I think, and give them all +1/+1. So that's 2 4/4 flyers and a 3/3 flyer. That's 11 total damage. Tightening Coils could remove one of those potential 4/4 flyers, and that would only be 7 damage. So I think it does throw off the math somewhat. Although the Clutch of Currents being recast can actually animate another land. So no, I don't think the Tightening Coils is enough to stop things here. Martin Dang simply goes, clutch your Angel with Awaken, animate a second land, play a land, pump my team.
Getcha.
Yeah.
All right.
So I think this will probably be the final sequence of the game, but we will see.
I think so. The Channeler, Miro Popov, does have enough mana to play both the Felidar Sovereign and get the Tightening Coils down. But like you said, I don't think that's enough. And you see the quick actions here from Martin Dang is of a player who now knows that Popov is hellbent.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've missed one thing here on the board, though. There is a Shadow Glider as a blocker as well.
As a chump blocker?
As a chump blocker, yeah. So I think that does reduce Martin Dang to 7 points of damage this turn. Although there's another angle here where maybe bouncing the Felidar Sovereign and just going wide
and just
with
say,
retreat to Emeria.
Play a land, pump my team, ship them in there.
Yeah, that's a possibility as well.
Yeah, they have perfect information here as Popov is out of card. So this is the two Martins just working through the math. You know, this is the part where looking for the different lines, they've already seen them. It's just a matter of does it work for a victory. Yeah, and there we go. Felidar Sovereign is the one that's going to get returned to hand here. Play a land, +1/+1, and send everybody.
Yeah,
and
that
that
looks like
does it. Martin Dang picks up the win here, and that is the win for Denmark. So they stay alive. They stave off elimination here as Macedonia gave them a bit of a scare. But Martin Müller and Martin Dang, both of the Martins, pick up wins in their matches here. And you see the high fives from the guys. They knew they were up against it there. I mean, Macedonia had them on the ropes, and Macedonia also got off to a quicker start with 2 of their 3 matches picking up game wins in the early parts. Welcome back to the booth here. That's Ian Duke. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, and it is our pleasure and our honor to bring you the World Magic Cup here from Barcelona, Spain. This is one of the highlight events of the year for a lot of you at home and a lot of us on coverage team as well. This is one of those special tournaments for sure, and that's why, right? We saw the high fives, and that was real, true relief that they get to share with each other, and now they have to regroup this Denmark and go into the next round and try to pick up another win here because, again, they're up against it, and they get by Macedonia here, but they've got a lot of work to do if they're going to continue.
Yeah, awesome match there. Awesome set of matches, and it's great to be able to see Denmark continuing on through the tournament.
Yeah, and again, you know, if you remember from last year, that was the Dane Blast team, so we even kind of have our eye on them as the defending champions. All right, well, that's going to do it for this round of pool play. Let's head back to the news desk and Richard Hagan.
All right, thanks very much to Marshall and Ian. It's math time here at the World Magic Cup. We're going to get to the big board. 8 pools, some of them are clear-cut, most of them, dear Lord, they are not. Let's get to it, and I'm going to start with Pool A. This is Belarus, Sweden, New Zealand, and Chile. So let's get up there. Right now, we know that Chile are done because they are a bottom seed, and they see them, they are at 0-2. We're waiting for the result from the 2 winners from round 1. That's Belarus and New Zealand. If Belarus win that one, they're through for certain. Sweden are at 1-1. They know that if they beat New Zealand in round 3, regardless of what happens in the New Zealand-Belarus match, Sweden are through, because if you're a top 2 seed, 2-1 is enough. Let's head to Pool B then for you. Macedonia, Iceland, Denmark, and Scotland. Now, we've just seen the result come in of the Denmark match just moments ago. We know that Denmark are now up to 1-1, and Macedonia are also 1-1. What that means is that if Denmark beats Iceland, psychically, I'm going to tell you they're going to. If Denmark beats Iceland, they will be through because they will get to 2-1, and then it will be a shootout between Scotland and Macedonia. Macedonia at 1-1. If they win, they would finish at 2-1. They would own the tiebreak over Scotland, who were the bottom seed. If Scotland lost, they'd be 2-1. Macedonia and Denmark would go through in that scenario. So Scotland, despite being 2-0, this is the price of being a bottom seed. You're not through for sure. And we strongly suspect Denmark, Iceland though, they still have a shot. If Scotland beat Macedonia, Scotland go 3-0, Macedonia fall to 1-2, Iceland 1-2, Denmark would be 1-2, and Iceland, you're still looking at all sorts of possibilities there. But in the end, you could have Scotland at 3-0, Macedonia would advance at 1-2, Iceland, though, gone. Denmark, the most interesting there. Looks like the dream is still alive of back-to-back World Magic Cup champions. Pool C, this one is fun. Now, if you're a Brazil fan, don't panic. Right now, it says 0-2. That's not good, but you are a top seed, and you are not necessarily out of this, because in the last round, you're going to face Argentina. You imagine you win that one, you get to 1-2. Argentina falls to 1-2. You own the tiebreak over Argentina. So now you're up to a minimum of third. Let's assume that Guatemala beats Thailand. Guatemala would go to 3-0. They would own the group and advance. And then you'd have Brazil, Thailand, and Argentina all at 1 and 2. Top tiebreak, Brazil. So Brazil with a win over Argentina, plus help from Guatemala defeating Thailand. Paulo Vida, Dama de Rosa and the team are still alive in Pool C. All right, Pool D is up next. Now this one, this is clear. Right now, everyone is at 1 and 1. We know that Germany will play Greece. The winner will be through. Japan will play Mexico. The winner will be through. It is that simple. 2 straight shootouts for who gets to advance. Germany, just as a by the by, if they happen to run out of time and draw, they would be through because they're a top seed. All right, so let's go to Pool E. At least D was straightforward. What about E? And this features the Austrians. They're at 1 and 1, along with Serbia. It's the bottom seed, Chinese Taipei, who are at 2 and 0, and Singapore, who are at 0 and 2. Well, let's imagine that Serbia beat Singapore. That puts Serbia to 2 and 1, Singapore to 1 and 2. Let's imagine that Chinese Taipei win again. They get to 3 and 0. But if Chinese Taipei lose to Austria and Serbia beats Singapore, Chinese Taipei will be the 3rd team on 2 and 1. We could see Austria and Serbia advance. So Chinese Taipei, a bit like Scotland earlier in the pools, not through yet, despite being 2 and 0. Let's take you to Pool F. This is the group headlined by France, Pierre Dajon and the team, and they are safely through. Super easy there. 2 and 0 for a top seed, 2 wins. That gets you in, and Pierre Dajon's just gone, yay, in the background. We're in, go France, at 2 and 0. The Netherlands, well, look at that. 0 and 2, Jelge Wiegersma, Thomas Hendricks, they are at 0-2. The Philippines will play France. We're waiting for the result of Poland-Philippines, so lots to still resolve in Pool F. But we do know that France are in because they were a top seed. Pool G is up next. This is Paraguay, Turkey, Italy, and Australia. And here we have Italy at 2 and 0. Great job by them. Turkey and Australia 1 and 1, and Paraguay, the top seeds, are 0 and 2. But it is possible that Paraguay can make it in, because if Paraguay beat Australia, Paraguay is 1 and 2, Australia is 1 and 2, and then if Italy defeat Turkey, do Paraguay a favor, you'd have Italy at 3 and 0, and then 3, 1 and 2s. And in that scenario, Paraguay, by virtue of being the #1 seed in the group, would make it in. So where do we go next? Let's take a look. Let's go to Pool H up next. Here's the final one. Congratulations, Ukraine. #1 seed, 2 and 0, you're in. Doesn't matter what happens in the final round against Malta. Had a phenomenal day yesterday, but they are gone. There is no way a 1 and 2 bottom seed can make it in. So Malta is out of the World Magic Cup with 1 round of pool play left. Latvia and Hong Kong, this is clear cut. They play each other next round. Li Shichan for Hong Kong, Andre Pros for Latvia, and the rest of the team, the winner there goes through. Now we do have one more result. We're just going to go back a couple of pools. Let's take you back to pool, I think it's F. Which was the French team. Yeah, here we are. Here's that result. Poland against the Philippines is done. The Poles are at 1 and 1, so are the Philippines. So now, France, we know are through. If the Philippines happen to beat them, they would get to 2 and 1 as well. And then if Poland beat the Netherlands, it would be 2 and 1 as well. So right now, what the Philippines need to do is beat France to get to 2 and 1, and then hope that the Netherlands beat Poland, at which point France and the Philippines would advance. One more result coming in. Let's go to Group A for you. Right up the front here, this is Belarus, and we have a draw. Well, that messes with things very nicely. Thanks for that, Belarus and New Zealand. So now Sweden at 1 and 1, 3 points essentially, will face New Zealand with 4, and Chile with none will face Belarus with 4. So right now, Chile done. You're certainly looking at a shootout between, looks like a shootout between Sweden and New Zealand. Yeah, that looks about right to me. Sweden, New Zealand playing off. So Joel Larsson for Sweden up against New Zealand for Jason Chung. And just one more to bring you, because we're right near the back end of the round. Pool B for you. Let's take a look. And here we have Macedonia 1 and 1, Denmark 1-1. That's updated now. Scotland, as we know, 2-0. Iceland at 0-2, so that finalises Pool B. That is the state of play, and Scotland 2-0. They're sweating mightily. They snuck in the back door, finished 31st yesterday. They're 2-0 now, but it looks like they may have to beat Macedonia to secure a place in the top 16. Brian David Marshall's been out on the floor talking with Team Scotland.
All right, I'm here with Team Scotland, national champion Stephen Murray. Stephen, introduce us to Team Scotland.
Hi, well, I'm Stephen. This is Martin Clement here. This is Grant Hislop, and this is Ray Doyle. Excellent bunch of guys we have here.
And you guys are 2-0 in your pool here at the start of pool play, but 2-0 and still nervous. Tell me about that.
Because we squeezed in a very tense and emotional Rich Hagon readout of the tables yesterday. We are the lowest seed, so if there are 3 teams on 2-1 at the end of this pool play, our tiebreakers are the worst, so we would be eliminated. Okay. So we're on the edge of our seats watching this match, and then if however it goes, we might need to actually just 3-0 the whole group.
Okay, so I understand though that there is infinite combos going on from Team Scotland.
It's not quite infinite. It's infinite if I have enough things ingested or if they have enough 2 toughness creatures. I have the Ulamog's Reclaimer Brutal Expulsion combo, where you Brutal Expulsion their creature, deal 2 damage to it, exile it, bounce your Ulamog's Reclaimer, so you can cast it and process the thing you just exiled, pick up your Brutal Expulsion, kill another thing. In my previous game, I assembled this combo against a White Weenie deck, where I was able to do this every turn, despite only having 4 lands in play, because I also had 3 Herald of Kozileks in play.
Team Iceland was not very happy about this. He said you went Herald of Kozilek on turn 3, and then 2 Herald of Kozileks on turn 4.
2 more on turn 4, then Brutal Expulsion your creature, bounce another thing, Ulamog's Reclaimer, get it back, attack with all my Herald of Kozileks.
All right, so guys, tell me what the Magic scene is like in Scotland, and what would it mean for Scotland for you guys to make the top 8?
It would be incredible. It wouldn't be the first time that Scotland's made top 8. We were the first World Magic Cup. We made the top 8. Stephen's been there before, but the rest of us are new to the game. The fans at home have been wonderful. I should put a hashtag in front of the fans at home, actually. But they've all been really supportive on Facebook. I've been going wild, taking photos all throughout, posting them up. Like the tournament is for people at home. That's what it's about. That's why we're here. We're kilted up. We're having fun. We're trying to put on a show, have fun, because so many people want to be here and doing this. And to me, it's just unacceptable to not put the effort in. You've got to do it. Like I would put a kilt on at the drop of a hat. With the slightest provocation, kilt's on. But
hopefully not the drop of a kilt, though.
Well, I mean, generally the kilts tend to come up a bit rather than down. Yeah.
They're quite tight. They're quite tight. They don't drop very easily.
So, Stephen, you have been in the top 8 of the World Magic Cup before. What was the reception like when you did that?
Well, it was amazing. Because we know all the local stores all got together. We were watching the stream, keeping up to the coverage, and the minute anything happened, all these social media things that's lit up. Like, wow, you drew that thing. Yeah, we took a game. Oh no, and it was definitely incredible. And we did lose, unfortunately, in that quarterfinal. We're hoping to do one better, and. As Grant's saying, it is a fun tournament. It's a fantastic tournament, but it's not so fun that we're not trying to win very hard, even if it requires many Goblin Warpaints to get it done.
Yes.
Which seems fitting for Team Scotland.
Well, there's no actual Highland Berserkers, so we need a similar card at the same mana cost.
So. You've got Scotland a little nervous here. You just said 2-0. You're worried. Give us some words of encouragement to the people at home about why you guys are going to do well.
It's totally fine, even if we need to win the next round, because all our decks are great, and we know that Ray's going to murder them especially hard next round.
Excellent. So Team Scotland here at the World Magic Cup.
Brian David Marshall, a brief history of teams. The important word in that phrase was brief. Go on then.
So, 3 years of the World Magic Cup. This is the 4th season, but World Team competition has been going on for 21 years. It's 21st year, Randy. And shockingly to me, only 11 nations have won a World Team title. USA, Canada, Germany, Japan, Netherlands, Switzerland, China, Slovakia, Chinese Taipei, France, and of course last year, Denmark.
Yeah, I mean, Team USA won a lot of them early, so there's been a lot of countries winning lately. That just hasn't always been true historically. You're right.
Yeah, so when you look at those teams, there's some pretty, you're a Hall of Famer. There have been a lot of Hall of Fame players who've been on who've won a World Team title. John Finkel's won twice, Zvi Moshowitz, Kai, Masashio Iso, Camille Cornelissen, Makihito Mahara, I know a World Team event that you were very fond of, and of course, Raphael Levy winning a World Magic Cup.
Yeah, it's a great list. I love that. Just it puts in perspective how big a deal this team competition has been historically.
Yeah, right. There you see the French team that won the World Magic Cup in 2013 with Raph Levy at the helm.
And the famous Rakdos return at the very end. I mean, they left it as late as humanly possible to deliver. But you talking with Scotland just there's a real sense of momentum about teams. And Raph Levy's someone who also, like when he wins Grand Prix, he tells you that he knew he was winning the Grand Prix round about round 5 because it just everything felt aligned. And certainly Team France in 2013 had that air about them. They came into Team Sealed on day 2 and they're like, we're just going to go through this exercise which involves us sitting around for 4 hours, at the end of which will be 3-0 again. And they knew.
And they feel very good going in, but not a lot of teams have won multiple World Team titles. When you go through the history of this 21st year, 8 teams have won once, right? You see Denmark last year added themselves to that list. They became the 8th team to win a single title. Martin Mueller, of course, and such an ascent for him into the upper echelon of the game. But the number of teams that have won multiple times is very small. Only 2 teams have won twice. So if you look, you'll see Germany and Japan are 2 teams that have won the title twice. Recently, Japan, 2011, Ishida, Fujimoto, and of course the Hall of Famer Makihito Mahara. And they're still alive, still fighting to become a team to win a 3rd time. Because only 1 team has won more than twice.
Yeah, this is not a hard trivia question.
This is
not a tricky one. Team USA dominated this competition in the early years.
Yeah, they've won the World Team title.
8, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, 8 team titles. They haven't won since 2008, and they've never won the World Magic Cup. And they're not winning They're not going to win it this year. Eliminated at the end of day 1. Possibly could have been eliminated even if they'd won that last round. And we saw the team that beat them didn't advance. And of course, the World Magic Cup, 3 teams were still alive coming in here who've won before, looking to repeat. There you see the 2008 team that won.
Yeah, incidentally, it's worth noting, on that previous graphic there, where they had the big check for $12,000, that was for Team USA.
Right.
Tomorrow, that check will say, paid $12,000 to you, and you, and you, and you.
Yeah, it's $48,000 to the winning team.
That's pretty good inflation, all
Not bad.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think that's one of the best teams ever in team history, by the way. Jacob, it's not often that the team that looks like they should be dominant is dominant, but those 3 walked in. Everyone knew they were the best team in the room. and then they demonstrated they were the best
There
team.
have been some pretty dominant U.S. teams early on in the history of World Team competition.
The early U.S. teams were just a cut above the rest of who was playing.
I mean, because that's where the game
Sure.
started. The game started in the United States, and it really radiated out to the rest of the world. You know, if you look at the World Magic Cup, of course, Chinese Taipei still alive. How are they looking right now?
So yeah, they're in. Let's just have a quick look here as we head down. Yeah, they're in this weird situation where because they're a bottom seed, they're 2-0. Fabulous, great job. But it could still be a 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, and they're the bottom seed, and they're the third 2-1 out.
In their pursuit of repeating, France won in 2013. They're still alive and in great shape. They're 2-0 at the top of their
Yeah, and
pool.
they're through.
Yeah, they're
so
through.
They're into the top 16.
And of course, Denmark, last year's champion, still alive.
And very much so, because there is an element of sort of, you know, there's a geographic element to some of this. They're playing Iceland in the final round.
And Iceland is eliminated at the bottom of their pool.
Right, they're 0-2.
Yeah.
So it looks to me like you have a very good shot at seeing Denmark at least get to the penultimate stage of knockout, which is top 16.
Right. So Denmark and France very likely to be in the top 16. Chinese Taipei sweating this last round.
It's certainly what it looks like. So, any sense yet of where this year's title might be heading?
You know,
This year's crazy. I mean, it could be anybody at this point, which is kind of what's been so fun this weekend. Who knows who's going to win this tournament? It has just been glorious chaos.
I honestly like France right now. I like France to become the first team to surpass the 2 titles for a nation other than the United States.
Well, we are about to find out. It looks to us like we have an elimination match coming your way, a straight shootout between the Swedish team of Philip Sand, Jo Larsson, and Anton Johansson up against the New Zealand players Danny Liao, Gene Brumby, and Jason Chun. Somebody goes home right after this.
Hello and welcome back. I am Tim Willoughby here with Ian Duke, and we are ready to go down to the feature match area for the last round of the first Seal pool play here on day 2 at the World Magic Cup. Let's go down and see whether or not it's going to be Sweden or if it's going to be New Zealand that advance to the next pool of play. Hello and welcome to this elimination match between, on the left of our screen we can see Team Sweden. There we see Pro Tour winner Joel Larsson, looking pretty chilled right now, but this is a tense moment for him and his team. They're up against New Zealand. Gene Brumby there just getting ready to battle here against the Pro Tour winner. Each of these teams is currently in a position where this win means that they get to go on to play in the next pool of play, and that means Team Constructed. Right now it's Team Sealed though, and Gene Brumby leading it off with a sandstone bridge. On the face of these things, both of these decks look like mono-white decks. What we actually know is that one of them truly is, while we've got a green-white ramp deck from Joel Larsson from Sweden on the left of our screen, Gene Brumby, I saw him during deck construction, and he said, I've been playing white all tournament, but never quite as much as this deck. Absolutely no non-white cards, not even artifacts in this deck. He is just straightforward, white, aggressive creatures up against a green-white deck from Joel Larsson that it's got some fairly substantial ramp and some nice payoffs at the end there, Ian Duke.
Yeah, that's right. Definitely looks like Gene Brumby is the aggressive deck in this matchup. As you can see in his hand there, he's playing Inspired Charge, which definitely indicates that he wants to go wide with creatures and try to finish the game swiftly through combat. Jo Larsson, on the other hand, with a more ramp-style deck, he's got some powerful top end here. A little bit of Converge there, as you can see with the Drew Stalwart, only coming down as a 2-3, but still trying to assemble a defense against this white-based aggressive deck on the opposite side of the table. Unfortunately for him, at this point, Gene Brumby's offense is in the form of 2 flyers with Courier Griffin and Shadow Glider. Another Courier Griffin coming down here soon. So Jo Larsson looking for some way to answer these flyers.
Now, Joel Larson has made some interesting choices with his green-white deck. He's ultimately looking to get to the late game, and one of the ways that he's doing that is by flooding the board with blockers. We see there an Eyeless Watcher bringing along 2 Eldrazi spawn tokens. One nice choice that he's made for his deck, he's got a couple of Giant Mantis in the main deck. Now, Giant Mantis, a pretty solid card anyway. It was good in Mirage, it's good now. But in this format, where it's team sealed, you know that Blue-White Flyers is one of the big decks. A lovely metagame call to keep it in the main deck, run the sideboard.
Definitely agree. Unfortunately for Joel Larson, no Giant Mantis making an appearance just yet. And it looks like Gene Brumby here with 6 points of flying in the air and an Inspired Charge in his hand. This game could be over as soon as next turn.
Super aggressive start for Gene Brumby here. At this point, he's garnered a reasonable amount of information about what Joel Larson's playing, but I'm sure he won't mind going in a little blind for sideboarding if it means that he gets to win real quick.
Oh, but a huge pickup here for Joel Larson. Those 2 Eldrazi Scion allowing him to cast Angel of Renewal, gaining 4 life here, and that'll allow Joel Larson to present a blocker against these flying attackers.
Yeah, the life gain critical there, because even if it was just a 4/4 flyer, that wouldn't be enough in the face of Inspired Charge. As it is, though, 3 2-power attackers coming in. Some of them are going to get pumped, but that's not necessarily going to be enough to actually end this game, though it will mean that that Angel can't hang around for too terribly long.
And we do see Stasis Snare here from Gene Brumby taking out that Angel, allowing these creatures to get in for another 7 damage, dropping Joel Larson down to 5 life. And with Inspired Charge in Gene Brumby's hand, Joel Larson is going to be hard-pressed to put together a defense against this flying set of attackers here.
And Joel Larson quick to scoop them up. Game 1 goes to New Zealand. Gene Brumby calmly scooping up his cards. Just one more for him to concern himself with. But this is not a team game. It's not just about the one match. We will be bringing you back some more Magic very shortly. But first, these messages.
Take the Oath and retake the world in the newest Magic the Gathering set, Oath of the Gatewatch. Play in pre-release events at your local game store on January 16th and 17th, and on Magic Online starting January 29th. Visit locator.wizards.com to find a store near you. Watch the best players in the world battle on Magic's biggest stage. Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch starts February 5th in Atlanta, Georgia, featuring Modern and Oath of the Gatewatch Booster Draft. Watch all 3 days streamed live on twitch.tv/magic.
Hello and welcome back to our match here between Sweden and New Zealand here at the World Magic Cup, this elimination match for the first pool of the second day here. And we're going to get a chance to see one of our other matches, having seen Gene Brumby dispatch Joel Larson in short order. On the left of our screen here, we've got Philip Sand. He's playing a very strong-looking red-blue deck in the red-blue mirror up against Danny Lau, and we can see here already Nettle Drone going on for Philip Sand here, and that meaning that even if the board gets a little bit clogged up, which there's the potential to happen here, he is going to have a consistent sort of source of damage. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, there's a different kind of consistent damage on the other side of things coming through for Danny Lau. We have one of those benthic infiltrators there.
Yeah, red-blue, an exceedingly popular combination here this weekend. With the depth of a team-sealed pool, you're able to put together these very, very strong, nearly mono-devoid decks, and taking advantage of cards like Nettle Drone or even Molten Nursery in many cases here. So not too surprising to see these 2 players facing off in a near-mirror match here as far as their strategies are concerned.
Now, I've just heard an update that Jason Chung, the team captain for New Zealand, is already up a game in his match as well. He's playing against Anton Johansson over on our third table in this matchup. Now, to me, one of the most exciting things about the mono-white deck that we saw in the last game is what happens in a team-sealed situation when one of your players is only taking cards from one color. You've got 2 whole colors per player that do not need to be split if you don't want to. Very powerful stuff potentially here from New Zealand. As it is, though, Philip Sand here getting a little bit of damage in where he can with Nettle Drone. He's been able to pump it just a little bit here with his land there. So potentially some attacks coming through here. And a Clutch of Currents on Vestige of Emrakul. That the best blocker that Sand really had. He's not necessarily going to want to do too much of that with Cloud Manta.
And Philip Sand with a pretty powerful tempo-oriented hand here. He does have another copy of or he does have a copy of Adverse Conditions in his hand, which will allow him to set up a pretty nice set of attacks over the next couple turns here.
I mean, he's even in a position where Outnumber is aptly named. He's going to be able to use it to kill off most things with the amount of creatures that he has on the board.
So a huge hit here. It looks like a total of 7 damage from those 2 unblocked creatures.
And that's exactly what Sweden needs. Already a game down in both of their other matches. They really don't want to have to go into their assorted game 2s thinking, well, any of us losing here puts us in a really, really tough situation because this is an elimination match. Only one of these teams is going to be able to be playing any more Magic this weekend.
And Danny Lau, with a tough turn ahead of him here, presents a vestige of Emrakul, but Philip Sand, as we know, has Outnumber and Adverse Conditions to take care of all 3 of those blockers here. So unless Danny Lau has maybe an Outnumber himself, and I'm not even sure that would do the trick here, this could be the final turn of the game.
Yeah, and Philip Sand, he did know that there was a potential for that vestige to come down. In some respects, the play that he expected is a nice safe one. If there had been something else came after that Clutch Occurrence, then he might have had to reevaluate slightly more. This playing right into the Swedes' hands here. Gets the cheeky points in because Adverse Conditions has no color. It is devoid, so it will allow the Nettle Drone to untap. And just a huge, huge tempo play every time you cast Adverse Conditions. Great on defense, fantastic on offense. An absolute winner. So just lining up attacks here, figuring out exactly how this is going to go.
Yeah, and I think Philip Sand just deciding whether he needs to show the Outnumber or not. Looks like he's going for an attack where he doesn't think he needs to show it.
Yeah, certainly a valid consideration, and we wouldn't necessarily see the same line in game 2 or 3 when you're already a game up. Yeah, at that point, you just kind of want to end things. But as it stands, that enough to give Philip Sand the first points on the board in this best of 3 matches between Team New Zealand and Team Sweden. So names falling thick and fast in this. I mean, it feels to me like there are plenty of situations where normally you wouldn't have any games completed yet, but as it is, we're going to get a chance to see the start of game 2 here between Gene Brumby and Joel Larson. They've just finished shuffling up, so we're going to get a chance to see whether or not Brumby's aggressive white deck has changed its plan at all. He does have the option of trying to go a little bit slower and more defensive. To be honest, based on how it went in game 1, I'd be inclined to try and do the exact same thing again.
Yeah, this time around, though, Joel Larson is on the play. Looks like he has a slightly better mana draw here. Well, he'll be able to hit 3, 4, 5 mana on time this time. I think a large part of his problem in the last game was that he stumbled on 2 mana and wasn't really able to answer Brumby's flyers. But hopefully things go a little bit better for Joel Larson this game from his point of view.
He is also aided by the fact that Brumby has mulligan to 6 for this game, so he's having to work with slightly fewer cards, and for aggressive decks that can hurt a little bit more than even for the control ones. Just Core Blade Whirl thus far. And there's already a creature there to block it, and I think that this is a trade that Joel Larson would make. While there are certainly occasions where it's tempting to use your landfall creatures to get in plenty of damage, we know that Joel Larson has late game that is not necessarily something that Gene Brumby's deck's all about. But there's the ally to give Core Blade Whirl first strike. That makes blocking a less enticing proposition. Double Blade Whirl. Double first strike is not double strike for those of you watching at home, but it's still pretty good. And so we do instead see the landfall trigger there. And there's the Giant Mantis. Giant Mantis as a 2/4, just the perfect size to deal with all of the threats of Gene Brumby that have come down thus far. May well force a stasis stare from Brumby, and yeah, no big surprises there, just the step to punch through a little bit of extra damage.
This one has vigilance. That one doesn't.
Just pointing out the vigilance, yeah. If you're going to use the land, you might as well use all of the abilities on it. And in spite of everything that he's done thus far, Joel Larson's still just taking massive hits in this game. Yeah, the Sandstone Bridge there, apologies on the name there. But yeah, +1/+1 and Vigilance. Gene Brumby using all pieces of that ultimately to get through a bit of extra damage. But a 3/3 flying Ghostly Sentinel, certainly not the worst in terms of blocking. He's just going to have to desperately hope that there are not more allies coming from Brumby. We can see there a sheer drop in Brumby's hand. That a pretty terrible answer to a Ghostly Sentinel, but Shadow Glider and Courier Griffin slightly better there, just at least in terms of blocking it if he so chooses.
It looks like this Ghostly Sentinel has successfully matched up just right against Gene Brumby's threats. 3-3 against a pair of 2-2s and a 2-3 does hold the fort for Joel Larson. I think Joel probably happy not to see another Inspired Charge or something along those lines to pump up Gene Brumby's offense. And now it's Joel Larson that's able to get into the red zone here with Snapping Gnarlid and Ghostly Sentinel.
And Joel Larson's got up to 6 mana here. Fairly shortly, we're going to start to see some of his power cards coming along. We can see that his hand is entirely devoid of color. Titan's Presence and Bane of Balaged. Obviously, without the Bane of Balaged, Titan's Presence wouldn't do a whole lot. And next turn, the Bane will come down. So there's a fairly strong incentive for him to use this Titan's Presence fairly soon.
Yep.
So Joel Larson had the option of using Titan's Presence on one of those 2 Core Blade Whirls that was blocking, but decides they're not really a big threat here thanks to his Ghostly Sentinel, and will save the Titan's Presence probably for the end of Gene Brumby's turn on whatever happens to be Gene Brumby's largest threat.
It looks like more threats are coming here from the Brumby train that just keeps on rolling. We can see there the New Zealand national champ, Jason Chung, just providing a little bit of extra feedback. I spoke to Jason before the tournament, and he said that this team has been able to get a lot of testing time in together. One of his best friends is also on the team, which makes life a little bit easier in some respects, but apparently in other respects it means that there's a lot of temptation to just sort of hang out and have a good time and maybe not play as much Magic as you should do.
So there's Shadow Glider for Gene Brumby, and he passes the turn at the end step. Joel Larson does decide to use that Titan's Presence on the Courier Griffin, which allows the Ghostly Sentinel to continue attacking. Otherwise, a double block would restrict that option there. So now we'll see Joel Larson get in for 3 with the Ghostly Sentinel and probably follow up with a post-combat Bane of Balaged.
Yeah, now he's shown the Bane of Balaged, it makes sense to actually get it out there and have it causing all sorts of trouble. This the only creature in the set that has anything close to an Annihilator.
Yeah, sort of Exilator too, if you will.
Yeah, in some respects a little better than Annihilator.
Yeah.
One of the more powerful abilities, of course, from the Eldrazi back in Rise of the Eldrazi.
So Gene Brumby with a couple defensive, actually several defensive options here. Gideon's Reproach, Sheer Drop, and Royal's Retribution. So we will probably see him pass the turn with 5 mana up, leaving the option for Royal's Retribution. We'll see if that deters Joel Larson's attack at all, or if he just decides to get in there. Now, Sheer Drop can potentially answer the Bane of Balaged, but not before it's attacked once, and cause Gene Brumby to exile 2 cards, which, even though he seems to have some spare lands at this point, still hurts a lot coming off of a mulligan to 6.
Yeah, and that presumably part of the reason that there's not lots of cards with Annihilator in this set. You wouldn't necessarily want lots of those board states where it just feels impossible to come back when you're developing something like this, right, Ian?
That's right, and Shadow Glider does come in. It's blocked by the 3/3 Shadow Glider. Royal's Retribution here, the play. Not at its most efficient, just taking out the Ghostly Sentinel, but I think what's going on there is Gene Brumby wants to use his mana before the Bane of Balaged attacks and causes some lands to be exiled. That could have been the last possible turn where he'd have access to Royal's Retribution in terms of the amount of mana he has. And this will allow him then to untap and sheer drop the Bane of Balaged and just hope that Joel Larson doesn't have a follow-up play.
And here does come the Bane of Balaged. We can see their sheer drop. It'll get a chance to destroy target tapped creature. Awaken 3, quite a long way off at this point after all those lands have gone away. But we see smiles on both sides here. They're having a good time, both these teams. And plenty of spectators, as I think we're holding one of our other matches just so we can make sure we bring you as much Magic as possible from this elimination match.
There's Giant Mantis number 2 for Joel Larson and an Evolving Wild. So both players low on resources here. I'm sure we'll see that sheer drop on the Bane of Balaged, but Giant Mantis does hold off the pair of 2/2s that Gene Brumby has, and it's going to come down to top decks from this point.
Now, I think that Gene Brumby may have drawn another sheer drop here, but he's in kind of a tough spot because he's not really in a position where that Giant Mantis is going to start attacking anytime soon, which means it's going to be hard to kill with any of his removal.
However, well, Gene Brumby does have Gideon's Reproach in his hand, so he actually can attack into that Giant Mantis. So it's going to be on Joel Larson to find some other sort of non-land card off the top of his library here.
I mean, I guess that the thing with the white-green deck, at least the type that Joel Larson's doing, which is ramping, it can have some sort of fairly patchy draws, because often it has more mana acceleration, but then a much bigger payoff as well with the big spells. So high variance there. He's drawn himself into a Tajuru Stalwart. As a 3/4, that one's a lethal attacker at some point.
Yeah, and that's actually going to be really, really important here, because otherwise Gene Brumby could attack freely into the Giant Mantis, and if it blocks, he can Gideon's Reproach it. If Joel Larson were to not block with the Giant Mantis and attack with it instead, Gene Brumby can take the 2 damage and then sheer drop it afterwards. Now the equation has changed with this Tajuru Stalwart, because it does have 3 power, which means that it can't go unblocked here. And to that end, Gene Brumby does put both of his creatures in front of the Stalwart. I'm sure we'll see Joel Larson probably take out that Shadow Glider. Gene Brumby will drop to 1 life, probably follow up with a sheer drop on the Giant Mantis the next turn, and sort of reset the board state again to both players not having much. I did not see what Joel Larson drew this turn, so it's possible he is a follow-up creature.
Yeah, we'll save that one as a surprise play. We'll play from Gene Brumby's side of the table for a second here.
So Gideon's Reproach is used on Tajuru Stalwart, preserving Gene Brumby's creatures, but is that Royal's Retribution?
I believe so.
Wow, what a strong draw from Joel Larson.
Yeah, it's not something you tend to see quite as much when you're on the offensive as when you're playing defensively, but it works both ways, attacking or blocking creatures.
Okay, and that Giant Mantis will drop Gene Brumby to 1 life. Of course, we know Gene does have sheer drop to take it out, and that leaves both players creatureless. A land off the top for Joel Larson, and back to Gene Brumby. Let's see. He drew a Plains that turn. I didn't see what he picked up the last turn. Looks like a copy of Smite the Monstrous. So he'll be ready for Joel Larson's next big threat, but neither player having any kind of offense right now.
Courier Griffin, a great pickup, though, for Gene Brumby. Every point of life counts when you're on 1.
Wow. Oh, and there's Royal Spout, rather, off the top for Joel Larson. That'll be the end of the game.
Yep, both putting the 1 blocker back onto Gene Brumby's deck, providing a 4/4 awakened creature to attack with. Joel Larson squares things up in that match, 1/1, and we'll get a chance to jump across and see some more Magic from some of our other tables. Let's just see which games are going on. I believe that things went so quickly in Game 1 for Jason Chung that that's been held a little bit, so we're going to get a chance to jump into their Game 2 just as it is beginning. So on the left of our screen, we've got Anton Johansson kicking things off with a Swamp. Jason Chung, we've not had a chance to see his deck just yet, but anytime that you have 2 full colors to work with without having to split them, it can be a kind of exciting proposition. And he is, unsurprisingly, based on the other colors we've seen, in green and black. Mist Intruder, the first play for Johansson. So blue being split around the Swedish team quite a bit. Just tiny little splashes of it for Joel Larson, but Philip Sand and Anton Johansson both in blue to some extent. Dominator Drone the follow-up. Just a 2/3 to Tajuru Stalwart right here, but 2/3, not a terrible sized body, even in the face of Dominator Drone. It at least can secure the trade, which is about as much as most 3-drops can. Obviously, Jason Chung would have loved to have been able to get 3 counts on there, but looking at his deck list, it looks like that's a relatively tall order. He's got 1 island in his basic land slot, and I think there's some Lifespring Druids going on there also, but yeah, by and large, that's going to be a 2/3 for 3, and he secures the trade there.
So I like what Jason Chung has set up here. I do believe he has a copy of Undergrowth Champion in his hand. Sure enough, there it is. And this will allow him to play it and play a land in the same turn as a follow-up. Unfortunately, it is met with Spell Shrivel.
Yeah, there's not very many ways of easily 1-for-1ing against Undergrowth Champion when someone's got a land in hand ready to play, but that will do it. Plenty of cards going to the Exile Zone for Jason Chung between the Ingest of Mist Intruder and that Spell Shrivel. Jason Chung on the back foot here and just has to look on as Coastal Discovery draws his opponent Anton Johansson 2 extra cards.
So this is a pretty scary situation for Jason Chung. Oftentimes the blue-black deck can come off to awkward starts where it's not able to start ingesting early on, and then a lot of its cards are sort of much lower in value. But Anton Johansson definitely has gotten the ball rolling as far as his strategy is concerned, and will have ample food, I guess, to feed his processor, Eldrazi, going forward here. But that is a Brood Butcher from Jason Chung, which threatens to really dominate combat.
Yeah, Brood Butcher, one of the cards that if you're playing green-black, that is kind of where you want to be. It fits very, very neatly into exactly the strategy that Chung is working with. Lumbering Falls getting ingested there, so his blue sources flittering away pretty quickly. And, well, we talked about ingest process. Here it is. Merc Strider, meaning that there's very little for Brood Butcher to be butchering right now. Largely redundant. It's just a 3/3, but I'm sure there'll be more creatures coming from Jason Chung soon enough. So Chung does have a Painful Truths in hand, and it must have been extra painful for him to see the blue sources all end up in either his graveyard or his exiled zone, because that does mean that he's going to be able to cast it for 2 cards rather than the full 3. Zilliport Cutthroat coming down here, and that's actually a card that Jason Chung said he's played in every single format so far this World Magic Cup.
That's
It's
awesome.
been in both of his limited decks, and I believe that means he's probably playing some kind of a rally deck in Constructed. Typically the place that you see Zilliport Cutthroat once it comes to 60-card decks.
So Jason Chung here looking a little bit low on action. Only has the Brood Butcher coming in for 3 here. Anton Johansson, on the other hand, stuck on mana, but with a very powerful hand. You can see he's got a couple of removal spells in Ruinous Path and Grip of Desolation. A Sire of Stagnation is a powerful creature that can eventually come down, and a couple of other creatures as well, but no super powerful play for him this turn, unfortunately. I guess he could Halimar Tidecaller and get back the Coastal Discovery, but still doesn't add a lot of pressure to his board.
I don't know. I mean, if you're in a situation of where you'd rather be a little short on lands but with something going on, or too many lands and hoping to draw spells, I'd rather be in the Swedes position here.
Certainly, yeah. Definitely agree with that, Tim.
Oh, it sounds like we've got another score update here. We're going to game 3 between the match between Philip Sand and Danny Lau. So as much as it seemed like New Zealand had the run of things at the start, do not write off Sweden. 2 matches now going to game 3. This one, currently Jason Chung 1 game up, but Anton Johansson has a lot of powerful cards going on in this game. Even though there's a Painful Truth happening here for Jason Chung, there is plenty more magic in this match.
Yeah, I'm sure Chung would have much rather held on to that Painful Truths and gotten the full 3 cards out of it, but with nothing else really to do at present, he decides it's time to go for it. And we'll see what he gets off of that.
I mean, when you've seen your opponent cast Coastal Discovery, you need to redress the balance to some extent, right?
Yeah, I think in an ideal world, Jason Chung is looking for something like an Eyeless Watcher, just to provide a bunch of food for the Bone Splinters' hand and the Brood Butcher that he has on the battlefield.
So another swing for 3 here from Jason Chung.
Looks like Chung picked up Call the Scions.
Call the Scions, a nice solid addition. It's not necessarily the most efficient of all of the Sown producers, but it absolutely does what it says on the tin, gets you where you need to be, and he's sort of carefully weighing up his options here post-combat.
And taking a look at Chung's hand, looks like he's got a Skyrider Elf, which, similar to the Painful Truths, is stuck because of him not finding his 3rd color just yet. And Call the Scions joins the battlefield here. There is option to Bone Splinters there, but nothing quite worth a card and sacrificing a Scion for.
The Skyrider Elf might be truly stranded, because unlike Painful Truths, which simply would prefer to have a little bit of extra colored mana, I believe that all of the blue sources in Jason Chung's deck are no longer in his deck. They're either in his graveyard or in his
oh, is that
exile
so?
zone.
That's very, very interesting.
He does have one copy of Canopy Vista, presumably just for additional Converge. That not going to help him, though, when it comes to finding the blue mana in the mana cost of Skyrider Elf. And more ingestion happening here from that Mist Intruder, which it's hard for Anton Johansson to know quite how much good stuff it's actually done in terms of making Jason Chung's mana draw a little bit shaky. But he can certainly tell about all of the ingest, and he's just checking out there, sees a Swarm Surge that he's taken away. That would have also been a great draw for Jason Chung.
So now finally that Brood Butcher could use a sign to take out the Mist Intruder if need be. But first here's Blister Pod, an even better thing to sacrifice. I think we'll see Jason Chung probably kill the Mist Intruder at some point in this turn sequence, but save the Bone Splinters for something a little bit bigger, perhaps that Sire of Stagnation when it finally comes out. So Blister Pod gives -2/-2 to the Halimar Tidecaller, letting the Eldrazi sign finish it off. Blister Pod giving Jason Chung yet another sign on his side of the battlefield. And this Brood Butcher looking poised to really, really take over the game here. We'll see if Anton Johansson can find a 6th land which would allow Grip of Desolation, or perhaps he'll just decide to ruin his path, the Brood Butcher, before it gets totally out of hand. And there's a 6th land indeed.
Yeah, wisely choosing it to attack here before doing anything else. I mean, if he can set up a situation where Brood Butcher gets used prematurely, that would obviously be the ideal.
So the choice here for Anton Johansson is Grip of Desolation versus Ruinous Path versus Sire of Stagnation. It looks like he goes for Ruinous Path on the Brood Butcher, sacrifices itself to take out the Mist Intruder, just double checking that if it can indeed do that. I believe it can. And the follow-up being a Benthic Infiltrator. So at this point, this is anyone's game. I mean, Anton Johansson finally found the land to unlock the huge number of cards in his hand, including that Sire of Stagnation threatened to come down pretty soon. But we do know that Jason Chung has a Bone Splinters ready to take out whatever the first biggest threat is.
But Johansson now down to just 9 life. We've already seen one Swarm Surge get exiled for Jason Chung's deck. If there's another copy in there, though, it could be quite the problem for Anton Johansson at this point in the game.
Looks like Blighted Fen takes out Benthic Infiltrator that allowed the 3 Scions to get in, keep chipping away at Anton Johansson's life total. I like that use of Blighted Fen. I mean, you know you're not going to be killing that Benthic Infiltrator anytime soon, so it's always going to be there to have the option to be sacrificed to Blighted Fen, so you might as well take it out sooner rather than later. There's also a Catacomb Sifter in Jason Chung's hand. I think he's debating whether he wants to sacrifice a Scion to play it or not. I like just waiting and getting the maximum value out of that card. I think you're not in any particular rush, and being so low on resources, you just want to get the maximum out of every card that you can.
I mean, also, you're currently presenting a 2-turn clock. Casting the Catacomb Sifter doesn't do a great deal to change that, so you don't necessarily need to put more threats on the board and potentially overextend.
Yeah, I think Jason Chung's plan is just to go wide and just keep making Scions and more bodies, and eventually, if need be, just start attacking in and losing some creatures along the way, but getting in that chip damage that'll eventually finish off the game.
So Sire of Stagnation, a colossal threat. There's not really a great deal of reason for Jason Chung to play a huge amount of extra lands here, but it's still a 5/7 body. And this may be enough to prompt a Bone Splinters, methinks.
Catacomb Sifter coming down first so that Jason Chung gets the Scry. At this point, any land he is to draw would be a blank, basically. So happily putting something to the bottom there, probably a land, and getting in for 3 damage. And this could be coming up on the last turn cycle here, unless Anton Johansson can put together something really strong against this swarm of Scions.
Yeah, it seems like Anton Johansson's removal suite hasn't necessarily matched up particularly well against this green-black deck. He's got lots of good 1-for-1 plays, but unfortunately when your opponent is making 2-3 creatures per card, that can get a little bit out of hand. 2 different types of card advantage. So it looks like Sludge Crawler, the pickup there for Johansson. Not exactly what he was looking for. And Ilmog's Reclaimer comes along. There's plenty of cards ingested that can get processed. Ruinous Path coming back.
So Jason Chung just short 1 point of damage here if everything attacks. See what the top of his deck has for him.
Everybody's coming in. And it seems like Jason Chung quite happy to say, let's get busy living and get busy dying. Hagra Sharpshooter, the longer it hangs around, the longer those 1/1s don't look too exciting. Anthony Johansson now on 1, and with an Eyeless Watcher.
Oh, wow. Eyeless Watcher, huge there. That makes that attack make a lot of sense.
We have 6 lethal creatures on the board. What do you want to do?
Yeah, I was starting to get a bit nervous for Jason Chung before we saw that Eyeless Watcher hit the battlefield. But that definitely makes that attack make a whole lot of sense, and Anton Johansson's going to be very hard-pressed to answer this swarm of Eldrazi coming after him here.
Yeah, Jason Chung, hungry to get this match out of the way, hungry for a spot of lunch, hungry for Oath of the Gatewatch previews over lunch. He just wants to finish this one off and get New Zealand through to the constructed rounds. Just a little conversation there. The New Zealand team well aware of the fact that if the Swedes overhear them talking, they're going to understand everything they're saying. So trying to be careful, hushed tones and sort of covering up their mouths, looking away while talking to each other, so there's no lip reading going on there. They want to make sure that any help that's being given by spectators is actually helping them and not their opponents. Just trying to figure out if there's anything that could make this all go horribly awry. Horribly awry, ironically, would not make this go horribly awry.
So Jason Chung almost certain to just attack with all of his creatures here, but he's just thinking through all the possibilities. What can 7 untapped blue and black sources possibly represent?
A Royal Mage's Trick? It would be a stretch.
That would be an unusual card to see post-board in this matchup, but it's possible. Is one of the few cards in the format that can really do much here, other than like a combination of several cards all at once.
Well, I mean, if in doubt.
Here's the Giroux Beastmaster, is that right?
That's correct. So this team, it was lethal before. It's still lethal. And there's the handshake. So Jason Chung picking up the first match for Team New Zealand. They now need just one more match to be able to advance through this pretty tough group. It was actually very, very close between these two teams in terms of their seeding going in. They were basically 1 point different on the seedings, and that was enough for one of them to be the top half of the bracket, one to be the bottom half, and very, very close for them, and they will be happy to now be a little bit ahead in this matchup. So we're going to get a chance to see a little bit more of Philip Sand and Danny Lau now. Philip Sand of Sweden on the left of our screen. We can see there he's already got Vile Aggregate, one of the most powerful cards in the red-blue archetype, alongside Nettle Drone, and Mercstrider and Mist Intruder for Danny Lau on the other side of things. Vile Aggregate has just got so many good things going for it in a nice cheap package. Currently a 2/5 trampler, but there's every chance to believe that that will increase as this game goes on.
So as the players debating their play here in this close game, this match tied 1-1, we do want to remind you folks at home that we do have an Oath of the Gatewatch preview segment coming up here over lunch just after this match, so stay tuned for that.
I'm certainly excited about that. I know that obviously working inside R&D, you know all about these cards already, but none of the rest of us do. Very exciting stuff.
Yeah, it's still exciting for me, Tim. I mean, I did the lead development of this set, so it's really awesome to see those cards finally being viewed by the outside world and looking at player reactions and things like that. So it's awesome for me as well.
And nice little play here. Danny Lau able to remove the Vile Aggregate from the board and get a hit in here. Nettle Drone, while it does trade with quite a lot of things, equally it is always going to die in a fight as well. Just the 1 point of toughness there. So a little bit of a choice here for Philip Sand as to whether or not he wants to trade off here or save it for something better. Nettle, apparently the key word for things that untap at unusual times. Untapping whenever you play a colorless spell, and we can see that there's plenty of colorless spells in this matchup. Lau has 2 Benthic Infiltrators, Ruination Guide, and Sure Strike in his hand. Ruination Guide sure to be a great card in this matchup. And Philip Sand, I'm sure, similar can be said for him in terms of the colorless count. Yeah, we see Kozilek's Chala, a Sure Strike there, and 2 copies of Adverse Conditions. So if he can develop some kind of a board here, he can just put all of Danny Lau's creatures on lock and just keep on attacking.
Yeah, as things stand, it looks like Danny Lau has the upper hand in this matchup here. He's on the offense already. He'll be able to play probably a Benthic Infiltrator or Ruination Guide in his second main phase here. And Philip Sand has, you know, a nice hand, but it's not a hand that's great when you're behind on the board. You'd rather have cards like Sure Strike and Adverse Conditions when you are in command of the battlefield and making the attacks yourself.
I mean, I guess if he gets a land this turn and gets to cast Kozilek's Channeler, then he's actually got a credible blocker for Merc Strider. Things start to look a little bit better for him. But he really wants to have a couple of good creatures in play.
Yeah, I agree with that from Philip Sand's point of view. However, we do know that Danny Lau has a copy of Sure Strike in his hand, so he'll be able to keep on attacking there.
Sure Strikes all round here in this matchup. And a Stone Fury, the draw for Sand, mocking him as he sits there with 4 lands in play.
Yeah, certainly not what he wanted to see there. Second Nettle Drone.
Now these Nettle Drones, when they come in multiples, they can be comparatively scary.
Yeah, there's a way this game could play out where Philip Sand just goes back-to-back Adverse Conditions, locking things down, getting lots of triggers with the Nettle Drones, and just kind of pinging away and ending the game that way. Although it looks like we're still getting hands updated as we transition over this match. It looks like there was only 1 copy of Adverse Conditions in Philip Sand's hand, and the other one was actually the Nettle Drone that he just played there instead.
Okay. Big swings here from Danny Lau, and not necessarily big swings that are going to be easy for Philip Sand to deal with. He's going to have to throw one of those Nettle Drones in the way.
Block here? Yeah.
So a little goodbye tap from that Nettle Drone as it's on its way out, blocking there.
So Philip Sand taking a chunk of damage here. I think what he's really looking for is just that 5th land off the top, hoping to play Kozilek's Channeler, hoping it sticks. And that shores up the ground for him, and then he can proceed onward to kind of put together his own game plan. Second copy of Benthic Infiltrator. It's interesting, both these decks kind of presenting unblockable 1 point of damage here at a time. So it's really going to come down to who can I guess, get the ground combat here and get in larger chunks of damage.
And Herald the Kozilek, I believe, the draw there for Philip Sand. So in a way, that means that it unlocks some of his more expensive spells, and in some respects lets him cast more spells a turn, even better than a land. This turn, though, it's a 2/4 blocker. Unfortunately for him, it's a 2/4 blocker for a bunch of creatures that it can't really block. We see these gold cards all the way through Battle for Zendikar, pushed a little bit in power and give you a real indication of what the color combinations are looking to do. Red and blue loves casting its colorless spells.
Yeah, it's looking to me like Philip Sand might just be too far behind in this game to claw his way back in, especially with that Sure Strike lurking in Danny Lau's hand.
And Team Sweden looking surprisingly chipper considering the situation they find themselves in. Of course, with the win already for Jason Chung over Anton Johansson, all that New Zealand needs to do is win 1 more match and they can get there.
And this is an elimination match for both teams, so whoever does not win this match will not proceed on to stage 2, the second pool of day 2 competition.
Well, Nettle Drone's tapping, which suggests to me that there's a colorless spell coming. There's Adverse Conditions.
I want to respond to the trigger.
It looks like there might be a response to this trigger. Okay, so before the Nettle drone can untap again, it's just being offed there. So now, where previously there was a Nettle drone, there is simply an Eldrazi Scion. The Swedes carefully mapping out how they see the next turn or two going. I think if they map it out more than a couple of turns, they'll be simply mapping out to the end of the game by the looks of things based on the board at present.
So it looks like the sign gets in front of that Ruination Guide there. Mist Intruder getting in for 2, ingesting. There is a land off the top for Philip's Hand. And those Benthic Infiltrators will successfully be locked down for one more turn here. So we'll see what Philip's Hand decides to go with. I think the options are Stone Furying the Ruination Guide, or simply just playing Kozilek's Channeler and hoping to hold the ground. Either way, a really, really tough spot for Philip's Hand. Projecting forward a couple turns, even if he can stabilize and stay alive for 1 or 2 more turns, he's still in pretty deep trouble. He's going to need to string together a couple things in a row to get back into this game.
Yeah, Benthic Infiltrator kind of represents real inevitability for this red-blue deck. Absolutely unblockable. Even if you're able to deal with all of the other threats on the board, it's got 4 toughness. It might take a while to kill people because it's only hitting for 1 point a turn, but those 1 points add up. And with Philip's Hand on just 7, you won't need too many turns to close this one out. So Kozilek's channeled the play, and now we see some slightly nervous-looking Swedes pass back and wait to see what's coming from the conspiring New Zealand team. Phoenix Taku there. He's been sitting out these rounds and is desperately hoping he gets a chance to actually tap lands and play spells next round. And a sure strike on Ruination Guide, meaning that the block from Kozilek's Channeler not good enough. Philip's Hand gets knocked down to 5 here. And Into the Void is the card that gets ingested.
It looks like just too many threats for Philip's Hand to deal with here. Even if he can take out the Ruination Guide, he's still facing down 3 damage from the 2 Benthic Infiltrators and the Mist Intruder. And with all 3 of those creatures having evasion, I mean, he would need to answer them all in a hurry. So I don't think there's too much he can do here, Tim.
Yeah, nervous conversations from Team Sweden. Stone Fury, clearly a powerful removal spell, but not a powerful enough removal spell. Even a Rolling Thunder here, there's a lot of toughness on Danny Lau's side of the board, would not be good enough. The New Zealand team just carefully figuring out for themselves what might need to happen here. Planning their big finish on camera.
I'm just an idiot.
All right, so there's another Herald of Kozilek. Kozilek, of course, took a wild shot to the party. He got heralded in Battle for Zendikar. We're going to see him in Oath of the Gatewatch, and we'll, of course, see more Oath of the Gatewatch previews right after this match in our lunch break. And there's the handshake. New Zealand does it. A win there for Danny Lau, the 2nd win required for Team New Zealand. That means that they will be playing in the constructed rounds after our lunch break. 3 more rounds left today as our 32 have become 16 going into constructed, and our 16 will ultimately become 8 playing in the top 8 on Sunday. Congratulations to New Zealand, commiserations to Sweden. But what a set of matches they're in, Duke.
Yeah, awesome games for sure.
I mean, to me, I think that the most interesting thing was the New Zealand white deck. Yeah. As soon as you have a mono white deck, it means that the other colors, it's a straightforward, right, you can have 2 colors, you can have 2 colors.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting way
time.
they split, you know, mono white and then blue red and then black green just worked out perfectly. So they were able to maximize the true strength of all of their colors, you know, without dividing up the power of their cards.
Not something that you can do every time, but certainly worth looking out for, because if you can do it, your one deck will be pretty good, your other two decks could be spectacular, and they were both good enough that ultimately New Zealand able to go through. Commiserations, of course, to Sweden there. There will be an awful lot of players that either have managed to lock up their spot in in the second half of day 2, or are perhaps sort of wondering if they're just going to have a really long lunch now because they haven't got any more Magic to play. We're going to send things over across to the news desk because our round is finished here now. There's just a couple of minutes left on the main round, and then we'll be able to bring you some Over the Gatewatch previews over lunch.
Standard all the way after lunch. We've got a big lunchtime show for you. We've got all the results, all the standings. Gavin Verhey will be here in just a few minutes to talk to us about a brand new card coming in Oath of the Gatewatch. This is the OGW kickoff weekend here at the World Magic Cup. So we're going to be excited to bring you that and more cards coming tomorrow as well with Ian Duke. So plenty to look forward to there. We'll take a look inside the world of Team Unified Standard with Frank Karsten, Brian David Marshall and Randy Bueller. They'll be with you crunching all the numbers from yesterday and trying to work out what the top decks are going to be here down the stretch as the top 16 play for the top 8. And of course, during lunch, we will reveal the 16 teams in their seeding order. Where will the pools fall? What big teams will be on a collision course in the last 3 rounds here on day 2. So let's find out who's going to be in that top 16. Let's get to the board and we'll start with Group A. So here's where we are. Belarus last round drew with New Zealand, but they win this round. Belarus comfortably through, undefeated, 2 wins, no losses, and a draw. Chile down the bottom at 0-3. Sweden at 1-1, New Zealand 1-0-1, but we've just seen New Zealand win that one, so we know that Belarus and New Zealand are through from Pool A. So great job by Belarus. They were the overall top seed, and they just kept on winning. Can anyone stop them? They start again at 0-0 in the next pool play, but my guess is they will again, of course, be a top seed, and seeding matters. Let's see why. Let's look at Pool B. So here you have a 3-0 Team Scotland. When they heard that they had to play Macedonia in round 3, they said, it's no problem, our decks are great, we'll win anyway. They have. And you know what they say? Scottish when they lose, British when they win. So well done, Scotland. 3-0. Denmark advances because they're 2-1. They won their match against Iceland. That was that essential for Denmark. And that means with Scotland's win over Macedonia, it's a straight 3-win, 2-win, 1-win, no wins pool. Macedonia came in the overall number 2 seed, but they are done. Tremendous run even so. Great job by them. But it is 4-3, Scotland and Denmark, who advance from Pool B. Let's take a look at Pool C for you then. Brazil, now real drama here. Brazil played Argentina in the last round. They had to win. That was the first thing. They did. Brazil beat Argentina to get up to 1 win. But at that point, Thailand and Guatemala knew that Brazil had won, and they looked at each other and said, you know what? We don't need to play Magic anymore. If we just draw here, that gets us to 2 wins and a draw, 1 win and a draw, and that puts us above Brazil. So even though Brazil did their part and beat their arch rivals Argentina, it was not enough. Paulo Vida Dama da Rosa, Lucas Escobar too, and the rest of the Brazilian team are done and out the door in the last 32 stage of pool play here at the WMC. Let's take you to Pool D then. Now, this is new, just coming in. So here we have Greece at 2-1. They are through. They have beaten Germany. Christian Seibold, they were the top seed in the group, but the Greeks have won. History repeating itself from last year. Greece was 31 coming in last year, 29 this year. They've done it again. 4th seed. They're going to make it through. And then you see Japan and Mexico 1-1-1, and that puts Japan through and Mexico out by virtue of seeding. Japan with Kenji Samura, Yuya Watanabe, Ryoichi Tamada, and Yo-Yo Su, they are through into the top 16. Germany gone, Mexico gone, Greece through. What a fantastic story for Bill Chronopoulos. Can he go one better than last year? Let's take you to Pool E and see what's going on there. Well, this was one where seeding mattered, my goodness me. Singapore played Serbia, Chinese Taipei played Austria. When Serbia won to get to 2-1, that was going to put them through regardless. And then Austria and Chinese Taipei won their first 2 rounds. Home for all money, but like Scotland, bottom seed, they had to play the top seed in the last round. And Austria won that match, dropped Chinese Taipei to 2-1. And that means with 3 2-1s, it is Austria and Serbia that advance. And that means there will not be a repeat champion from 2012 because Chinese Taipei, Huang Haoshan, and the rest of the team from Chinese Taipei are gone in the last 32 stage. All right, Pool F is up next. We knew that France were already through. Then it was just a case of what could the Philippines do against the French in the exclusively red, white, and blue group. Philippines beat France, got to 2-1, joined them there, and then if Poland won over the Netherlands, they'd have been through. It was in their own hands for the Poles, but the Netherlands, Jelge Wiegersma, Thomas Hendricks, that team won a round, didn't have the 0-3, and as a result, it is Philippines that join France in the final 16 of the World Magic Cup. 2 more pools to bring you. Let's take a look at Pool G. And in Pool G, well, this is a startling story. Paraguay, the top seed, began loss. They were 0-2. They were in the Brazil situation. 0-2 after 2 rounds, but a top seed and still a chance. They had to have everything fall their way. They needed a favor from Italy. Italy had to get to 3-0. They did. That fell Turkey to 1-2. Paraguay owned the tiebreak over Turkey. Paraguay still had to beat Australia. They did. Now there's 3 1-2s. The top seed advances. Seeding matters. Paraguay, having started the morning with a horrible pool and 2 horrible losses, they win when it matters, and they are through to the top 16 alongside Italy, who swept the board, and boy, is that team starting to cook. See them in the top 16 later on. Paraguay and Italy advance from G, which leaves just Pool H. Let's take a look there. And you have Ukraine. We already knew that they were going to be through. We already knew that Malta were out at 1-2, but hats off to Malta. They won their last round against Ukraine, so Malta don't go home with just 0 wins in pool play. They have a win there and a brilliant first World Magic Cup for them. Tremendous to make day 2 as the 73rd country into the World Magic Cup. That was therefore a straight knockout between Hong Kong and Latvia, and what we saw there in the end, would it be Li Shichan of Hong Kong, would it be Andre Prost and Latvia? It's the Latvians who advance with Ukraine. Hong Kong, another big name, out by the wayside. So that is the state of pool play. At the end of lunchtime, we'll rejig all the 16, and their overall records will form the basis of the next set of 4 pools of 4 teams as we head into Team Unified Standard. But right now, we're going to turn our attention away from Barcelona and go to a much wider world, a wider multiverse, if you will, because it's our Oath of the Gatewatch kickoff weekend, and it's time for us to talk all about Oath of the Gatewatch. Hello everyone, welcome to Barcelona, and I'm Rich Hagan. I've been joined by Gavin Verhey all the way from Wizards of the Coast. It's a bit of a stretch from Seattle to Barcelona.
But I'm glad to be here, that's for sure.
It is great to have you here. Now, we should find out a little bit about you, because not everyone, apart from anything else, not everyone at home knows that you used to be a very serious player of Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I did a lot of pro play, wrote a lot of articles, did some webcast stuff, and now I get to sit here as someone who made the game talking about a card that's in a new set. It's so super, super exciting to me.
So what is your day job? What's your daily job at Wizards of the Coast?
Right, so I'm a game designer, which means that I get to go in, play a lot of Magic, make new Magic cards, and come up with some of the crazy ideas that inspire new sets.
It sounds heartbreaking.
It's very difficult.
We talked with Ian Duke yesterday how not everyone in R&D works on every set because there are so many things in the pipeline, so many projects, most of them top secret. Were you involved with Oath of the Gatewatch?
Absolutely. I was on the development team for Oath of the Gatewatch.
All right, so walk us through the process. We have pre-design, is that the first bit of things?
Right, so first we have exploratory design.
Okay.
And that kicks off far, far before even development starts or design starts. And that's where we're kind of exploring the ideas, seeing what could fit in this world.
Super big picture.
Super big picture. Trying out mechanics, trying out basic ideas, themes, if you will.
Almost philosophies. It's more a philosophy than a mechanic at that stage.
Well, absolutely, Rich. And almost no cards from exploratory design will survive through the rest of the stage. It's all just kind of testing stuff out.
Okay, so then we get to initial design.
Right, and we get into initial design, which is sort of, if you imagine design and development as a canvas, design is creating the canvas, filling in the lines, kind of creating an image, a rough image of what it's going to be, but they don't finish the picture. They just start it and create the elements needed for development to take it the rest of the way.
Okay, and we get this sort of few-week period, the sort of handoff, which we call divine. So that's half design, half development, where the two teams kind of come together, get a real strong sense of the ultimate direction they want to go in. But once that's done, then it's over to development. So what is the nuts and bolts of development?
Right, so while design is a lot more about coming up with the mechanics, coming up with like the themes, development focuses a lot more on tweaking it, making sure that it's a good fit for standard, making sure everything's fun to play with, that when we come to events like the World Magic Cup, everything is fun and enjoyable for the players to play with. And so after a lot of rigor and testing things out and mana cost evaluation and power toughness modifications and making some new cards as well, we end up with a finished Magic set.
I imagine you'd quite like to see a brand new card from Oath of the Gatewatch, so why don't we do that? It's time to reveal this. It is Crush of Tentacles, 4 blue. It's a mythic rare sorcery. Has the ability Surge, 3 blue, and the reminder text, the rules text for you. You can cast this spell for its Surge cost if you or a teammate has cast another spell this turn. Okay, then it says return all non-land permanents to their owner's hands. If Crush of Tentacles' Surge cost was paid, put an 8/8 blue octopus creature token onto the battlefield. Plenty of mouthfuls in there, Gavin. Take it away. Tell us all about Crush of Tentacles.
Right, we've seen a lot of tentacles on the Eldrazi side so far this block, but it's time for the allies to take their attempt at it. And Crush of Tentacles is something pretty exciting. First of all, it's just an awesome Magic card. 6 mana, big splashy sorcery, does some really cool stuff, kind of resets the board in a way, if you will. Let's talk about Surge a little bit, Rich.
Right.
It's very exciting. So this is a brand new mechanic premiering in Oath of the Gatewatch. And it's a way to kind of set up your spells. You can be a little tricky with how you want to run this out. For example, if you have a lot of mana, you could play a 2 or 3 mana spell and then Surge Crush of Tentacles. Or if you want, you could play a 0 mana spell, perhaps a Spider Silk Net or a Briber's Purse even for 0 mana.
Okay.
And then Surge it right away and get this 8/8 Octopus on turn 5, which is very exciting.
Okay, so the main cost, 4 blue. This Surge cost, 3 blue. Is that like a template for Surge so that everything's reduced by 1, or is everything reduced in it? Is that what Surge does for you?
Yeah, you'll see a variety of cost reductions across the board, and they don't always necessarily give you an extra thing. Sometimes you just get the cost reduction at common, for example. But there are some cards, such as Crush of Tentacles, that really give you some great bonuses if you manage to pay their Surge costs.
Right, okay, so the fundamental of it is the idea of trying to do 2 things at once, and the second thing, which is your Surge card, is going to be cheaper regardless. Even at common, they're always cheaper than the main cost of the card if it's the only thing you cast.
Absolutely.
All right, okay, that's pretty straightforward. Clearly, an 8/8 blue octopus creature token as the bonus, I can see why it's mythic. But presumably there are plenty of smaller effects that we're going to see spread throughout the rarities.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of different things, and it's a mechanic that appears both on spells as well as creatures. So you'll see both kind of cards show up.
Is it blue exclusively, or is it blue focused, or is Surge a mechanic that's sort of spread right across the set?
It shows up in a few different colors, yeah.
Right.
So you'll see Surge in more than just blue.
Okay, all right, that's great. I know the people who actually put the words on the Magic cards, and they are very, very cautious about the words that they use. There is a very unusual word sitting on Crush of Tentacles. Talk to me about this teammate thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So in Oath of the Gatewatch, the Eldrazi are pretty hard to take down, and maybe you'll want to find a teammate to take them down with. So what we're encouraging players to do is play in some more team-oriented formats, such as Two-Headed Giant. Two-Headed Giant is going to be featured actually at pre-releases around the world. We really encourage your store, and if your store is not currently running a Two-Headed Giant event at the pre-release, definitely talk to them about doing so, because it's really extra fun in Two-Headed Giant. Because in one-on-one play, it works totally fine. It's balanced for standard. But if you're playing a Two-Headed Giant game, your teammate casts a spell on turn 5, then you cast your Crush of Tentacles, you've got an Octopus, the board is reset, and you guys are ready to go.
Yeah, that sounds fantastic. And the idea, I mean, I know that my local store certainly runs a Two-Headed Giant pre-release every time, and it's always the first one to sell out on the Sunday afternoon because everyone's had their go themselves. And then like, hey, I want to compare notes with my friend about, you know, their pre-release experience, and you get to sit there and go, all right, well, what did you think of this card yesterday? And how about this? And now these work together. But finding a sort of very explicit synergy like Surge sounds like fantastic fun, because you're going to really build decks that want to take advantage of that.
Yeah, and Surge is one example of this, and you'll see a couple others peppered throughout Oath of the Gatewatch, but you'll have to stay tuned to find out just what those are.
Great stuff. So Crush of Tentacles, why don't we have one more look up on the big screen for you. Crush of Tentacles, 4 blue sorcery, Surge cost, 3 blue, and you can get with it, if you pay that Surge cost, you're going to get an 8/8 back. There it is. Quite apart from the fact that you get to return all non-land permanents to their owner's hands. Yeah, I can see why that's mythic. Tune in tomorrow for more excitement from Oath of the Gatewatch. We've got more to come this weekend. In the meantime, Gavin Verhey, thank you so much. And it's time for Crush of Tentacles in OGW.
Welcome back to the news desk. We've brought in a couple of experts here to walk us through the metagame analysis of Team Unified Standard. This has been an interesting puzzle. We got Frank Karsten, Randy Buehler, a pair of Hall of Famers here to talk to us about it. Frank, what do we need to know about Team Unified Standard and this format that was being played here today down the stretch at the World Magic Cup?
Yeah, so Team Unified Standard, we also saw it yesterday as a format, but the gist is that it has some specific deck construction rules. In Team Unified Standard, every team must construct 3 standard legal decks, and among all 3 decks and sideboards combined, there can be no more than 4 copies of any standard legal card, well, except for basic lands. So basically you have one trade folder with a playset of standard, and your entire team has to build 3 decks from that, which means that you can't just show up with 3 Abzan decks or something like that. You have to split up the cards somehow.
Right, if you put all the decks on top of each other, it would still be a standard legal deck.
Exactly.
So what are the challenges of building a deck under those constraints?
Well, the big challenge is dealing with overlap. If we go to the most important cards for Unified Standards, at least the current standards, they are the fetch lands, because so many of the decks in Standard rely on, basically 12 fetch lands, especially in combination with the battle lands. They allow you to play powerful gold cards in your deck. They fuel Delve, allow for consistent mana. So many of typical Standard decks play as many as 12 fetch lands. Well, that doesn't add up for Team Unified. Right. There are only 5 fetch lands in the format. You only have access to 20 total. So yeah, that leads to a challenge, how to split it up.
So what do you do? I mean, I know we'll hear people talking about these decks often as, a Wooded Foothills deck or a Flooded Strand deck or.
Well, it means that either basically you have to find some deck in the format that doesn't really play fetch lands, or you have to go for a different adjusted mana base. So transforming a deck that would typically be maybe a Windswept Heath deck, maybe some Abzan deck, into a deck that relies more on different lands, like dry lands, bane lands, those kinds of things.
Okay, so what did people do? What did this format end up looking like on day one?
Sure. So this is the big table that I prepared. Here are the fetch lands, but here you see all the different deck configurations that were played by all the teams who made it to day 2 with at least 8 points in the standard rounds yesterday.
So this is the way teams that won solved the puzzle.
Yeah, essentially. So at least 2 wins, 2 draws or better. Those I took, and then I tried to structure them somehow. And as it turned out, every team had 1 deck with Wooded Foothills, 1 deck with Strand and/or Jace, and 1 third deck, which is where the real craziness of the format arises. But maybe we'll just go over the columns one by one. Right, in the first column, you saw the Wooded Foothills deck, and this was a bit of a dividing point for many teams, because both Atarka Red needs this land in order to fix the mana, fuel Delve or Become Immense, but also Abs and Aggro to get both Canopy Vista and Smoldering Marsh, or even a basic Forest to play a turn 1 Warden of the first tree. So most teams said, well, we have to choose between the two, and Atarka Red was the more popular option of the two.
More popular though, but it's kind of only 9 out of 14. It felt to me, watching the format yesterday, like everyone had an Atarka Red deck, and here it looks like of the winning teams, the sort of 3-1-ish or better teams, it's actually only about 2/3 of them.
Yeah, it's true. I would have expected a little more Atarka Red as well, mainly because the deck doesn't really take many other cards away from other decks,
right,
as Abs and Aggro typically does. But I guess many people still wanted to play their Siege Rhinos. Perhaps there were some Abs and experts in the teams who wanted to play a deck that they were comfortable with. Or
It could also be, though, that everyone knowing that Atarka Red was going to be such a defining part of the metagame meant that the winning teams didn't necessarily have them. You had, 5 of those 14 winning teams just didn't have Atarka Red and maybe caught their opponents by surprise a little bit.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point. Yesterday we went into an overview of the format where we arrived at Atarka Red plus Eldrazi Ramp and Esper Dragons as the obvious configuration to beat, because there would be no overlap between them. But yeah, every other team knew that as well. So that allowed for some next leveling, and perhaps this basic, obvious setup turned out to be kind of a self-denying prophecy.
Then again, still 9 Atarka Reds. It's still a pretty big piece of the puzzle.
So for the second deck, in the second column, this deck with typically Strand and Jace together, the more popular options were, well, Esper Dragons and 4-color Rally. Both just good decks in standard with solid matchups across the board, and very importantly, no overlap with Atarka Red. They need a completely different set of fetch lands.
One Dark Jeskai deck snuck in there.
Yeah, and a regular tricolor Jeskai deck. Some Esper Tokens decks as well. These turned out to be variants typically with Jace, which actually needs a similar set of cards as Esper Dragons. So a different strategy, but as far as Unified Standard is concerned, it needs the same. Yeah, exactly.
What does the Esper Tokens deck look like? Like what is it doing to generate tokens?
Typically cards like Secure the Waste, maybe some versions might have Hangback Walker, Gideon, Sorin, those kinds of cards, and then boost them with Gideon, Sorin, and it works together.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting though, because so many of the Esper Dragons decks weren't necessarily a great home for Gideon. Right, you tend not to have that much white mana in an Esper Dragons deck, but if you go to Esper Tokens, it's a little more white based, you actually get to take advantage of, this powerful Planeswalker card that otherwise might not have a home.
Yep. 4-color Rally, I should also mention that many teams told me that they chose this deck because they felt it had a good matchup against both Atarka Red and Eldrazi Ramp. Both decks that were very much expected in the metagame. So that was also some of the thinking that went into deck choice for this event. Now if we go to the third deck,
that's where things get really interesting.
Oh yeah.
This was supposed to be the Windswept Heath column, but you couldn't quite zero in just on Windswept Heaths here?
No, well for several reasons. First off, Windswept Heath was sometimes taken by Atarka Red, and or by the 4-color Rally deck. So this third deck was quite often a deck that didn't have any fetch lands at all. Often with Hangback Walker as well. But quite often a deck that tried to go for kind of a different mana base as what you would typically see in Standard. So it was nice to see all these different options. The restrictions on Unified Standard bred some creativity. Now, 6 of the teams went for an Eldrazi Ram deck still, which was kind of the obvious choice because it doesn't need any fetch lands. But the players who relied on Ulamog did go into a bit of a hostile field because, well, first of all, everyone was ready for it with their infinite obliterations
Yeah,
and
I was
whatnot,
surprised that there were still 6 in there because it seemed like everyone came to your baseline conclusion of, Atarka Red, Eldrazi ramp, but then everyone was like, I don't want to play Eldrazi in this field full of Atarka Red.
Yeah, that's
and in a field where everyone knows Eldrazi is a big thing to prepare for, yet it still worked for almost half of the winning teams.
Like, it is still a fair deck to play, and very importantly, it doesn't take any cards away from the other decks. So
Still powerful, still has no overlap with your other decks.
So it was a deck that was played still a bit, but still the majority of teams try to avoid it, and for good reasons, as you also explained. Some of the ways to avoid it were actually depending on which deck you had in the second column. If you were playing 4-color Rally there, then you had already taken up, say, all the fetch lands between Atarka Red and 4-color Rally, but you might still have Shambling Vent and Case of Koilos remaining, which meant that you could play, say, some white-black deck, which doesn't need fetch lands, but fixes the mana with Shambling Vent, Case of Koilos, and so on. So often a token variant as well.
Interesting.
But if you would go for, say, Esper Dragons with Atarka Red, then, well, the Shambling Vent was often already taken up, but you might still have, say, Windswept Heat remaining. So then you could play, that's at least what one team did, some Ebs and Aggro deck, which has a bit of a crippled mana base, but with some creative building, you can make it mitigated.
I was going to ask, what does the Abzan Aggro deck in column 1 look like versus the Abzan Aggro deck? If we did a Venn diagram of those decks, what's on the outside of that overlap?
Well, the key difference is Wooded Foothills.
Yeah.
The ones on the left side of the table have a better mana base because they still have access to Wooded Foothills. The one on the right side have fewer fetch lands and rely more on pain lands to fix their mana. Other options you would see in the third deck column are Mardu or Black-Red decks, especially if players had Ebs and Aggro instead of Atarka Red, then they might have Bloodstained Mire still left over. And what can you do with that? Well, Mardu and Black-Red decks are key options
Those are like
there.
Crackling Doom decks?
Yeah, often with some Thunderbreak regions and Dragon synergies as well. And it's also interesting to see that in the third column, all the non-Eldrazi decks were all black decks. Perhaps because they get access to Duress, which is still a good card against both, say, Atarka Red and Eldrazi Ramp, right? Some metagaming going on as well in the deck choice.
You talked about Infinite Obliteration as a card you want to bring in against these Eldrazi decks. Is that also part of the reason maybe you're a black deck in that slot?
I'm sure it was a consideration for several of the teams heading into this peculiar format. Yeah.
If you were going to pick one of the decks out of that third slot, what's the one that really leapt out to you as being something exciting to play?
I liked the white-black tokens decks. This is an archetype that has been around for a while in Standard already, but often with more of a fetchland mana base. It was good to see that the players here showed how to build it without needing these fetchlands and still retain a very competitive, solid strategy.
Okay, well there you have it. That's a look at Team Unified Standard here at the World Magic Cup.
All right, welcome back to the news desk. Rich Hagan alongside Brian David Marshall. Thanks to you and to Frank, of course, and Randy there with setting the stage for what are just some extraordinarily critical matches.
Yeah, this is, I mean, we have bathed in blood all weekend long so far. Just some incredible fight from some teams that, you know, were not necessarily prominent names on the world stage, really looking for that opportunity to get onto the Pro Tour, looking for that opportunity to join this elite club of nations that have won a world team title. And it's been very exciting. I mean, obviously, always disappointing to see the United States or to see Brazil fall by the wayside. But it's also very exciting to meet the next Martin Mueller.
There are some wonderful teams still left in. We now know the pools for the second stage of play. So let's get to those for you. And we're going to begin with Pool D. So who is the top seed in Pool D? It is the number 4 overall, and that is Italy. Then they'll be joined by number 5, which is Scotland. Scotland have gone up from a 4 seed to a 2 seed on the back of their 3-0. The 12th seed is Greece, so they're up to a 3. And they will be joined by number 13. It is the Philippines. So Brian David Marshall, Italy, Scotland, Greece, and the Philippines on the spot. Pick us 2 to go through.
I like both Italy and Scotland. I've talked a lot with both of those teams there. I'm a big Bill Chronopoulos fan, but I think Italy and Scotland. Italy's the last team standing from the 4-nation super team that came into this event. Brazil, the United States, and Canada all by the wayside. Italy, the last team standing out of that house.
Okay, well, I'm not going to bet against the Greeks, that's for sure, because they just keep on going when it matters, and it really matters. Let's look at Pool C then. This will feature 3, 6, 11, and 14. The number 3 seed is France, who are carrying all before them under Pierre Dajon. Number 6 seed is New Zealand with Jason Chung, eliminated Sweden, as you saw in the last round. The number 11 is Latvia with Andre Prost. And look at that, Brian David Marshall. 14 is Japan.
Yeah, Yuya Watanabe, Kenji Samura, Ryuichi Tamada fighting on, but they're going to have their work cut out for them. That's also a tough, a very, very tough pool. Latvia, you've got 2 Pro Tour top 8s captaining your team there.
To me, that pool looks utterly ridiculous.
That's my pool of death.
Right, and here's the thing. Because one plays 2 first, then one will play 3, and then one will play 4. In round 3, France and Pierre Dajon will face Japan with the huge likelihood that somebody goes home and someone advances in that match. So that will potentially be the last match of the day. France-Japan could be astonishing. Let's go to Pool B. We know 8 of the 16. Here's the next 4. Our overall number 2 seed is Austria, with Valentin Macklin, his 6 Grand Prix top 8s leading the way. The 7th seed overall, 2 in this pod, is Ukraine. They are carrying on trucking as one of the overnight leaders. 3rd seed, that will be Serbia, with Alexa Talarov making it in at the last. And they'll be joined by number 15. This is Thailand. So Austria, Ukraine, Serbia, and Thailand are your 4 here. BDM, Austria just keep on going.
Yeah, well, Valentin Mackel is someone who's been playing top-level Magic for a couple of seasons now, and I expect to see him continue to do so. I also really like Serbia out of that pool. I know they've got a little bit of an uphill climb being at the bottom half, but Alexa Talarov has just been amazingly impressive, and we heard from Mete Zadelkai that he'll be joining Team Eureka for the rest of this year.
Yeah, I mean, even if you'd never met Alexa Talarov or knew anything about his Magic resume, that fact alone should tell you something, because Eureka are one of the really dominant forces in World Magic right now. Very arguably a team of the year, if you like. One more pool to go. Let's bring you that. It features our number 1 overall seed in Pool A, and that remains Belarus. They just do not die. 2 wins and a draw. I believe they are undefeated this weekend.
They are undefeated. They have 3 draws and no losses.
Incredible. Next up, it's the number 8 seed. It's Guatemala.
Way to go, guys.
Yeah, fantastic. They drew with Thailand to make it in at the expense of Brazil. The number 9 seed overall is Denmark, so the defending champions are still alive. And who is 16? It's Paraguay.
Wow.
They were a top seed in the first pool, lose, and boy did they ever cash in their number 1 seed chip.
Yeah.
With a result that was a 3-0,
what is that
1-2,
thing you always
1-2,
say?
1-2, seeding, matters, that's the one. Yes, and it does absolutely here, but now Paraguay, they're on the shoes on the other foot. They're a bottom seed.
They're really going to need a 3-0 if they want to guarantee themselves getting
to guarantee for sure. So let's just recap those for you. Pool A, Belarus, Guatemala, Denmark, and Paraguay. Group 2, Group B, Austria, Ukraine, Serbia, and Thailand. Pool C, that's France, New Zealand, Latvia, and Japan, my lord.
Pool of death.
Pool of death. And Pool D, Italy, Scotland, Greece, and the Philippines. Now, right in the mix at the top of Pool C is France. And we had a chance to chat this morning with the captain of France, Pierre Dajon. Tim Willoughby was out there bright and early. And I think you'll find that the optimism is rather firmly in the right place. Here's Pierre Dajon.
I'm here on the tournament floor with Pierre Dajon, captain of Team France. Now, Pierre, how did yesterday go for you?
Well, it went really well. We started with 0-1, so not that good against Belgium. And then we were able to win 5 rounds in a row. And we drew the last one against Belarus to make sure we would be first seed today in Group F, I think. So couldn't really ask for more.
And in terms of how your decks performed, both in the sealed and in the constructed portions, were you happy overall?
Yeah, in sealed we had one great blue-white fighters deck and 2 pretty mediocre decks, so going to 1 was good. And in standard, it's been phenomenal. We prepared a lot, and all 3 decks went just fine. Like, we played the matchups we wanted to, and we all had a lot of experience with the deck we were playing, so it went pretty much according to the plan.
So there weren't too many situations where you were thinking, oh no, I really need to rely on my teammate to win this one because I'm in kind of a rough spot?
Yeah, actually in every round, one of us lost, but his teammates were able to carry him. For me, it was round 6. I got crushed against Iceland by black-white mid-range, and I was like thinking super hard, oh, how can I win this? I think I couldn't actually. And my teammates come to me and say, okay, relax, dude, we won. Which was a pretty nice experience. It's like the get out of jail card.
Now, you're the top seed in your group going into the start of day 2. That, of course, very, very important. Who else is in your group? Who have you got? Who are you looking out for?
We have Netherlands. They have a very, very good team with Jelger Vilgersma and Thomas Hendricks. So they're probably the scariest team, except for us, obviously, in our group. And we have Poland and Philippines, which, I mean, they're both day 2, so they probably prepared very well, and we'll take them seriously as well. But I think Netherlands is the big team to watch out for.
Well, best of luck to Team France. You've got a whole more days worth of Magic if you want to make the top 8 of this World Magic Cup. Best of luck to you.
Thanks.
All right, thanks very much. Well, Pierre Dajon, as he said, had to watch out for Netherlands. In the end, Netherlands played sort of kingmaker. They won their last round to get up to 1 and 2. But Netherlands were 0 and 2, and well, France took care of business. And I've got to be honest with you, the Raphael Levy team that won, you could see that when you looked at it, and certainly in hindsight. You know, you look at someone like Timothée Simoneau, and he's a genuinely very good, not top 25 player, but top 100, top 200 player in the world, which is a huge accomplishment. And you look at this France team, they do not have someone outside Pierre Dajon that is like that. They have Arnold Soumet with a little bit of Pro Tour experience, but the other two?
I talked to Raph Levy during the Hall of Fame induction ceremony.
Oh, right.
We had that lovely Hall of Fame dinner where all you know, as many Hall of Famers as are in attendance come and enjoy a night before the Pro Tour. And he was very optimistic about the team. And in fact, when I talked to Pierre, was very involved with making sure this team this year was ready to go for this tournament. So Raph was still very involved, and he had a lot of he felt very strong that this was very positive that this was a strong team and that they could had the possibility of repeating as World Magic Cup champions.
Yeah, there's a kind of interesting sort of meta storyline developing here of like which comes first, the preparation or being a top pro and playing with good people. Because obviously a lot of the top pros make sure they're top pros by preparing with good people. But we sort of take that for granted. We will just go and look at the Channel Fireball testing house or the Pantheon or Team Eureka, and we'll know that 14 of them are in the woods somewhere, right? But here, you actually, when you look at a list of country names, you don't know which of those represent what you've said with France, what we've talked about with Macedonia. I guarantee you, says Martin Nanik, no one's prepared more than we have. And it turns out that they are sort of the Channel Fireball of the event, right? They are the ones who have locked it in, and a bit like Patrick Chapin with his Pro Tour win.
Sure.
He won that Pro Tour months before, while other people were still wondering whether they were qualifying or using their silver invite or whatever. He was so far ahead of that mental curve, and I think we're starting to see that with some of these teams, even though we don't know until we see it happen who they are. Just tremendous stuff.
Yeah, I'm the team that's really impressed me is Belarus. Just, continuing to not lose, and a team we haven't really had a chance to see much of.
Why don't we see if we can get a chat with some of them over the next couple of rounds, because the players are ready, and we are going to head to the feature match area for our first round of pool play. And do you know what? It is Belarus, the #1 seeds. Nobody has beaten them. Can Guatemala do it in the first round of pool play, part 2, right now?
Hello and welcome to this, the first round of the last constructed pool play before we hit our top 8. I'm Tim Willoughby, here with Randy Buehler, and we've got some players absolutely itching to get their constructed on. Let's head down to the feature match area. Hello and welcome to the first round of constructed play here of the final set of constructed pools before our top 8 cut at the end of the day. On the left of our feature match area, we've got Team Belarus. We can see there we've got Pavel Medvedsky, Evgeny Zakharenkov, and Nikita Sherbakov. We're going to be starting with Sherbakov. He is playing Abzan Agro, and he's up against the Team Guatemala. That's Christopher Varula. We also have Wilfredo Borquez and Jose Andres in the feature match area. They have plenty going on also. We've got Ataka Red versus Abzan Agro here, a fairly classic standard match, Randy Buehler.
Yeah, no, this should be fun. Christopher Varula has most of the Pro Tour experience for Guatemala. He actually finished 17th in Brussels at the Pro Tour earlier this year.
Yeah, we can see there he's got the champion medal for Guatemala, along with the trademark Guatemala team jackets.
Indeed.
These are almost like the sort of the golfing jackets that you get when you get on the Masters. This is what Team Guatemala wears, and these get passed down every year.
Yeah, and you see the Scythe Leopard on turn 1. This is the landfall version of the Tarka Red.
Yeah, so
Forest into Scythe Leopard.
Yeah, Shambling Vent on turn 1 for Nikita Sherbakov. Sherbakov is on Abzan Agro, so he's not necessarily a deck that does too much on turn 1 apart from an occasional Warden in the first tree, but soon enough he will have all sorts of threats coming along, and already we see Varula here saying, yes, my Scythe Leopard's a 2-2, and I'm going to make it a 3-3 by sacrificing my Wooded Foothills, and presumably getting some red mana for himself here so that he's got all of his colours online. There we go with the Mountain.
And Belarus, one of the teams that had success without having a red-green deck. They went Abzan Agro as their Wooded Foothills deck in Unified Standard.
And actually, both of these teams, it seems to be in this competition that there's a couple of fairly well understood decks and then a third deck that's a bit off the wall. We have Naya Eldrazi Ramp for the Belarusians, and then for Guatemala we have Black-Red Dragons, which we might get a chance to check out a little bit later on, along with a version of Esper that isn't regular Esper Dragons, which could be quite cool.
No, it's control. Face-up Den Protector here for Varula.
It's an aggressive start from an aggressive deck. Simply hitting curve what he wants to be doing. 2 Den Protectors in Sherbakov's hand. We'll find out whether or not he wants to play any of his face-up. Certainly a desire, I guess, potentially to curve out here for Sherbakov too, because having a creature in play before you play Anafenza the Foremost the following turn does mean that potentially your Anafenza can get that little bit better by throwing around some counters here and there. Face-up Den Protectors all round.
Yeah, well, it makes a lot. Sherbakov wants to block, obviously. Varula's trick was on turn 2, he was either just playing an Atarka's Command for a little bit of extra damage or not doing anything, so couldn't really afford to wait on his Den Protector. He just needs another attacker.
And Atarka's Command this turn, though, would mean that that Den Protector wasn't going to be blockable by the opponent's Den Protector, which is kind of cute.
It is certainly an option. Looks like that's the way Varula's going to play it.
There's also Become Immense in Varula's hand. This an aggressive deck that's got a very straightforward plan when it comes to Atarka's Command, Become Immense, Teemo Battle Rage, Titan Strength. 4 of each. Let's just be super aggressive. The thing that it doesn't have quite so much of is Burn. In the main deck, this is not a deck that has any kind of reach if it does not have a creature in play. So if Nikita Sherbakov is able to identify that and deal with the creatures that Christopher Varula has going on, he doesn't need to worry about additional damage coming in the form of burn spells.
That said, Den Protector feels like reach a lot of times. The fact that it's unblockable turns a lot of those Giant Growths into just damage the opponent's face cards.
So big swings there from Sherbakov, from Varula, who's just fetching the land with his Cinderglade there with his fetch land so that he can knock Nikita Sherbakov down to just 6 life already. I mean, this is what the landfall red-green decks do, but all it takes is winning the die roll and a little stumble from the opponent and you can just do crazy amounts of damage. So Sherbakov untapping for his turn 3 on 6 life. And that pressures every single decision you're making for the rest of the game.
Drags a fetch land down to 5.
Oh, they hurt so much more when you're on that sort of a life total. But now does have the 2 basics in play to mean that from now on, any fetch lands at least will be able to find themselves Battle for Zendikar lands that come into play untapped.
It's a tricky spot. I mean, does he want to leave up Abzan Charm? Or does he want to get an Anafenza down? Decides he's got to leave up Abzan Charm, which he was right. There is a Become Immense in Varula's hand, so having that Abzan Charm is kind of important.
Yeah, the unblockability of Den Protector, once it gets a big power, would have been enough that Become Immense could have just closed this game right out.
That said, can Varula apply enough offense here to force Sherbakov's hand before he plays a Become Immense? Swift Spear, Side Leopard with a trigger, and there's a fetch land in play. So it's a potential 3-power Side Leopard. Although it isn't yet. Yeah, who do you block with Den? Den Protector on Den Protector makes a lot of sense. Now, Varula can say, take 3. He can crack a fetch land. He can play a Become Immense.
Yeah, that's right.
And he's going to play around the Abzan Charm. Doesn't even crack that Bloodstained Mire. Because he doesn't want Side Leopard to be a 3/3. It's pretty smart.
There we have it. Sherbakov down to just 2 life. Now, we've not seen very many Siege Rhinos this weekend, but this is a relatively welcome sight for Nikita Sherbakov here. 3 life, definitely tempting, but
well,
we know that either of these creatures here from Christopher Varula is going to end up lethal.
Yeah, I mean, Sherbakov has to do something. His Abzan Charm can't save him from that damage because Varula has clearly demonstrated a willingness to not get his creatures up to the point where Abzan Charm can remove them. Now, there will be an unblocked creature to point Become Immense at.
Well, I mean, you know the good thing, Randy Buehler, about us getting a nice quick game 1 in one of our matches? We get that much more magic from the other tables that are going on here. There are 3 matches going on, and we want to try and bring you as much as possible from all 3 of them, because no one match on its own is enough to send one of these countries through. There needs to be 2 match wins for one country, Become Immense there, finishing things off Christopher Varula. He takes game 1 for Guatemala, and we'll get a chance to jump across to one of our other matches and see what's going on there. And I would guess they're on about turn 4-ish, maybe. But before that, of course, we do have our messages. So once we get back, we'll be able to bring you just a little bit more magic.
In The Art of Magic the Gathering Zendikar, you can experience the danger and beauty of Zendikar like never before. This lavishly illustrated hardcover book features the award-winning Art of Magic the Gathering and gives you an insider's look at the secrets of Zendikar, its people, continents, and creatures. Available everywhere January 5th. Friday Night Magic is your local Magic hangout. Find the format right for you among Standard, Modern, Draft, Commander, Legacy, and many more. Check out your local store for details and share your FNM stories by using the hashtag MTGFNM. Visit magic.wizards.com/FNM for more information.
Hello and welcome back to this, our match between top seed in the entire tournament, as yet undefeated here at the World Magic Cup, Belarus, up against Guatemala. We've already seen Guatemala take a game, and Christopher Varula there quickly dispatching Nikita Sherbakov in game 1. But now we get a chance to see Naya Eldrazi ramp in the hand of Pavel Miadvedsky versus Jose Andres with Esper control. So Jace in play for Andres there on the right of our screen. And on the left, a whole host of creatures, a couple of copies of Rattleclaw Mystic, a Leaf Gilder, and then there's Dragonlord Atarka currently ruling the skies. 8 flying trample, and with Jose Andre on just 12 life, he's going to have to do something pretty fast because he's facing down lethal damage on the next attack. Well, a couple of extra lands coming into play here for Miadzvedsky. There is a Lumbering Falls there that's one blocker for him. Unfortunately not able to block the biggest threat that Miadzvedsky has going on.
At least Summoning Sickness will hold it at bay for a turn.
Few things can hold dragons at play for too long there. We can see counters going up on a majoring network just at the bottom there. So sooner or later, this Esper control deck will have plenty of mana going on. Worth noting, of course, that this is Esper control and not Esper dragons. You can see quite a lot of white sources in play. And in some respects, that means that there might be a little bit of hope for Team Guatemala because Planar Outburst very much a feature in these decks.
2 in the main deck.
So there are ways of winning back this sort of situation. Also get to run the likes of Ojutai's to command to get back your Jaces from the graveyard, gain some life. There's options there, but we would be lying
Multiple Ugins as well.
Yeah, we'd be lying if we said it wasn't in a little bit of a tough shape here for Jose Andres. And there is that Planar Outburst. Thanks for showing me all of that, Pavel. You're going to have to do something similar again.
And now that the board has been cleared with Planar Outburst, though, Andres is in quite good shape. Look at that hand.
Yeah, Ojutai's command. He's got a counter spell for the big threats, and that's sometimes the problem that these ramp decks can have. They spend so much time and resources getting lots of mana going that they don't have so many threats, and a counter spell at the right moment can be a real problem.
Yeah, Haven of the Spirit Dragon goes and recycles Dragonlord Atarka, but Andres is ready for that.
Well, he's got Obnixilis Reignited in his hand, so he can just cast it and use it to kill off the dragon.
Yeah, Andre decided he's not going to stop the dragon from coming into play. He's willing to have Jace lose 5 loyalty. Miadvedsky, on the other side, almost out of gas. Down to just that Hangerback Walker.
And Hangerback Walker can be pretty large when you've got the number of lands in play that Miadvedsky has, but at the same time, this is a control deck with an awful lot of cards in hand and 2 Planeswalkers in play.
Yeah, Pavel just shrugs as Obnixilis comes down. I mean, Jose Andres doesn't have so much life that he can afford to be too gung-ho with drawing extra cards with Obnixilis, but an extra 1 or 2 here and there, it may just mean cashing in his Ojutai's command for life rather than some other options at some point in the game. Mostly this is the point where Pavel taps a bunch of mana for Hangerback Walker, crosses his fingers, and hopes his opponent is out of answers. Please, sir. I have a Hangerback Walker?
You will notice that he's not reaching for a die just yet. Straight in the graveyard it goes. No Thopter tokens. Another Jace the draw there. Jose Andres fetching another land here. Team Guatemala, not just the jackets, of course, also the hats, which gradually sort of round the top of them do read Guatemala, so that from whichever angle you can tell who they are.
Draw a card. No problem.
And there's another Jace. The card drawing side of things, Jose seems to have a pretty good, strong plan on.
Yeah, he's got a dig through time in his hand too, whenever he gets time for it or gets pushed into needing a specific answer. He is out of counter spells for creatures, though. This is a bit of a window for Pavel.
I think that there was a creature in the draw there for Miadzvedsky. We will see soon enough, as this is not really a time where you can afford to hang around and wait for the opportunity to play lots of threats.
All right, here's Whisperwood. Dig is a response. Yeah, it looks like dig through time is a response. Jose would prefer this to either not come into play or at least die before it starts spitting off manifests.
Yeah, the Jace that's in play at some point lets him flashback planar outburst, but this is not exactly a perfect time to do so, really.
There's an utter end in there. Among lots of goodies.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of options. Clash of Wills, not quite the card that he's looking for at this point with the number of lands in play for Miadzvedsky, but that's okay because there were a couple of good ones.
End of turn.
And I guess there is always the option of using Obnixilus to kill off creatures also.
It's not great against Whisperwood.
This is true.
Wow. So he does let the Whisperwood resolve and throw off manifest. Maybe he is planning that planar outburst. The one Jace can give its life for flashback. The other Jace can flip.
Do the number of cards in the graveyard add up for that?
Well, he doesn't have to flashback he can give flashback to the planar outburst and then cast it after he flips the second Jace. First one even heads to the graveyard to add more.
And here we go. Back-to-back Jace Planeswalkers.
I hear that card's pretty good.
In almost every incarnation. So here comes Planar Outburst. Not casting it with Awaken. This not necessarily a card that you see cast often with Awaken, even in occasions where there's lots and lots of mana available to the control decks. Basically, there's always so many good things to do with your mana when you're playing a control deck in this format that tapping that much to awaken one of your lands, not necessarily a great rate.
And now Jose Andres is completely stacked in his hand once again. He's got Ojutai's Command, he's got Negate, he's got an Ugin, Silumgar's Command. I think at this point he's now firmly in control.
Absolutely, yeah. He's already got 2 Planeswalkers working with him. He's going to have another one going on. I think he might have been reading the plot line of Oath of the Gatewatch about all of the Planeswalkers working together against the Eldrazi ramps situation.
Funny.
Watching some of the previews over lunch. Yeah, Map the Wastes, meaning that there's a little bit more land in play for Miadzvedsky, and I guess a little bit less land left in his deck. But right now, even though he leads 20 life to 2, do not be fooled. This game is not as one-sided as the life totals would suggest.
I was just like, no problem. I'll go down to 1. Time to draw another card.
Trying to draw another Planeswalker.
Ha! More Planeswalkers join the team. We are in storyline mode here. Needs a way to draw cards that doesn't cost life now that he's down to 1. See,
and that's fair enough.
He is sitting on Ojutai's Command. He's going to be tempted to gain 4 life.
And between Ojutai's Command and Silumgar's Command, it would be fair to say he's in a commanding position.
You said it, not me.
I'll take the hit on that one, the feedback in the Twitch chat. I'm guessing C-, but maybe I'm an optimist. More map the waste here for Pavel Miedzvedski.
Belarus hasn't lost yet, but we've watched Guatemala take a couple game ones from them here. Belarus has definitely got their work cut out for them if they're going to keep that streak alive.
And the cool thing about pool play is that if we were talking about a regular Swiss tournament and at this stage you were without losses, you might start reaching a point where you thought, okay, we can just start IDing, we can maybe concede to friends and so on. Because of pool play, it doesn't matter how good your record has been, these 3 rounds, if you lose them all, you're out. Does not matter. As it is for Belarus, because they have come in as the absolute top seed in their pool, then they are able to suck up maybe one more loss than some other teams.
Tiebreakers, they're going to win any tie. So if they get into a 3-way tie at 1 and 2, they could still sneak in based on their previous results. But you're right, they've got to earn it. Probably need to win two of these 3.
Being able to rebound Ojutai's command and gain 8 life and draw 2 cards seems kind of exciting. So many options with all of these Planeswalkers, and loyalty's ticking up. Could we be seeing a multiple ultimate? Don't try and say that one too fast.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, Jose is obliged to win the game, I guess. Pavel might just scoop him up.
Yeah, at what point does it count as kind of playing with your food a little bit?
I mean, one of the victory conditions of these Esper control decks is to bore the opponent to death.
I am anything but bored right now with some of the possibilities going on with all of these Planeswalkers. While we're fairly used to seeing Jace in play, we don't necessarily get to see so much from Narset or indeed Obnixilis in Standard.
And Ugin just watches from Jose's hand. If he plays the Ugin, the game might end.
Oh, we may be seeing an attack here. That would gain some more life to draw some more cards. That makes sense.
As long as it's not about the damage.
Incidental damage. Now, in terms of things that Miedzvedski might be able to draw here to make things kind of interesting, let's have a little look at what he's got going on. I mean, one would have to think that one card on its own might not be enough, but Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger is a feature in his deck.
Yep.
Just casting it will exile permanents, and there are some pretty juicy permanents to exile at this point. Any amount of counter magic's not going to change that. You cannot exile a Narset Emblem, though, and that is something that's just come into play. Non-creature spells are no longer an option for Pavel Miedzvedski. Conveniently, Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger is a creature. A real big creature.
Yeah, those 3 Olamogs are basically the only relevant cards left in Pavel's deck. And even then, so you get to remove 2 permanents with your Ulamog. Which Planeswalkers would you like? You can't have all of them.
Ugin ticking up. Not a great deal of incentive to tick down right now. And it doesn't take very long for Ugin to reach ultimate stage. Though I'm not quite sure what other permanents Jose Andres could ever want, even for Christmas.
Jetty Offshoot.
Well, that's a creature, and it gained him a life.
Yeah, Pavel actually drew Ugin that turn, but Narset Emblem locking that one out.
All right, we're at 11 loyalty for Ugin. We've already had 1 ultimate. How many are we going to get? What's the largest number of ultimates you've ever seen in one game, Randy?
I mean, a couple.
I guess that technically, if you count things like Gideon emblems, I might have seen 3. But we have the potential for 4 here. And we have an update from our third table. So Christopher Varula has been able to win his match, not just game 1. So Guatemala now has a firm lead in this match against current top seed Belarus, and a second emblem's in play. That's ultimate number 2. So now we have a new win condition for Jose Andres. Yes, he can technically deal damage. He can also deck Pavel Miedzvedski, who, let's remember, can no longer play any spells apart from creatures.
He's seen enough. I don't want more of these ultimates going off.
I would quite happily have seen at least one more ultimate. I'm just going to throw that one out there. But that is game one for Jose Andres for Guatemala. Guatemala currently on the board with every game win that there has been so far in this match, as far as we can tell. So we're going to get a chance to see our third match that's going on. It's working out a little bit slower than the other ones, but there's a lot of dragons, at least in potential, in here. Evgeny Zakharenkov on the left of our screen for Belarus. He is playing Esper Dragons. On the right-hand side of our screen, this is red-black dragons in the hand of Wilfredo Bojoquez.
I'm guessing by the fact that this is still game one that's good for Esper Dragons?
I would imagine so, but and both these decks, in their own way, kind of control decks. It's just that the red-black deck controlling the board, the blue-black deck controlling more from its hand, I suppose. Different branch of dragons completely, though. In terms of finishing power, the red-black dragon deck does have the option of the likes of Kolaghan the Storm's Fury and Thunderbreak Regent. And then it can also power out quite a lot of tokens between Hangerback Walker and Pia and Kiran Nallar. Thunderbreak Regent, the card that you see coming into play there, facing down Dragonlord Ojutai and that there, Jace Vryn's Prodigy. Beautiful unglued swamps there for Evgeny Zakharenkov. All dragons all the time. Dragonlord Silmgar says, I want you to be one of my dragons. And yes, it's become the target of a spell or ability, so Zakharenkov will take a little bit of damage now. But it does make a slightly awkward position now for Bojoquez, because there's 3 dragons in play for Zakharenkov, and now targeting any of them is going to cost him 3 life. Dragonlord Silmgar doing some good work there.
Bojoquez is hellbent, empty-handed, just drawing off the top now.
Draws a Read the Bones.
All right, that's one way to try to get back into it.
Utter end the draw there off Jace Vryn's Prodigy. We can't quite see how big the graveyard is, so we don't know how close Jace is to flipping.
I think Evgeny was digging for permission.
Well, we may already have had some by the looks of things.
Yeah.
So while the life total's currently in favor of Bojoquez, that not likely to last for all too long.
Just because there's 3 dragons ready to attack him, and he's defending himself with a lone Thopter token?
That'll be it, yeah. Draws another dragon there with Jace. Admittedly a legendary one, so it's not likely to come into play just yet. We'll get a chance to see the graveyard. We'll find out quite how close Jace is to flipping here. You can see there Nikita Sherbakov just looking on. He does, of course, as a teammate, have the option of giving a little bit of advice here and there. As it is, though, it looks like Zakharenkov knows what he's doing.
Yeah, does flip the Jace, discarding the redundant Dragonlord Ojutai.
And much as we saw in the last game, where there's maybe some dicey moments early on, but later on these control decks just kind of feel like they can't ever lose. Zakharenkov in a pretty dominant position here, hoping to see a lot of attacks.
He's going to use the other end just to get the Thopter token out of the way.
And it does change the
game along.
Yeah, this way around is a clear, neat 2-turn clock.
Yeah, he's got it next turn.
Even if there's a removal spell for Dragonlord Silumgar, which would be kind of the best case scenario for Bojoquez, he's going to be taking 3 just to do that. And there's every possibility that then any removal from Zakharenkov would still make it lethal.
I think he's got the Scatter in his hand anyway, for whatever would come off the top of the deck.
So Zakharenkov picks up the game there. So that one will be going to a game 2, which we'll be able to potentially see some of a little bit, but we're going to get a chance to jump back potentially and see a little bit more of Esper control against Eldrazi ramp. And let's talk a little bit about the early turns of what happens with Eldrazi ramp, because to be honest, in some respects, those are the exciting bits for me, as it's sort of gradually able to sneak ahead of what the control decks are trying to do.
Yeah, and this particular Eldrazi deck, it's got a lot of dragons in it too. Dragonlord Dramoka, Dragonlord Atarka. It explodes not just to Eldrazi, but all kinds of fun stuff. Leaf Gilder helps with the acceleration. Rattleclaw Mystic helps with the acceleration. So, I mean, there's a lot of ways to ramp up and a lot of things to ramp into.
And in terms of the control matchup, it really does seem like they've thought about that pretty hard, because Dragonlord Dramoka in the sideboard and in the main, and a Gaia's Revenge in the sideboard as well. That one,
it's a great point.
It could put a real hurt on if it's something that is not expected by Jose Andres on the other side.
I wonder if they're able to get time for Dramoka to kick in the Atarka Red matchup too. I mean, you think about this metagame, right? If you're playing Eldrazi, you know that the reason most people shied away from Eldrazi is there's all this Atarka Red out there, there's all this control out there. And I think by going to Naya with their Eldrazi deck, they've gotten some tools. They've got, okay, Winds of Kalsisma in the sideboard, of course, all the Jaddi offshoots, but Radiant Flames, Dragonlord Dramoka, they've got some spice, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. I don't know that Naya is necessarily the go-to color scheme for Eldrazi ramp, but it seems to be working here.
Exactly.
This is, let's not forget, not a losing team so far this weekend.
Indeed.
And a keep and a scry here after a mulligan for the Naya ramp deck of Pavel Miadzvedsky. Early doors there, we see Leaf Gilder. Not necessarily the play this turn on turn 2. We've got Hangerback Walker instead. Hangerback Walker, a great kind of catch-all for almost any turn in the game for Naya Eldrazi ramp. It can cast it on turn 2 and just have something on the board that can gradually grow, present a little bit of a threat in there. But if you draw it on turn 10 when you've got 14 lands in play, it's a colossal threat too. Just a basic island, the first fetch. I mean, getting a few basics in play doesn't then mean that future fetch lands become all the more powerful, because they can fetch the Battle for Zendikar lands untapped. And here's our first ramp spell of the game. Successfully resolves, so get a couple of forests here. And this is Pilgrimage. Of course, if you can get to Spell Mastery a little bit stronger, but you've got to play something first, and it's not so shabby as your first spell of the game.
That Ulamog does look awfully expensive, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was kind of the idea when it got made, that it was always meant to look expensive. The good thing is, this is a deck that can achieve that. There's already another forest in hand. They've got the Hedron Archive going on. It's not as far off as it seems like it should be.
It's true.
And the fact that it's a cast trigger to exile 2 permanents, very important, means that even if everything's going right for the control deck, it's still going to lose 2 permanents. That's the best case scenario. Which, if you're going to spend 10 mana, you want to get something for it, right? How do we feel about Jose Andres' hand here? He's got Anticipate, Scatter the Winds, Dig Through Time, and lots of lands. Is that where you want to be for a control deck in this spot?
Yeah.
Great.
I mean, I want to play lands. I want to build up my mana base, and I want to make sure that I don't get run over by anything in particular. This Hedron Archive is kind of interesting. Like, do you use your Scatter to the Winds to stop a Hedron Archive? It's an Eldrazi ramp deck. Ramp is very important to them, and Jose Andres says, yes, I am going to use my only counterspell to stop that Hedron Archive.
I mean, I guess that realistically, he knows that some of the cards that he might want to stop. I mean, we don't know whether or not, for example, he'd seen Dragonlord Dramoka in Game 1. If he did, then he might know that the acceleration would put it into something that he was going to have trouble with anyway. The amount of extra reach that you get, the amount of extra mana that you get from a Hedron Archive, enough to make it a reasonable counter, I think. Yeah. absolutely back-breaking against control, can't be countered, and then your opponents can't cast spells during your turn, which means that, in turn, other things that you're casting, because this deck operates largely at sorcery speed, are not going to get countered. Also beats people up real good.
Yeah, I have to imagine that's part of the reason Belarus is sitting at undefeated. This Dramoka tech seems like a good call for this meta.
Explosive net vegetation met by negate.
Wow, Jose Andres just continues stopping the ramp. I like it. Oh, geez, that was the last card he needed to dig through time as well.
Everything's coming up Andres, it would seem.
Yeah, let's count. Pavel's check. Yeah, that was 6. All right. I guess that was 6.
Disconsolate looking Nikita Sherbakov in the background for the Belarusian team. Just watching on, he's already lost his match in relatively quick fashion against Christopher Varula, and kind of hoping that even though his team probably does have a loss to give in this constructed pool, didn't want to be giving up in the first round of this constructed. Just puts a little bit more pressure on for the next couple. Silmgar's command now in hand for Andres, so can't counter everything, but it can do a fair amount of work. And Duress revealing just a land and Ulamog, nothing to hit there, but the information's still important.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Information is definitely nice.
Yeah, Miadzvedsky, his play is kind of mapped out at this point, with the possible exception of what to do with his Hangerback Walker, but Hangerback Walker at 3 power can probably be chipping in a little bit here, I would imagine.
Wow, is he going to counter map the wastes? You know, Ulamog is looming.
Bolster is a thing. I mean, this is a stark change from the way that ramp matchups used to work against control. Historically, the ramp spells functionally didn't really do a whole lot against control, so you just said, well, you've not got very many threats, and I've got some counter magic.
Right.
Lo and behold, job done. The big threats now, I think R&D have done a really good job of finding threats that you don't just feel like your world is crumbling every single time you play against a control player, which I think makes the matchup a lot more interesting. So map the race resolves. Bolster does put an extra counter on Hangerback Walker. It attacks for 4. Jose Andres going down to 12 here on this attack. And Majoring Network gets its first counter. So Jose, not really a ramp deck in quite the same school as what's going on the other side of the board, but he's gradually improving his mana situation. And any control deck certainly likes to have more mana available rather than less. And there's plenty of colorless uses of mana in this format for Esper control.
Yeah, we are up over 7 mana. Those Shrine of the Forsaken Gods tap for 2 each toward Ulamog, so map the waste got us there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, Shrine of the Forsaken Gods, just a big, big boon to these decks. And we get a chance to see the Guatemala team. They pick up Ulamog, they have a good old look. Is he hungry? Yep.
And Sanctum of Ugin is going to trigger here as well.
So that of course means that just because this Ulamog has been dealt with does not mean to say that there will not be future Ulamog issues for Jose Andres. Hey look, I brought a friend. We had the same costume.
Yeah, I mean, this is how Eldrazi can, in fact, beat control, even once the game gets late. The string of Ulamogs is the key. Those lands were exiled. Oh, by the way, Hangerback is attacking.
Yeah, and those Hangerback attacks just big enough that even just Hangerback Walker on its own is something that Jose Andres needs to worry about now. The bolster from Map the Wastes shaving a turn off the clock, I think.
Now, can Pavel Miedvedski draw land off the top? That's what he wants.
Absolutely, because it was pretty tight on mana to be able to cast that first Ulamog.
Yeah, and he had to sacrifice the Sanctum of Ugin, so he's down to 9 mana now. And if he could pick the land he's going to draw, how about another Sanctum of Ugin?
I wouldn't say no. Jose Andres casts his Dragonlord Ojutai. That will at least be able to block this Hangerback Walker. Did not look like a land pickup here for Pavel Miedvedski.
No, is that Rending Volley? I think it's Rending Volley. 4/4 Hangerback can just attack into Ojutai, though.
Absolutely.
Oh, Nissa. There's the 10th land, or 10th mana for next turn.
It's not just the Esper control deck that gets to do some fun things with Planeswalkers. Nissa Vastwood Seer. When she comes into play, you do get to Forest. The exciting bit, of course, is when you play your 7th land and then you get Nissa Sage Animist. Our graphic flipping just as Miedvedski's Nissa does, and plenty of abilities there. All of them fairly relevant when it comes to this ramp deck. Getting to reveal the top card and put lands into play, other cards into your hand, make 4/4 elementals, and then occasionally do entirely unreasonable things when you get to 7 loyalty. There we see coach Fernando Jose Juarez Oliva helping out Jose Andres here.
Ashaya was the choice with Nissa, of course. A pair of lethal creatures. Match has been kind of interesting to watch. We've gotten to see both decks do their thing.
Absolutely, and it's interesting to me that the variations in the Naya Eldrazi ramp deck have meant that this is a more competitive match than you might necessarily have seen just from a different formulation of the exact same ramp deck.
That's it. I mean, this game has just been the normal part, just the green Eldrazi. It could have been mono green for all that we've seen this game. I mean, essentially, it was Ulamog. The opening hand off of Mulligan was Ulamog with not, an Ulamog that we could eventually get to. And then, despite the fact that Jose Andres countered a Hedron Archive, countered, I believe it was in Nissa's Pilgrimage. I mean, he countered multiple ramp spells. And
I think he countered 3 ramp spells in total.
Pavel just kept drawing mana. And yeah, there's nothing Jose Andres can do about it. We're going to game 3.
Exciting stuff. And of course, this is not the only match that's going on now in this series between Belarus and Guatemala. We are going to get a chance to potentially see a little bit about what's going on between Evgeny Zakharenkov and Wilfredo Bajojes over on our table B match. That a match between, well, a whole lot of dragons. Esper dragons on the left of our screen for Zakharenkov, and on the right of our screen for Bajojes, we have black-red dragons. The big dragons to look out for there, Thunderbreak Regent and Kolaghan, the Storm's Fury. Well, an empty board would normally signify things going well for the Esper deck. We can see Kolaghan there. It's possible she's been jumping in and out of play and doing all sorts of trouble. But for now, there's one dragon on the board, that dragon being Dragonlord Ojutai under the control of Evgeny Zakharenkov. Looking at Foul Tongue Invitation, though, an option open to both of these decks as a good way of dealing with opposing dragons. And it looks like Bajojes does not have a dragon to reveal to his Foul Tongue Invocation. Not that it mattered in the end, because there was some counter magic from Evgeny. Another interesting flying option coming from Wilfredo. This one that I believe it's just a one-of from the sideboard. Looks like we might have an Ash Cloud Phoenix in play here. There we have it. When it dies, if it's you get to return it to play as a morph, you get to flip it back up again. And conveniently with 4 power, kind of the right size to tussle with a Dragonlord Ojutai.
Indeed.
We get to find out what Zakarankov's feelings on this are soon enough. Activating fetch lands.
Is there Utter End sitting in Evgeny's hand? It's a pretty good answer.
Yeah, someone has been sent away to the farm and they will not be coming back. Off into exile, no coming back from that.
And Evgeny looking like he's in pretty good shape to send this over to game 3 of Eldrazi Ramp versus Esper. Guatemala up a match, but Belarus up a game here.
It would, of course, be huge for Belarusian Magic if they were able to continue their winning ways for the rest of this weekend. We've seen that so many times, sort of, these events are a great opportunity for some of the countries that are less well known for Magic to really thrust themselves into the forefront, and if nothing else, lots of Pro Tour qualifications for the team.
Absolutely. I was going to say the same thing. This is a very live route to the Pro Tour. I mean, you look at the Belarusian team, they've played 1 Pro Tour between the 4 of them.
Absolutely. We just saw Transgress the Mind there, stopped by Scatter to the Winds. Evgeny Zakarankov valuing his hand enough to send one of his counterspells away just so that there's not more information given away, or potentially an even better card. But with Bahohez still with cards in hand, mana untapped, it'll be interesting to see at what point Evgeny Zakarankov says it's time to start attacking.
Yeah, I mean, with a backup Ojutai in his hand, turn it sideways. Yeah.
All right, the first hit successful, and that means they're free anticipate. Look at the top 3, 1 in the hand, 2 on the bottom. The good thing about Dragonlord Ojutai attacking, well, one of the many good things about Dragonlord Ojutai attacking, doesn't take too long for you to kill off your opponent, and once you've got away with the first hit, it's pretty safe to assume that you're going to get away with a few more. As soon as it reaches the point where Ojutai untaps, you're like, okay, fine. If they had an answer, it would have been a good idea for them to play it. Here's Piunkern Nalalo. We'll see whether or not that one resolves. If it does, there'll be 2 Thopt tokens with which to block the dragon.
Yeah, I think Evgeny's going to dig his response. So I'm going to tap 1 extra mana, deal 5.
So leaving up enough mana here to cast pretty much any of the responses in his deck you could possibly hope for.
Mm-hmm.
If needed, potentially even a big Clash of Wills. So a little bit of thought here. We can see most of the Belarusian team looking on as dig through time is selected. Little bits of advice here and there, both on what cards to take and what order to put the cards on the bottom. Potentially relevant.
Looks like he did find Scatter to the Winds. Not interested in seeing Chandra's Parents come into play.
And that, of course, means that the board very much clear for more attacks from a certain Dragon Lord. And Foul Tongue Invocation to pick up from the attack trigger, or from the attack damage trigger, should I say. Borges, currently with just a mountain in hand. Does not look like that draw really helped him too much. I believe it was another land there. Double mountain. It can be tough to win without them, but in this case, it's going to be tough to win with them. Dragon Lord's prerogative. if you're looking for the rub-ins, you found them. Evgeny. It may well be that the bit of his turn that takes the longest here is working out which cards to keep in hand at the end of turn. The rest of it's all pretty perfunctory at this point. And of course, even a win here for Evgeny Zakharenkov is not yet enough for Team Belarus and all the Belarusians at home to start celebrating. Still one more match for them to win if they're going to get through this series. Looks like another dig through time here.
No, Tassiger.
Ah, of course, yeah. An impressive grip of cards in hand here. We'll get the exact cards in hand updated once there's been some discarding going on.
Is he up to 9? Does he have to discard twice?
And as it is, Tassiger means that even those cards discarded might come back at some point. That, of course, on the Haven of the Spirit Dragon in play.
Yeah, that'll do.
We've seen enough, says Wilfredo Borges. Let's go and watch the last match and see how our control deck does against your big aggro deck. Now, it is a very big aggro deck, the biggest, many would say.
One last game. We've been holding it, so we're going to get to watch it from the beginning.
Absolutely, we will. On the left of our screen, we have, with Naya Eldrazi ramp, Pavel Miadzvedsky. He is up against Jose Andres in the decider here. And immediately a duress means that we get to know what's going on. We have 2 ramp spells. In addition, we have a whole bunch of lands and that card that you see on the screen there, Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger. You can't take that, but we learned last game that Jose Andres does not mind dealing with ramp anyway. Explosive vegetation goes away. There's only 5 minutes total in which to play this game. So they're going to have to get a wiggle on if they want to get through this. Leaf Gilder on turn 2 from Pavel Miedzvedsky.
Pretty good top deck.
And there's Jace. Foil Jace at that. No basic lands yet for Jose Andres, so all of his Battle for Zendikar lands coming into play tapped. 4 mana means Hedron Archive.
Yeah, Leaf Gilder accelerated into that nicely.
Turn 2, 2 mana. Turn 3, 4 mana. Turn 4, 6, 7 mana. I like where this is going.
There's a Rattleclaw Mystic in Pavel's hand now, too.
This could be brutal. Just measuring network there for...
Oh, is it Dragon Lord Dromoka off the top?
It is.
Jeez. Do you play Rattleclaw Mystic to try to get to Ulamog right away, or do you just Windmill Slam Dromoka? Can even sneak in an attack with Leaf Gilder if we're going to play Dromoka.
Certainly interesting. I guess it all rather depends on how he feels about the amount of removal that there is going on from Jose Andres' hand. Well, there is an attack there. That not necessarily signaling too much immediately, but there is Dragon Lord Dromoka. Can't be countered. Flying, lifelink. Your opponents can't play spells during your turn. So, basically, as long as Dragon Lord Dromoka is in play, we are not going to be seeing counter magic. And there's a fetch line for Jose Andres, goes to 17 on that. If he wants it untapped, it's going to have to be a basic.
Wow, that was an Ojutai's command in Andre's hand, too. This Dromoka line's working out great. There's no answer to the Dragon Lord.
Yeah, and it certainly was a risk. I think that had there been...
Planar Outburst, say?
Yes, it could have
hit
felt...
the Leaf Gilder and the Dragon?
Could have felt a little unfortunate there, but So far, Pavel Miadzvedsky is dodging bullets. Still a potential Jace activation. Was that an utter end off the top? Possibly Narset, actually.
Narset.
Narset Transcendent. She has many skills. How does she tussle with Dromoka? She does not have an ability that's likely to cause too much trouble for Dragonlord Dromoka just yet. Though, I guess that with that Ojutai's command, there's the potential next turn to gain 8 life, draw a couple of cards, and find an answer.
Well, Pavel's got to decide whether he cares about Narset. Like, he could just ignore her and attack Jose. Or he could devote some time to killing off the Narset.
I mean, that's interesting.
He drew Whisperwood.
It's funny, he had a very straightforward game plan at the start of this game. He had Ulamog, he had Ramp. And gradually, as the turns have gone on, he's been given more forks in the road.
Yeah, I like this. You can actually kill Narset with, that's exactly 7 power. I think it makes sense to take the turn off to kill her.
It's not even really taking the turn off too much. In terms of how you might have spent your mana otherwise.
Face up. Rattleclaw. And Whisperwood. Wow.
So 1 card left in Pavel Miadzvedsky's hand, and Jose Andres knows exactly what that 1 card is in Ulamog. The only bit of hidden information for him is what that manifest token is.
The Whisperwood, though, is pretty nice protection against any kind of sweeper.
Which in turn means that Dromoka is pretty safe from much of what Jose Andres might do, which in turn means that counter magic is not too much of a worry.
Oh, we're apparently on turn 0 now. They are out of time.
That is really bad news for Guatemala. I struggle to see how the Esper control deck is going to be able to win in these turns.
No, the question is, can they get a draw out of it? I mean, they're better off with a draw than a loss.
Absolutely. And for all of the other teams in their pool, this definitely makes life confusing if it wasn't confusing enough in terms of where everybody stands with tiebreakers and with the round-robin play. But Pavel Miadzvedsky, he has presented a lot of power. There's definitely potential for him to be able to find 17 points of damage in the 3 turns of attacking that he's going to have.
Right, yeah, if this is turn 0, that means Pavel gets 3 attacks. Shrinks the dragon.
And that 1 die there, showing you with a turn count on the bottom of the screen.
We're at what, 9 mana now?
Yes.
And I didn't see what he drew.
That was a Hedron Archive.
Hedron Archive. So, you can play Ulamog next turn.
Which will be just in time for 1 attack. We are not going to see Ulamog eat an entire library, but we may well see Ulamog do some pretty nifty things anyway.
Shrinking, the fact that Dragonlord Dromoka has been jaced means it can't really attack into Ojutai. 3 power can be blocked pretty effectively.
How much of the rest of the board can attack here?
I mean, the Whisperwood could attack and be willing to trade, but then you've lost your Whisperwood. I mean, I guess you can attack with Dromoka and 3 2-power creatures. You're kind of willing to lose 1. Or bounce with Dromoka. Deal 6.
And the actual hot ticket here is going to be if you can manifest something exciting.
I don't think you want to offer a trade of Whisperwood for Ojutai. Oh, wow, cashing in the archive. 2 cards.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that casting Ulamog next turn, not good enough.
Yeah, he found a land. He found this. That's the Sanctum, right?
Yes.
So yeah, here's the attack with the 3, with everything except the Whisperwood. Does not want to offer up the Whisperwood, wants to get a manifest, wants to have the defense against planar outburst. Ojtai can either pick off a mana creature or save 1 extra point from the Dragon Lord. I think you pick off a mana creature. So 7 damage, dropping Jose Andres to 10.
Close games. And it's funny because even though this round has gone to time, it really doesn't feel like it's I felt like we had action the whole way through.
Yeah, some of those game 1s got kind of long.
I guess so.
We watched 2 game 1s finish before we got here.
This is true. And it's a Gaia's Revenge face down. That a big creature to have tucked away in the pocket. Extra things for Jose Andres to think about at some point are what could those face down creatures be? Gaia's Revenge, a big problematic creature to let through when you're on 10 life.
This turn, last one.
And does Andres still have Ojutai's Command for Life in his hand?
Yes.
Which may end up being a big swing in terms of what Miadzvedski has planned here.
Found a Monastery Mentor too. I mean, this game sure looks like it is Pavel Miadzvedski's. It's just the fact that we're in extra turns here, right? That game 1 lasted forever. Like, Pavel was kind of watching all those Planeswalkers. Remember, it was the ultimate and then the other ultimate.
Yeah.
It could be that Pavel's going to regret not scooping that game a little earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I think that at that point we all knew that the writing was on the wall, and as much as I sort of jokingly booed when he did scoop them up, he may well should have done so a turn or 2 sooner. Once he was playing Hellbent and there was a couple of active Planeswalkers.
I mean, the chain of Ulamogs is the reason why Eldrazi can actually hypothetically recover from a situation like that. If you do get Ulamog into Ulamog and those cast triggers. There's a pair of Monastery Mentors in here. Is that what I'm seeing in this dig? Are those in from the sideboard?
I mean, given the amount of time left on the round, I can certainly see bringing in the Mentors just because you know that you need to win in a shorter space of time. Even if they're not naturally something that you would move toward in this matchup. We see here the whole team getting involved for Guatemala, just trying to figure out, I mean, during that dig, they were all kind of chipping in little thoughts about.
Yeah, well, they found Planar Outburst.
The first Planar Outburst, though, with Whisperwood Elemental in play is basically remove target Whisperwood Elemental. Also Dragon Lord Edge, so. So a bunch of creatures going away. We now have a bunch of manifests. And oh, look, that was, in fact, Gaia's Revenge manifested there. I suppose, yeah, they're
still a pretty effective Planar Outburst.
Yeah.
What are we at Ulamog? Not without the mana creature. Oh, but there's the Forsaken Gods. That's now 10, right?
It certainly looks a bit that way. We do not know what those manifests are, but there's the potential they could be something a little scary.
We do.
Oh, okay, well, there's a little extra mana there. Rattleclaw Mystic, both a morph and a manifest, though at least in terms of what Jose Andres is aware of, just a manifested creature. This turn 3 of 5, so there'll be one more turn attacking after this for Pavel Miadzvedski. double and triple checking his count on mana. Oh, Ojutai's command could really throw the numbers off here. Make a surprise block again for life.
All right. Well, here's Ulamog. And this is going to trigger Sanctum of Ugin. Presumably you want the Jace. Doesn't look like you can quite color screw him. I see, you know, plenty of white mana, plenty of blue mana, 2 black mana.
Yeah, I mean, you have to take the Jace just because there's a planar outburst in the graveyard. So
right.
That bit's easy, and yeah, at that point, yeah, there's...
Yeah, take one of the 2 black mana. And trigger the Sanctum, of course.
Yeah. It may be, though, that Ojutai's command is just enough.
That's crazy.
So now that there's a Jace in the graveyard... Oh, so the Jace gets exiled.
Jace gets exiled.
Does he have any creatures left in his graveyard that he can get back with Ojutai's command for a blocker in addition to the 5 life?
No.
In which case, it may be that Pavel Medvedsky has just found enough.
Yeah, I mean, Ulamog, indestructible, but it's not like it tramples or anything.
It's hungry, but not that disruptive.
Oh, Monastery Mentor. Monastery Mentor can block it. How many? Can he throw off enough monks? Like, Monastery Mentor is going to get exiled by the new Ulamog.
But if you cast new Ulamog, then I guess you can let that one dice the legend rule, so that the old one can still attack. Yeah.
Yes. How much does Pavel have enough land? 1, 2.
Not anymore.
No, he played a land for the turn, I'm pretty sure. So I think he does have enough. He does have enough land. So here's a Jace. Which, yeah, this is turn 4. This is Jose Andres is just playing to try to draw. He's left up Ojutai's command. I don't think it's good enough, though. Oh, yeah. No? Yeah, I think you play Ulamog, you exile the Jace, it can't come back with Ojutai's command. And that clears the path for those last 7, the last attack for 7. There's 10 mana, not counting the Rattleclaw.
Both teams effectively talking through the exact same set of lines because both teams know about the Ulamog. Both teams sort of... The only bit of information that is not public to everyone watching at home and everybody sat at the table is the Ojutai's command in hand, which Belarus doesn't know about.
Yeah, well, here's Ulamog number 2. Casting it will trigger the ability to exile 2 permanents. Jace and a land, says Pavel Medvedsky. And now, which of your 2 legends would you like to keep? Jose floats mana. I think I'll keep the one that doesn't have Summoning Sickness. Go to attacks. Got this floating mana. Oh, there's the fist pump. And the high fives. Belarus still hasn't lost.
I mean, that was going to be true no matter how that turn worked out, but much, much happier to pick up the win at the end of that epic round there. That, I believe, was pretty much the last match in the feature match area this round, but it was a belter. My goodness.
That was great. And now Belarus has a pair of win-and-ins. 2-1 is definitely good enough to advance them to the top 8. So they have a pair of win-and-ins, and they have a small chance that they could back in at 1-2.
Must be nice to be Belarus, eh? But
it is nice to be Belarus right now. That's absolutely true.
They're going to take a quick breather. We're going to take a very quick breather because I imagine we'll be back to the feature match area soon enough. But for now, we're going to head over to the news desk.
Yes, I've been waiting to use the word Herculean for a while here, and that'll do nicely. Herculean in the booth, Herculean down on the floor. That was an extraordinary hour plus of Magic. Of course, it was the last match of the round, which means before you know it, we'll be back there again for more great World Magic Cup action. Why don't we take a look then at how the 4 pools stand? Because I know you all want to know what happened in the other results elsewhere. So here's Pool D. We have Italy at the top. They, of course, played the number 2 seed, which is Scotland. Greece played the Philippines. Your winners, Italy and Greece. So for Italy, they now, just like Randy said, for Belarus, they have a pair of win and ins to make it in. Scotland had that loss to give, but now if they want to keep the destiny in their own hands, they must win twice. They could still back in at 1 and 2. Greece, great start for them. Philippines, destiny no longer in their hands. Even if they get to 2 and 1, it could be 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. They'd be a bottom 2-1, if you like, being the bottom seed in the group. So now Philippines just have to win and hope. Let's take you back a pool. Let's go to Pool C and see what's going on here. This is the group of death, if you like. France came in as the number 1 seed. They have defeated New Zealand, and Japan, who arrived as the bottom seed, they were 14 overall. They've beaten Latvia. Now we know that France will play Japan in the last round, which would be an amazing clash of some tremendous players. But it's possible that by then, France will have beaten Latvia, Japan will have beaten New Zealand, and this one could all be over. Japan and France could already be in the top 8 by the time they meet, or they could be on collision course. Work to do for New Zealand and Latvia in Pool C. Back we go again. Pool B is up next. Let's take a look at that. And you had Austria coming in as the top seed, and they have done the business. They have beaten Ukraine. Ukraine, who've been really setting the pace throughout the weekend, being tremendous. Thailand have defeated Serbia. So right now, Austria have 2 win and ins left. First of all, they play Serbia. If they don't win that, they're still in for certain if they then go on to beat Thailand. Serbia in trouble as one of the bottom 2 seeds with a loss. Thailand, well, if they just keep winning, then they're in. But they would need to win twice more to be sure. And finally, Pool A. Well, this is what you've just seen, that incredible match of Belarus against Guatemala. Belarus at the last possible moment getting the win that guarantees them 2 win and ins. Guatemala, they've had a loss, but that doesn't matter. If they win the next 2, they're in anyway. Denmark beat Paraguay, so the defending champions, they've put themselves in decent shape. Next up for them, they will play Belarus, who've just come off that win. And what about Guatemala, though? They've only got a couple of moments to turn themselves around after that incredibly heartbreaking loss. And they just have to remind themselves, we're a top 2 seed. If we win our next 2, we're in business. But Guatemala against Denmark, that is starting to look like a really, really tasty match for possibly the top 8 at the end of things. All right, so that's where things stand. We've got 2 more rounds to come. All the 1s play the 3s, all the 2s play the 4s in our middle round of pool play. Then we'll know what everyone has to do to make the top 8. But Greece have done their bit. They got in just as they did last year as a number 4 seed. Then they kept the dream alive, got into the top 16, and they've opened up with a win here in the second phase of pool play. So who are these Greek players who just keep on winning at the World Magic Cup? Let's find out in the company of Brian David Marshall.
I'm here with Greek national champion Bill Chronopoulos. Bill, you guys went as far as 2nd place last year. You returned this year, and you find yourself in a familiar situation as far as pool play.
Exactly. We will return this year with only one goal: to place higher than the last year, as Team Greece does every year. Every year from the new WMCQ, Team Greece places higher. So there is only one place for us this year, and that's the first place, and we're here for it.
I mean, you had to have felt last year like you guys were about to win. The Dune Blast was such a backbreaking moment. How many of those have you torn up over the last year?
A lot, especially foil ones. I love tearing them. But okay, it happens. The possibilities were really, really, really low, but still, there was one in 2000, I don't know. Anyway.
But you guys came into day 2 again with a low seed in pool play. What is it about the Greek team where you guys have been able to come back? You were in a 32nd seed last year, 29th seed this year, but you advanced to top 16. What is it about this the Greek team that has let you guys fight back so hard?
it's about the team spirit we have and also the quality of the players. We have a very good team this year, like last year. A new player and 3 very experienced ones. So that's what helped us last year and this year as well to do well.
Tell us about your teammates, because 2 of the players have played in the World Magic Cup before, but not on the same team with you.
No, they're experienced players. They're from Greece. They're considered 2 of the best in Greece, and I was very happy to have them in my team. The third one is a rookie, but he has a very good talent, and we hope he will do well. And so far, he's doing well.
So you were talking about what this means for you in terms of your pro career. What are your goals for this weekend in terms of pro points and being on the pro tour for multiple events?
Our goal as a team was to top 8, of course, in order to get the invite to the Pro Tour. But especially for me, it's more important that because I will get to 15 points, and then only with my participation in the Pro Tour I will get to 18. And now with the change the pro point levels, I will be silver. So I have to choose between Madrid and Sydney, probably Sydney, and then Hawaii next year. So that would be ideal. For me, that would be the best thing to top 8 again.
So making the top 8 for you represents 3 entire Pro Tours.
Exactly. Yeah. 3 Pro Tours. Yes. That's 3 Pro Tours. Exactly.
That's a lot. A lot on the line here for you and for Team Greece. Who home is watching for you guys this year? Who's cheering you guys on?
All the Greek players, of course. they want to see us do what we couldn't do last year, and I'm trying to get to our team to this spirit that we're here to take it back, and so far I'm succeeding it. Last year they just said okay, let's make day 2 and money finish, but I said no, we will go to the end, and I was supporting them all the time, and we did it. And this year I do the same, and so far so good. I hope I will be a bit luckier, because my deck choice in constructed is, I thought it was pretty good. I'm playing Abzan Rally with blue, and I sit at seat A in order to avoid Espers, because we thought that Esper would be at the mid, and out of 5 constructed rounds I've played against 4 Espers. And that's the worst matchup. I managed to win one now, but only because I got my opponent mana screw. Otherwise it's impossible to win. But I hope if I face another Esper, I still mulligan him to 5 or 4 and win. Otherwise it's impossible.
All right, well, they've got 1 win under their belt here in the second round of pool play. 2 more rounds to go. Bilkernopoulos and Team Greece, good luck here at the World Magic Cup.
Yeah, great job by Team Greece. They have a win. They are a 3rd seed, so the second win might not be enough for them. Brian David Marshall, we're actually going to see, it's almost like we plan these things, we're going to see Greece in feature match action this round. We heard Bilkernopoulos there talking about his deck. He's playing 4-color rally. Where is he going to be sitting? How does it work out?
He is actually facing the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man this round. He has chosen the form of his destroyer. He said, I don't want to face Esper Dragons. Well, he's facing Esper Dragons.
Okay, and a fairly competent pilot for Esper Dragons as well. We've got Andrea Mengucci.
Yeah, Team Italy. The other matchup is a Tarka Red versus a Tarka Red, and a really kind of unexpected matchup in the B seed here. We have Teamer versus Black-White Warriors from the Greek team.
So that's William Pitsy with the Megamorph, team of Megamorph, and Antonis Fissas for the Greeks. He's back again. I mean, we keep talking about Bilkernopoulos, we just saw him there, but Antonis Fissas has been part of the Greek team before now.
As is Papadopoulos.
Right,
both
who's
were
the coach?
They were in 2012 playing in Indianapolis.
Okay, so I want to pose a theory to you. I want to use Denmark and Guatemala as our case study.
Sure.
Denmark, reigning champions. They're at 1-0 in the top 16. They're a number 3 seed. They expect to win any given round because we are Denmark. We've got Pro Tour champion. We've got reigning World Magic Cup champion. We've got 2 people who we've explained to that I'm a Pro Tour champion and I'm a World Magic Cup champion. So everything feels kind of normal. Normal service just continuing on. Then I'm Guatemala, who, would be thinking that Saturday and certainly Sunday would be the days to sightsee around Barcelona for the most part, unless they had a prevailing wind behind them. They've made it into day 2, they've made it into the top 16, and then we've just watched them have this unbelievably intense, dramatic loss to Belarus. So, to what extent does that, for a team like Guatemala, also feel like normal service is being resumed and actually, right, this is as high as we get?
I think when you get the teams without as much Pro Tour experience playing at this level, I think there's more possibility of, like, what people would refer to as tilt. Right, you're not able to stay maybe as even. That's going to be the test for these guys. But again, we've talked about Guatemala having some of that experience from their captain, where he's been at that Pro Tour and been playing for top 8. And so maybe, he can lend that experience to his team to sort of keep them calm, keep them focused, and get them back on track.
Well, Ian, I know you're excited to see this next matchup in action. Greece are going to be going at it in our feature match area up against the Italians, Mengucci, Pizzi, Camilluzzi, and Bifero as the coach. Let's head down once again to the feature match area to the team. Here comes the middle round of pool play at the World Magic Cup 2015.
And hello there, welcome back to the booth here in Barcelona, Spain. Marshall Sutcliffe with Randy Buehler. We have reached the middle part of pool play. We're down the stretch here, Randy. We've got this round and next before we determine our top 8. Let's head down to the feature match area for Italy versus Greece. Hello and welcome to coverage of the World Magic Cup. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Buehler, and we're underway in pool play. Part 2 here. We've got just a couple more to go. We have Italy versus Greece. Take a look at Marco Camilluzzi from Italy. He's the team captain.
Indeed.
He's
top 8 at the Pro Tour earlier last season to get here.
That's right. Andrea Mengucci, his good friend, also on the team. They're sort of the headliners for Italy. On the other side of the table, we have Greece, where we've got Charalambos Kikitis, and we've got an Atarka red mirror here, Randy. Now, to set the stage for the bigger picture as these players start their game, Italy can clinch with a win here. This would be their second win. Both teams have won their first round of this pool play.
Yeah, that's the power of being the top seed in the group. Italy knows that 2 wins will be good enough. Greece does not.
Greece,
they could,
not the same.
I mean, they could hypothetically be on the wrong side of a 3-way tie at 2-1. I mean, 2 wins is probably good enough, but it does not clinch.
Okay. And we can see that the players now are trading dragon fodders here. Though Camilluzzi did start things off with a lightning berserker that doesn't look too hot right here.
Yeah, that's a card that the big super team that was all the talk coming into this tournament put in their Atarka red deck. And Italy's the last team standing from that group. The U.S., Canada, Brazil, all have fallen by the wayside already in this tournament. Italy is the last member of that that super team.
I mentioned it a minute ago, Marco Camilluzzi and Andrea Mengucci are the ones who kind of headline the team. They've also got William Pizzi. He's in seat B playing Teamer Megamorph, and coach for this pool play is Francesco Bifero. On the other side of the table.
That Lightning Berserker didn't even manage to trade for a Goblin.
No. That's a sad Lightning Berserker. Bill Chronopoulos back again. Remember, this is the last year's finalist is Greece.
Yeah, I love that interview we just saw Brian do.
That's great.
They've gotten better every year of the World Magic Cup, so there's only 1 spot left for them.
That's it. Bill Chronopoulos, and then Antonis Physis is in seat B as well.
And somehow this is the first time the Italians have even made day 2.
Yeah, this is their first day 2, which is really surprising. All right, looks like things are developing further for our Atarka red mirror here with Hordling Outburst for Marco Camilluzzi. And he's got all goblins. But he's got 5. His opponent only has 2. So let's see what Kikitis can come up with here.
Kikitis does have another Atarka's command in his hand.
And a Lightning Berserker. And he's going to attack with 2 goblins. One's going to get blocked.
Yeah, it's interesting. Marco did not hesitate to block exactly 1.
This is him.
I mean, I like
playing
this.
around this.
Exactly. He doesn't want to get blown out by an Atarka's command, but he does want to force Charalambos to use it.
And there's that Lightning Berserker post-combat here. As he passes the turn back to Camaluzzi. Now, Marco's down to 10.
And there's a Become Amends in Kikides' hand.
Yeah, he's going to have to respect that.
What do we got on the other side? Marco's got to Become Amends of his own.
Looks like a pair of Atarka's commands and an Abbot of Carol Keep. Nice hand.
Yeah, he's got a 4th land he can play here.
And Marco wants to keep chipping in for damage here, but he does not want to get caught. Losing to a combination of, say, Become Immense and Atarka's command, something along those lines.
I mean, pre-combat Abbot has to be at least a consideration here.
Mm-hmm.
Right, he can tap probably Mountain, play the Abbot, see what he gets. He's got a 2nd land in hand if it's a 2-drop.
Cards?
Ένα βασιλής. Με το...
Marco's still thinking. In the meantime, over on table A, Bill Chronopoulos wins his game.
Really?
His game 1 against Andrea Mengucci with Esper Dragons. Now, Bill is on 4-color rally, and he said he didn't want to play against Esper Dragons.
He did.
But apparently a rough mana draw there for Mengucci. And Bill Chronopoulos picks up game 1.
So Marco did go for the pre-combat Abbot. He found Titan Strength, played the Mountain from his hand, and now is attacking with 3 of his 4 goblins.
Huh, look at that.
Sure.
He's going to go for a Atarka's command and just leave that Titan Strength stranded.
It's not unreasonable.
No, it's sweet. It's really cool because you kind of assume he's going to go for the Titan Strength, right?
Yeah, the fact that Marco has had 3 green cards in his hand with only the 1 forest kind of prices him into this.
Yeah, that's nice.
All right, attack, attack, attack. Marco's clearly going to block the Berserker. I think he's also going to block a Goblin. So there's 1 unblocked Goblin. Oh, Titan Strength came off the top for Charalambos Kikides.
So
Combo that with the Become Immense.
That's 4 plus 6 if you do the math, and that's 10.
Wow.
Yikes. So Charalambos Kikides steals one here from Camaluzzi. He was trying to play around it, but ultimately Kikides puts together 10 damage and takes game 1 for his match for Greece. We'll be back right after these messages.
Oath of the Gatewatch is coming. Follow the hashtag MTGOGW to keep up on the story of the Planeswalkers as they battle to save Zendikar and for the latest previews and information about the new set. Visit oathofthegatewatch.com for more information. Start on your road to the Pro Tour by playing in a preliminary Pro Tour qualifier. With more than 2,000 locations running events, you're sure to find one near you. Visit magic.wizards.com/PPTQ for schedules and information.
And welcome back to the feature match area here in Barcelona. So 2 quick game 1s go to Greece on their march to victory here, perhaps. They were the finalists last year. They're looking to improve on that.
Do not adjust your picture.
Wait
It
a
is, in
minute.
fact,
Is that a Wasteland Strangler?
Yes. Not only is it a Wasteland Strangler, it's also a Bloodshin Rager. And
what do we have? Black-White Warriors.
And the Chief of the Edge. This is a Black-White Warriors deck from Antonis Physis.
Cool. So they found a little niche here, and I like the interaction here. You see it's a stasis snare that was used to get a card exiled for food for the Wasteland Strangler. It's pretty cool.
Savage Knuckleblade. Wasteland Strangler, happy to strangle the Knuckleblade.
All right, well, what's the replacement here? It is a Bounding Krasis, and this is a big hit. In fact, lethal damage.
It clears a path. Bounding Krasis finally gets to do its thing.
Jeez.
Tap your blocker, kill you. Now that's the way this Temur Megamorph deck was drawn up. We've seen this deck look bad on camera multiple times yesterday.
It's true.
Did not look good, but it looked great there.
Yeah, those tempo plays, right? Getting out some beefy creatures and then continuing to develop your board while taking your opponent off of blocks seems like the way to go with this deck. It just hasn't really come together for it in day one, but it looked great there. So that's one of the good for William Pizzi and Temur Megamorph on Italy. We're going to jump back over to Andrea Mengucci and Bill Chronopoulos now. Bill's playing 4-color Rally, and he's facing down Esper Dragons for Andreas. So let's see how this one plays out. The first game was over in a blink. It ended quicker than our Atarka Red Mirror did. So something went wrong for Mengucci.
Sounds like he had a sketchy mana draw.
And so now we're going to instead see if this is a little bit better for 2.
Well, he's already gotten the 2 mana, so that's better than game 1 from what it sounds like.
He also has Jace. Ooh, Jace fight, both of them.
Yeah, dueling Jaces. It's interesting how 4-color Rally kind of occupies the Jace spot in your deck's lineup.
Yeah. Yeah, we're seeing the Jace decks from both teams here. Significantly different friends surrounding Jace, but
I did see a 3-color Rally deck yesterday, which made sense to me. Like, okay, maybe you have a Jace deck and then you have a 3-color Rally deck. But of the teams that actually did well in Unified Standard, 3-1 or better, it was 4-color Rally decks that did well, not 3-color Rally decks.
Mengucci's going to go get a basic swamp here. And that will, of course, clear the way for any of his future battle lands to come in untapped. And he's going to fire off a Duress after discarding one. And he sees one Rally the Ancestors. There's also a Dispel. Dispel, a nice sideboard card for Bill Chronopoulos. Can help him fight for his Rally the Ancestors, or it can just counter a Dig Through Time.
Assume you take the Rally here.
I would assume so.
Guess it depends a little bit on what Mengucci's holding. But yeah, he goes for the Rally.
21.
Mengucci with a creature curve out here. Erishan Cleric hits the battlefield.
Sometimes you just need a 1/3 blocker. Probably not the matchup. He put that in his sideboard 4, but
getting those dead cards out. Innocent Antuco has to follow up for Bill Chronopoulos.
Always a scary one when the Rally decks got their husk.
Yeah, he's got another one in his hand too. There's an Utter End in hand now for Mengucci to go along with Dragonlord Ojutai. He's going to discard a second copy of Jace, and that of course is going to transform the original. And yeah, go ahead and get comfortable, Andrea. Let's settle in for a game here. Marco Camiluzzi has just joined Andrea Mengucci. You can see him there. Marco's very good friends with Andrea Mengucci. He told me in an interview I did a couple of days ago that he was really excited when Andrea won the World Magic Cup qualifier that he won.
Sure.
Because A, he knew he was getting a really good player on the team, but B, he's just really good friends with him. They test with each other for pro tours and such.
probably one of the few tournaments where they're not playing the same 75.
Yeah, unified standard. He's going to go ahead and just take out Jace right here. Now, that doesn't permanently solve the problem, as Jace is going to get sacrificed in Tuco Husk and could very easily come back through a Rally of the Ancestors later in the game.
Still, prevents it from flipping. Requires him to jump through some hoops to get it back.
See some people asking in the chat about what the difference between standard and unified standard is. Randy, you want to tell them?
Yeah, unified standard means that all three of your decks would still have to be standard legal even if you stack them on top of each other. In other words, you only get 4 copies of any given card across all 3 of your decks.
And the interesting part coming into the tournament for that was actually the mana, right? It wasn't so much the powerful spells and how to divvy those up, but it was who gets fetch lands.
Yeah, that turns out to be the way standard works as of right now. I mean, in previous years, it's worked out differently, but certainly the constraints in standard right now are the fetch lands. With typical standard decks running, 12 fetch lands, well, you don't get 36 of them to deal out between your 3 decks. You only get 20.
It's been interesting. Many of the teams took different tacks to get there.
Yeah, most decks wound up with a Jace deck. Usually Jace and Flooded Strand seem to travel together. Maybe it's Esper Dragons, maybe it's 4-color Rally. Most decks wound up with an aggressive Wooded Foothills style deck. Most commonly it was a Tarka Red, but we saw a decent chunk of Abzan aggro as well. These 2 teams both elected for a Tarka Red.
Yeah.
And then the third deck sees a lot of variety. In fact, Greece bringing a particularly spicy one to the table with a Black-White Warriors deck as their third.
Yeah, that one is. I did not expect to see that one. We see some Teamer, which is also here in the feature match area.
Yeah, Teamer versus Black-White Warriors. That's what happens when you get Unified Standard. It's like, well, we've got our Tarka Red deck, we've got our Control deck. What's left?
It's pretty cool for us too in the booth because we get to see some of the cards that are almost good enough or didn't just quite find the right home, and now we can see them on the big stage.
Yeah. Bounding Krasis,
yes.
Flying down for the win.
Big Nux, Savage Knuckleblade.
Indeed.
I remember when I first saw that card, I thought, whoa, it's a good one. Thought we were going to see some Stubborn Denial Savage Knuckleblade decks. Meanwhile, we have dueling Jace Telepath Unbounds and also a Dragonlord Ojutai here.
Yeah, it's interesting in that there's not that much going on in their hands, right? Andrea Mengucci down to just an island. Bill Chronopoulos still has that Dispel we saw earlier with the Duress, and now a Zulaport Cutthroat.
Yeah, Cutthroats could help get things going, but yeah, there's a few key spells that Bill's going to look to find to really kickstart things. He's already had one of them taken away with a Duress.
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, it feels like these guys could be settled in for some long, grindy, drawn-out affair, but without anything in their hands right now, it feels like the game's kind of poised. Somebody could run away with it with the right draws the next couple turns. Now, Bill does have the ability to flash back his Rally of the Ancestors with his Jace. Dragonlord Ojutai may have a thing or two to say about that. Andrea's in this tricky spot where he kind of wants a card, but he also kind of wants to whittle down Jace.
Yeah, he decided to hit Bill Chronopoulos here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he really wants the card. And was that it? Did he find a dig through time? Is that what we saw?
Not sure. He does know about the Dispel, though, on the other side of the table, if he did.
True. He's got a backup Dragonlord Ojutai and, oh, it's a Silumgar Scorn.
Ah. Not a bad find.
Good.
He's going to flash back to rest. That's going to get that Dispel out of hand here.
Indeed.
For Bill Chronopoulos. And he's just going to pass the turn. Flooded Strand, last card in hand for Bill.
Wow, he draws Abzan Ascendancy.
Oh, that's a spicy one.
In from the sideboard. That's a Eureka Tech from GP Brussels.
And this one's just kind of plodding along here. Abzan Ascendancy is going to hit.
Wow.
It's going to get countered.
Yeah, not actually going to hit.
And down it goes. But still, no player, or I should say Bill, doesn't really have a great way to find a win condition as of yet, though Dragonlord Ojutai is pretty scary, so he's got to get something going. Ojutai hit him last turn, threatens to hit him again.
Jace is the target of Bill Chronopoulos' attack. Cleric going to get in the way of the Nantuko Husk.
That would save Jace. See, they're discussing it. Really working as a team here. Marco Camiluzzi and Andrea Mengucci. Mengu, as they call him, is going to go ahead and block.
And now Bill can kill the cleric by sacking one of his creatures. He's not going to kill the Jace either way. He is going to make... He's going to knock a little loyalty off one way or the other. Decides that, yeah, he wants to get that cleric.
And getting in for one against Jace is a thing here too, right? You know, putting him down to 3 means if Mengucci wants to flash something back, it will cost him Jace.
Right.
A land off the top for Mengucci.
And continues to ignore the enemy Jace.
Yeah.
Wants the cards, and the damage is starting to add up.
It is. That was only 3 there, but still, there's really nothing.
Wow, there's a dig and a scorn in this. Anticipate.
Ooh.
He's going to go scorn.
Really?
Pretty sure that's what that was.
Goes for the safe route.
Is going to flash back to Jace.
Utter end. And just kill Jace here.
Yep.
Wow, okay. I like this. Mengucci's still at 19 life. And he's really worked Bill Chronopoulos into a corner here. He has nothing going on, no cards in hand. He's got an Nantuko Husk and a Zulaport Cutthroat, but that's it. That's certainly not enough firepower to win Bill the race here. What did he find? Well, he found another Jace. And he's going to go ahead and counter it. You know, he was hoping he'd find a land or two before he needed to use his counterspell, but sure. Silumgar Scorn's going to hit that second copy of Jace. And Bill has the opening to get in for damage here.
17.
Zulaport Cutthroat hanging out on defense against a potential Shambling Vent attack.
That's what it's doing.
Would be a turn off the clock, right? Big difference between 11, or between 6 and 4.
Yeah.
Another cleric.
Another Arishan cleric to Mangucci back up to that starting life total of 20 before he passes the turn back, and time is running out for Bill Chronopoulos. He needs to find something good here. Ooh, second Cutthroat. I'm assuming that's going to buy him a turn here. One way or the other. He's going to attack with Nentuko Husk. And Gucci's just going to block with the Arishan Cleric.
18 to 8.
And that's going to bump Bill Chronopoulos back up to 8. And Mangucci is going to fall to 18 and lose his Arishan Cleric. I don't think he cared that much. Once again, Dragon Lord Ojutai hits the red zone and hits Bill Chronopoulos. This drops him down to 3 life. And I see that there's a dig through time in that pile, Randy. And the insurance policies are starting to line up here for Mangucci. He knows if he can just find, Silingbar scoring here, it's about done deal. Once again, Bill Chronopoulos is top decking.
See you later.
Camaluzzi says, see you later. he gets up. And that will do it, in fact. Andrea Mangucci is going to take down his second game here. So that ties things up against Bill Chronopoulos. Remember, Bill took a quick one against Andrea in game 1. So that's 1-1. And you can see that on table B, that's our middle table. We got action. A lot of players huddled around each other. And this, of course, is that White-Black Warriors deck versus the Teamer Megamorph deck. This is William Pizzi versus Antonis Fissis. And it looks like Antonis has double stasis snare here, holding down a couple of creatures there from William.
And Secure the Waste has made 3 warriors.
Totally sure. I have to play. No, I'm not going to
Marco's really funny.
Little by little, you know. I'm so old.
He's joking around with the judges and his opponents. In the meantime, we got serious business here in the feature match. Gideon, ally of Zendikar, has hit the battlefield here for Physis.
How many cards right now?
Δύσκολο.
Or has it?
Δεν ξέρω.
Yes.
Θα προσπαθήσω, αλλά δεν είναι απλό. Όχι.
Yeah, William says, yeah, you got it. All right, so what are you going to do with it?
I was just wondering the same thing.
Yeah, he can start making knights, or he can immediately make an emblem here. It's a pretty nice emblem. Would give him 9 power on board right now.
It doesn't get things through Savage Knuckleblade, though.
No, it doesn't.
But that's the line.
Okay, Gideon emblem has arrived. William Pizzi at 9 life here. And yes, everybody's in. See a shambling event there for Antonis as well. Not attacking this turn, but could threaten to.
Yeah, the emblem does a nice job of allowing the attack into the morph. That is a Den Protector.
It is, okay. I think that's what Antonis would assume.
Yeah.
But there's also Death Mist Raptor in the deck. And Rattleclaw Mystic. Okay, so we see block, fiery impulse.
So not blocking with his morph.
Correct.
5 damage gets through.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage still getting through to William here after that no block. He's down to 4. But he did a good job of cleaning up the board there. Land go.
Land, crucially, is a second shambling fence.
Indeed.
Radiant Flames. Many flavors of burn spells in Pizzi's hand.
He double checks his morph. Yep, still Den Protector. Yeah, you got to feel like William Pizzi's in a good position here. He's at 4 life, but I think he's got himself sorted out. And here's Roast.
Roast your goblin token, or your, sorry, warrior token from Secure the Waste. On the one hand, that's not really what you imagine Roast doing when you put it in your deck, but on the other hand, it looks totally fine here.
It kind of does. And Antinous, he's at 12 and probably taking 3 here. You can hear they call Mengucci Mengu. That's his nickname.
A lot of chatter going back and forth about how to play this sequence.
Yeah, he's talking over to the other table where Mengucci's at and double checking with everything that he needs to be doing for this turn. And as it turns out, he's getting in there this turn. So he attacks for 6, half of Antinous' remaining life total here, and passes the turn back. Since that is a Den Protector, he can get back Fiery Impulse and fire it off.
Yeah, that's probably the line.
Antinous cannot activate both of his Shambling Vents this turn.
Oh, he drew another Gideon.
Did he?
Yeah.
He still he just can't do everything he wants to do. Now, one thing he can do is just sit back to block as well, leaving up his Shambling Vent. His Blood-Soaked Champion, of course, can't. But it's 1 short of lethal as it sits. All right, now you see Mengucci right behind William Pizzi. All right, activate Shambling Vent. Attack for lethal damage. Rending Volley. Oh, man, that's brutal, and it's white too, so no life gain for Antinous as his Shambling Vent hits the bin, and William Pizzi picks up the match for Team Italy here. So Table B goes to Italy. They're one of the good. Remember, Table A is the Andrea Mengucci versus Bill Chronopoulos match.
They're ready for Game 3.
They were at 1-1, that's right. And we did watch Game 1 down on Table C as well, which is Marco Camiluzzi losing Game 1 to Charalambos Kikidis. That's what we're watching here is Game 2. So let's jump into this and see how this one plays out. So far, not looking good for Italy. And Hordling Outburst is going to add to the already much bigger board state on the other side of the table. What does Camaluzzi have that can get out of this? Well, he's got to start here with Arc Lightning. He gets to kill 3 of the 6 creatures he was facing down prior to that. And there's a Zergo Bell Striker with dash to get in for a total of 5. Drop Marco Camaluzzi down to 11 before passing the turn back, and a nice draw over there for Marco. Abbot of Carol Keep into Dragon Fodder. Well, that's pretty good. You know, when
Not
red
bad.
decks get to do that, now all of a sudden he's stable. And here's once again Zergo Bell Striker being dashed in, as well as the 3 goblins attacking, and they're all in the red zone.
It's 5 power worth of attackers on the face of it.
Marco Camaluzzi down to 11 and down a game. But he's gotten in for some damage too. Kikidis is down to 12. So
I think Marco's the one with an Atarka's Command in his hand, though. So I think he's a little hesitant to block and trade off his creatures because it means his Atarka's Command just won't do as much. So yeah, he's willing to take the 5. It is just 5. Breathes a sigh of relief there.
it is just 5, so he falls down to 6. Remember in game 1, he took 10 from a goblin.
Yeah. I mean, there was no Atarka's Command to kill him there, but
geez,
the
another
Hordling Outburst is not good news for Marco Camaluzzi.
Camaluzzi's lining up attacks here, but he has been behind on board since we came over to this game and has not been able to right the ship here. But in the meantime, he's just going to go ahead and get in there.
I think he's hoping Keys will block here, and then he can do some damage with an Atarka's Command.
There's also 2
I mean,
card
Marco
combinations
is
that
just
kill him if he doesn't block at all, but he's not doing that.
Right, well, here's the thing. Marco is dead to an Alpha Strike. Like, he's attacked in such a way, he just loses if Charalambos says, take it, turn my guy sideways. Think about that for a second. Like, he could have left blockers back, but he's trying to make the most intimidating attack possible.
Yeah. And it's entirely possible that Kikidis dies here if he doesn't block. It's quite easy, in fact, for 2 cards to kill him. I mean, just the Atarka's Command gets Kikidis down to, what, 2?
Yeah, Become Immense would get him to 1. I think it takes 2 cards, though, for Marco to kill him from here.
It does take 2, yeah.
And
yeah,
Charalambos,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
like
10.
if he loses any of his creatures in combat, he loses the lethal crackback. Oh no, he's got Zergo Bell Striker in his hand, so he can actually dash out Zergo and try to win the game next turn.
He also could. This is super interesting, right? Because if he does go for the triple block, then he does get pretty blown out by Atarka's Command here.
Yeah, I don't think triple block is the answer. Double block is what he decides.
Atarka's Command, it is from Marco Camaluzzi.
So Charalambos takes 4 total?
He takes 5 total.
Oh, 5, right.
And he runs over a couple of goblins.
But now the Zergo attack is still lethal.
It is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He just has to make that attack, but I mean, what else is Zergo going to do, right?
Yeah, no, he blocked with as much as he could to still open up an lethal Alpha Strike.
He plays it on the table.
Did he draw more? Oh, he also drew a Swift Spear.
And a Swift Spear just for good measure, and everybody comes in. Marco Camaluzzi extends the hand. Charalambos Kikidis takes his match down for Greece, and you know what that means, Randy? We're getting a deciding match here, as we've now split matches between Italy and Greece, and that is going to leave Andrea Mengucci and Bill Chronopoulos game 3 to decide the whole thing.
Indeed.
Ooh, I love this part. Esper Dragons for Andrea Mengucci versus 4-color Rally for Bill Chronopoulos.
Good players, good decks, good matchup. Italy can clinch a spot on Sunday if they win this game of Magic.
No pressure, Mengucci.
Duress your collected company. No decisions. That's the only choice. That's a 6-card hand for Chronopolis, too. Greece doesn't quite mathematically clinch with a spot on Sunday with a win here, but they're in great shape. They probably could back into a spot on Sunday even with a loss next round. Just not mathematically guaranteed.
Now, in Italy's case, I don't want to put you on the spot here, Randy, but if they were to lose and then win the next round, would they still be through?
Yeah, as the #1 seed, 2-1 is definitely good enough.
Okay.
So Italy has 2 win-and-ins, essentially. They have this one and next round. With a chance that they could back in at 1 and 2 if things broke the right way for them.
Okay, Elvish Visionary for Bill Chronopoulos, who passes the turn back to Andrei Mengucci. Remember, he's on the Esper deck. He's on the slow deck here. He needs to keep Bill sufficiently disrupted. One of the strengths of the 4-color rally deck is it doesn't really mind if its creatures end up in the graveyard. They kind of want them there. Where Mengucci's deck is in many ways designed to do just that. Kill the opponent's creatures. You can certainly feel some tension down there. These guys certainly know what's on the line. Another Elvish Visionary as things sort of plot forward here for Chronopolis. That is the one thing that Andrea Mengucci does have on his side is time. The 4-color rally deck, not very explosive. Especially as long as Mengucci's duressing on turn 1, turn 3 Jace, kind of moving his plan forward here. We mentioned it before, but Bill Chronopoulos and company, he was the captain last year as well. They made it to the finals. They've performed very well at the World Magic Cup traditionally.
18.
Mengucci's going to block one of the Visionaries and drop down to 18 life. He finds an ultimate price off the top of his library.
There's a very pretty unexciting hand for Bill Chronopoulos. Canopy Vista Evolving Wilds Windswept Teeth?
Yeah, not a lot going on, and he's going to lose his Zulaport Cutthroat here to the ultimate price.
More where that one came from.
Catacomb Sifter it is for Bill Chronopoulos. And let's see what Mengucci finds with his Jace. He found Infinite Obliteration. That came in out of the sideboard.
It is pretty tough for a rally deck to win if Infinite Obliteration names Dantuco Husk.
Yeah. Yeah, they need that sacrifice outlet to make the whole thing work.
I mean, they become a bad beatdown deck at that point.
Which is pretty much the best possible scenario if you're playing Esper Dragons, right? Oh,
Yeah.
you're going to play junky 1/1s for 2 and that kind of thing. You're just going to get them. So now Mengucci gets to have a little browse here.
Yeah, he has gone for exactly the Nintuko Husks we thought he would. Really guts this deck. And Obliteration worked out to be a pretty good sideboard card. And I think a lot of people put it into their Esper decks planning to bring it in against Eldrazi, right? Name Ulamog, for example. It turns out to be pretty good against the rally decks, too.
Yeah, I've seen it in control mirrors as well, naming Ojutai.
Sure.
Can I write down the end?
Yeah, sorry.
And Andrea Mengucci also gets to see Bill's hand search, as you can see on Infinite Obliteration, and he sees a lot of good news. Windswept Heath Canopy Vista is all Bill has left at this point. And while Mengucci doesn't have a win condition lined up quite yet, you gotta feel like he's moved significantly towards a win here. And he passes a turn back to Bill Chronopoulos. These players are tied at a game apiece. Their teams are also tied at a match apiece. And a win here for Mengucci could send Italy into the top 8. Mengucci's going to go ahead and block the Catacomb Sifter and then activate his Jace. People familiar with watching Standard at this point have seen this little trick a bunch of times. Before damage actually happens, Jace becomes a Planeswalker and isn't going to take any damage. In the meantime, an Eldrazi Scion and a pair of Elvish Visionaries do hit Mengucci. Chronopoulos just trying to piece together a game plan here on how he can actually win. His Nantuko Husks have been stripped away with Infinite Obliteration, taking a key part of his combo out. Jace Telepath Handband almost ticked up, but it looks like Mengucci wants to think it over. You know, we did see Abzan Ascendancy in the last game from Bill Chronopoulos. That's the kind of card that could look pretty good right here.
Decides Visionary is the target, because Dragonlord Ojutai can block Catacomb Sifter.
I mentioned a few minutes ago about win conditions. He already had a Jace on the battlefield, but now he's got one of the best win conditions in the format, Dragonlord Ojutai, and this game could be over very quickly if Bill doesn't find something, and quick.
Yeah, Andrea Mengucci has certainly navigated this toward a great place for Italy. Looks like they're going to clinch that spot on Sunday.
Now, what does this mean for Greece? Let's say that Andrea Mengucci is able to finish out from here, and Greece picks up the loss.
Some of it, because they're a 3 seed, they don't have a lot of control over their own destiny in tiebreaker scenarios. You know, winning next round could plausibly get them through, but I mean, I don't know what the other result is in this group yet.
Okay.
Right. Some of it comes down to what happens in, I believe it's Scotland and, oh, it's about to crawl by on the ticker.
Yeah, Italy, Scotland, Greece, and you can see on the bottom of your screen the Philippines as
Right.
well.
So Scotland and the Philippines are playing now. Italy, they're rooting for the Philippines. So they have the tiebreaker advantage over the Philippines, but they would lose any potential ties to Scotland.
In the meantime, it's all on Andrea Mengucci, Marco Camiluzzi, William Pizzi, and Francesco Bafero to finish this thing off and send Italy into the top 8.
The Philippines did, in fact, defeat Scotland. That result has just come in. So Scotland at 0-2. I believe Scotland plays Italy next round, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Which means that it's a win and in for Italy. So even losing here, I'm sorry, for Greece.
The next round would be
even if Greece loses here, they control their own destiny. They can get through to Sunday by beating Scotland in the next round.
Okay, Dragonlord Ojutai, go ahead and block Catacomb Sifter. He does get a scry. Now you might be wondering, wait a minute, it doesn't count itself. Well, there's another Catacomb Sifter up there, so that's why he's getting one scry here. I mean, Bill has, look at this board state, right? I mean, he's made it on Offense of the Foremost, another Catacomb Sifter. This is an impressive board state here, so he has made a little bit of work for Andrea Mengucci to do here.
It's an impressive board state for the bad beatdown deck version of his deck.
Exactly. Again, you know, I keep thinking of Abzan Ascendancy, though. That's the kind of card that can really make it tough for Mengucci. I'm assuming, yeah, that must have been an attack from Ojutai, as I see. Mengucci looks like he's looking at some cards. Yeah, there we go.
Andrea has a Crux of Fate in his hand. If he gets scared enough, he could potentially wipe the board away, but he doesn't particularly want to lose his dragon. Well, he doesn't have to lose his dragon, of course. Yeah, of course, he just Crux. I'm thinking of Planar Outburst.
I think he drew Crux for the turn, so yeah, that should seal the deal. So Crux of Fate, bang, non-dragons, kill everything you've got. Now that's a lot of scry triggers that Bill Chronopoulos is going to receive here, but what can he really find?
I get like five scries.
He gets 5 scry ones.
This one does go to the graveyard?
So Bill very likely to draw something good next turn, but he's drawing 1 card from a hand that has only an island in it right now.
He finds Jace as the first scry. That's not going to get the job done, so he ships that to the bottom. This goes to the bottom. This is the third of 5 scries, bottom. And he's finally found something he wants to keep here. Now, Mengucci does only have 1 mana up, but he's got to have Dispel, right?
Collected Company's the card Bill Chronopoulos
Oh,
found.
it's Collected Company. Okay, fair enough. And it's going to resolve. Let's see what Bill finds out of the top 6. He's down to 12 life, facing Dragonlord Ojutai and Jace Telepath Unbound. He's found a lot of action here. Another Sifter, a Cutthroat, an Onofenza. Can he find a way to get in enough damage to keep the pressure on Andrea Mengucci?
All right.
He ends up going with Zulaport, Cutthroat, and Catacomb Sifter. Of course, the Sifter brings in a Scion as well. And once again, Dragonlord Ojutai hits the red zone, and the cards are just flowing into Andrea Mengucci's hand. Whoa, that was not a decision. I couldn't see what it was, but he did not hesitate on that. It was Jace Utter End, so he takes an Utter End here.
He's going to flash back the Crux.
Just going to wipe the board once again.
Makes sense.
Hey, it worked last time. Let's do it again.
8, 10. Exactly 10.
And Mengucci points out that that brings Bill Chronopoulos to exactly 10. Why? Well, because that's 2 hits with Dragonlord Ojutai. He wanted to make sure that Bill didn't get any more creatures on the battlefield and get any more triggers from his Zulaport Cutthroat. That's scry 1 to the bottom. He only gets scry twice there, and he did find one to put on top. Well, it's an Elvish Visionary. Nothing super exciting here for Team Greece. And he finds another land. The window is closing very quickly here on Greece. Dragonlord Ojutai only has to hit 2 more times. And you can see the calm faces of the Italian team. They don't look too worried about much here. They know what a great position they've put themselves in and what it would mean to the Magic fans back home in Italy to make the top 8 here. Come back and play tomorrow. And that does it. Italy is through. Andrea Mengucci wins his match. And Italy defeats Greece here to much jubilation, and we're going to see them play tomorrow, Randy. Now, Greece, it's not over yet.
In fact, they still control their own destiny.
So they get to go into next round, last round of the tournament here before we cut, and they can win and make it into the top 8. Maybe even get some revenge on somebody.
Yeah, I think their match against Scotland turns out to just be a win and in.
It just ends up being a win and in. All right, well, that's super exciting stuff from our floor. Welcome back to the booth. That's Randy Buehler and Marshall Sutcliffe, and this is what it's all about. We get down the stretch here at the World Magic Cup, and you see once the win happens, it's high fives, it's hugs, it's cheering, and that's the kind of visceral thing that you get down in the feature match area that you don't necessarily get. You know, modern-day Magic players, they're pretty stoic, right? You know, they're kind of taught to just stay on an even keel. And, you know, you'll see a little, maybe one of these every once in a while, but it's not, you know, cheering, jumping, and hugging and that kind of thing these days.
It is here.
Yeah, but here it is. All right, so there's a lot to get you updated on, and I know Rich Hagan is ready at the news desk.
I'm ready for you, Marshall. Thanks so much for that penultimate round. 1 to go. 4 pools. 2 are decided, 2 are most certainly not. Let's take a look. Here's Pool A, first of all. Get up on the big board. This is Belarus, Guatemala, Denmark, and Paraguay. Now, you see Denmark are 2-0. Great position for them. Guatemala and Belarus 1-1. Paraguay at 0-2 because they were the bottom seed, kept coming in. They are done. So there are 3 teams left. Here's the deal. Belarus plays Paraguay. Because Belarus are a top 2 seed, they know that if they beat Paraguay, they're in. So that would be 1. Guatemala plays Denmark. Well, the deal here is Denmark obviously make it in with a win. They get to 3-0. Guatemala stays at 1-1. And then regardless of what happens elsewhere, Denmark are, of course, safely through. At that point, if Paraguay beat Belarus, Belarus would make it in as one of the 1 and 2s with the highest seed. So it would be Denmark and Belarus. But Denmark have a second shot at this. If Denmark lose and fall to 2-1, and then Guatemala would go to 2-1. If Paraguay can beat Belarus, well, at that point, you would be in a position where Denmark can make it in even with a loss. So Denmark in good shape despite being a 3 seed right now. That's what's happening in Pool A. Let's take you across to Pool B, where this is done. Very straightforward. Austria are about to play Thailand, or they're going to not bother to play Thailand because they are in the top 8. Austria with Valentin Mackel, Sebastian Fiala, Ibbitz, Christoph Alcantara, and Nicky Eigner. The Thai team led by Virapat Cyrila Vorikal, they are both through. And that means that's the end of the run for the Serbian team of Alexa Telerov and co. Ukraine are done as well. They will play for national pride and position and pro points and money, but not for a place in the top 8. So B is done, Austria and Thailand. Pool C, this is also done. We knew that France and Japan would face each other in the final round. They knew that they, between them, had 4 matches to try to make sure they couldn't eliminate each other at this stage. So right now, France 2-0, Japan 2-0, they are done and in. Both 2 of the big names left in the tournament. Japan, the first time they've ever made day 2, they made the top 16, now they've made the top 8. Kenji Samura, Yuya Watanabe, Ryoichi Tamada, and Yeo Su make it through. New Zealand and Latvia are done. They will play each other just to see who finishes 3rd in the group. Then we get, then we get Pool D. Pool D is complicated. Italy are through. Great job by them. Andrea Mengucci, Marco Camiluzzi, William Pizzi, they're done. And in fact, look, there's Andrea Mengucci, and this is the moment where they go, we are in the top 8 of the World Magic Cup. Imagine what it's going to be like if they win the whole thing tomorrow. Crazy stuff. Brilliant job by the Italians. They're through. But that leaves 3 teams still in the mix. Now, Scotland came in as a number 2 seed. They were 0-2, and you think, okay, we're done. But no, you're not, and here's why. Italy plays the Philippines. Let's imagine Italy beats Philippines. Italy goes to 3-0. They're already through. Philippines would go to 1-2. The Philippines, as a bottom seed, cannot make it in at 1-2. Now let's imagine Scotland beat Greece. Scotland move up to 1-2. Greece fall to 1-2. It would read 3-0 Italy, 1-2 Scotland, 1-2 Greece, 1-2 Philippines, and because Scotland did so well this morning in pool play to be a number 2 seed instead of the number 4 seed they were this morning, a Scotland win coupled with an Italy win puts Scotland into the top 8. Now, for the rest, Greece is straightforward. They know that as long as they beat Scotland, they will go to 2-1. Whatever happens, even if the Philippines win, Greece would be the higher 2-1, and you would have 3 2-1s potentially, Italy, Greece, the Philippines, and Philippines would be knocked out as the bottom seed. So Greece just have to beat Scotland. Scotland have to beat Greece and hope that the Italians there come off their high of making the top 8 and do them a favor. So they're watching their own match and the Italians really, really closely. Well, that's where we are. We know then that we have an Austria, a Thailand, a France, a Japan. We know that Belarus with a win. We know Guatemala need a win. We know Denmark need a win. We know Greece need a win. We know Scotland need a win, plus an Italy win. That's what's at stake here in the last round of pool play at the World Magic Cup. But this is a great event, and it takes a lot more than just the players to make a great event. BDM was out on the floor earlier this round, and he had a chance to talk with one of the unsung heroes of the World Magic Cup, his head judge, Scott Marshall.
I'm here with Scott Marshall. He's a level 5 judge. He's the head judge of this unique event, the World Magic Cup. Scott, talk to me about some of the unique opportunities of judging at an event like this.
You get to see players who are very enthusiastic about playing on this level. To come to a global event is such a special thing, and for many of these players, this is their opportunity. They aren't regulars on the Pro Tour. They aren't regulars at Grand Prix. I don't recall ever having a Grand Prix in Macedonia. I don't think we've ever had a Pro Tour in Belarus. But yet those players are here and they're having a great time.
Now, great time is wonderful, but they also want to have a fair time. They want to have that even footing that the judge staff ensures for everybody. How do you ensure that? How do you make sure that you have a judge staff that can address all the different languages and experience levels at this event?
Well, like with any Pro Tour event, we make sure that we have a diverse mix of judges from a lot of different countries. This event happens to be special because we brought in a lot of regional coordinators, and they also happen to be some of the most experienced among our level 3 and level 4 judges. So we have, I would call it an all-star cast. And these people are very, very good at ensuring an even and enjoyable playing experience.
So, for players who want to get to the Pro Tour, maybe not as a player, but as a judge, they want to go that route. It's the same thing, right? Because the judges who get to come to a Pro Tour or get to come to a World Magic Cup, that's like an elite class of judges who, as the same as the players who get to go to those events. What's the path for a person who wants to enjoy Magic from the red and black shirts of the judge staff?
Well, the short version is the experience grows from local to a broader region to a national and international and global perspective. So as you grow in experience, you gain trust in the program and you gain trust from the players. And it's those judges who have reached that kind of global visibility among the players and among the judge program that we want here, providing that experience for the players.
What's the most interesting question that has bubbled up the chain of command to the head judge over the course of this weekend so far?
It's actually been surprisingly quiet, but we did have a player who in one sequence of actions managed to incur 2 drawing extra cards penalties in a row. And we had to explain to him that the third one would be very, very bad.
Okay, and then any kind of unique card interactions that have come up? I saw we had someone talking about Triple Herald of Kozilek, Ulamog's Reclaimer, and Brutal Expulsion. The players here are all able to deal with all the kind of complexities?
So far, yeah. And again, we have a crack staff of judges who are very good at what they do and deliver their rulings with confidence. And I've had very little in terms of appeals where a player doesn't believe the initial judge's ruling and wants to hear it from me. This staff of judges is just so good that has not been much of a phenomenon this weekend.
Right. So in an ideal world, with the level 3, level 4 judges that you've sort of outlined, the toughest questions you face should come from me this weekend?
Exactly.
All right. For Scott Marshall here at the World Magic Cup, that's all. We got one round to go.
Hello everyone, Rich Hagan, Ian Duke, and sitting between is the Pro Tour historian, Brian David Marshall, and no one better to walk us through at blistering pace while the players get ready. BDM, we're going to look at 2015, and it's been an amazing year of Magic. Let's just kick it off. Let's get straight to January.
Yeah, so January's Player of the Month. You see a lot of different winners there. Andrew Brown, Sclazero, Peters, Shinoda, Menard, Cheon, Froelich, Vargas, Scott Vargas, but it's Matt Sperling, whose name is not on the winners list, who got Player of the Month in January. He was just a force to be reckoned with. He had, multiple second-place finishes at Grand Prix level, and just it was, a very consistent month for him. Finished second
to Andrew Brown at Grand Prix Denver.
Yeah, and then to Cheon Froelich and Scott Vargas in Grand Prix San Jose.
Seriously, who loses to Cheon Froelich and Scott Vargas? that GP was one of the all-time classics, just superb stuff. So that's January. Let's move on to February.
Here we see Player of the Month was Antonio Del Moraleon, the Pro Tour champion, of course, who won an opportunity to, among other things, be the captain of the Spanish World Magic Cup team this weekend.
Ian, Pro Tour Fate Reforged, a good one.
Yeah, awesome. It was our modern Pro Tour of the year. Always an exciting time of the year for players to watch. Yeah, it's just a great event.
And Antonio Del Moraleon certainly proved himself because he, of course, got a slot at the World Championship later in the year. And because we didn't know a huge amount about him when he won that, but very much well-deserved Player of the Month for February. Let's go to March. And not a huge amount of events, just the 4 of them. Kachetti, Dang, Sang, and Kakume.
We'll hear more from Martin Dang shortly in this rundown, but it was Kakume who leapt into the lead in the Grand Prix Player of the Year race with his win at Grand Prix Auckland.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at people like Martin Dang, because when we look back, it's easy to pull the name Dang out of, you see Dang rather than Sang, because we know what's coming. But at the time, obviously I was sitting there watching Martin Dang win Grand Prix Liverpool, and there was a sense of, oh yeah, that's Martin, who, was like good friends with Tina Dahl, one of the Danes, and Kenneth Ellingson was around in that top 8. It was like, oh, good job, Martin Dang, well done, nice TP win. And you didn't see it coming. Yeah. Sometimes we see people and you think, I can't wait to see you in the feature match here at the Pro Tour. And that was just not the case with Martin Dang. So unassuming, so quiet, so polite. That is not a name that now it lights up, but it didn't then.
Well, I mean, if we look at April, the name is going to light up immediately because there's
Ding.
Martin Dang. Player of the Month, he won Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir, a Tarka Red. This was being a big deck this weekend. Martin Dang, of course, he's going to be in the feature match this next round. Here at the World Magic Cup, fighting for a slot for Denmark in the top 8.
What was your take on the Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir?
Well, I got to meet Martin Dang there for the first time. I was really, really impressed with him, both his play and as a person. The other thing that stands out to me about that Pro Tour was the infamous dragon counter. Love seeing that tick up throughout the day.
Yes.
And that made a real splash on standard, so it was awesome.
Yeah, that certainly ticked on up.
Well, it's funny that you say the dragon counter because one of the players who made the dragon counter tick up at that Pro Tour was Paulo Vitor Damarosa.
That's right.
Who kind of resurged to power at that event with a big, strong top 25 finish. But it wasn't until the next month where he had a Grand Prix win in Sao Paulo that he was fully back on his way to platinum. You see a ton of wins in May. But it was certainly Paulo was the highlight of that month.
And largely on the back of the Esper
Dragons
deck, which he's playing here, was playing this weekend as well.
Yeah. Well, he's been playing. I mean, he's been playing it just
kind of his signature
constantly.
Deck, right?
Yeah, I'd like to give a shout out to Rosario Mage, Adrian Rosado, and Frank Schaefer, which I don't think a lot of people at home will necessarily know. But when you know what it's like when you go to F&M and there's 4 of you in the car, and you all make the top 8, or you go 4-1 or 5-0, and you go out afterwards, you have beats, you think you've done well. And maybe if you're a little higher level player, you get to do that same car journey to the PTQ or the PPTQ and do the same thing. There were 6 players at Grand Prix Firenze from the same store in Berlin. They were the final.
Wow.
In this hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of teams. Your brother Reed was there, indeed, in search of pro points at the back end of the season. So hats off to them. They did really, really well to win that. On to June.
Yeah, talking about Grand Prix points. This was a huge month for Pascal Menard, who was in the thick of that Grand Prix Player of the Year race all year long. He went to Buenos Aires in chase of points, trying to win that coveted slot at the World Championship. And of course, came away with the trophy in Buenos Aires. Didn't ultimately come away with the Grand Prix Player of the Year trophy, but it was still an amazing run for him.
Also up at the top there, Grand Prix Las Vegas, Grand Prix Chiba, and Grand Prix Utrecht, well, they all happened at the same weekend. And Pascal Maynard kind of featured fairly heavily in a certain narrative storyline at Grand Prix Las Vegas too. Didn't actually win the whole thing, but he made the top 8, and he certainly made the headlines at that event.
Yeah.
That was great stuff. So that's June. We go into the second half of the year, and we go from Pascal Menard to Mike Sigris.
Yeah, he won Grand Prix Montreal. He would go on this year to win. He'd have a finals at the Pro Tour. He would win Player of the Year. But at the time, Grand Prix Montreal was a huge leap forward in his year.
And then, of course, Joe Larson wins Pro Tour Magic Origins at the back end. So we go into August, and let's see what we have here. Tons going on here.
Yeah, tons going on, but I mean, I don't know what could have unseated Seth Manfield from the Player of the Month with his just tremendous run. I mean, Ian, 13-2 over the course of the weekend.
Absolutely dominant performance that weekend. It was an awesome weekend to be there too at PAX. Really emotional when Seth actually won.
Yeah.
Just an awesome time.
And again, that idea, Owen Turtenwald not featured in this rundown, but someone over the course of the year who just had such an amazing year and factors in just like sometimes by virtue of I defeated Owen in the finals of this event, that is going to be enough to get me to Player of the Month, or you talk to the players, it's so memorable when you beat someone like Owen.
Oh, for sure. As far as final bosses go, Owen's in the top, right?
September, there were only 2 actual premier events there, but I think this is probably my favorite deck result of the year. The Zach Elsick Lantern Control Oklahoma City. I mean, words fail.
Yeah, and notable there, Alexka Telerov, someone we've been watching as a member of the Serbian team, new member of Team Eureka.
Okay, on we go to October. Everything in the world happened there, but undoubtedly the highlight was Kazuyuki Takamura winning Pro Tour BFC.
Yeah, it takes a lot to unseat a Pro Tour champion from Player of the Month. Mike Sigris was able to do it with a finals and a Grand Prix win, but Takamura took the title in October.
And finally, November.
It's Tom Martell. It was a big Grand Prix month, but again, Owen Turtenwald, final boss, sort of levels you up here. Tom Martell, member of the U.S. national team here at the World Magic Cup. Of course, we still have December's Player of the Month to determine. That will get played out undoubtedly this weekend. Raf Levy, of course, a famous Player of the Month when his team won the World Magic Cup, and Martin Mueller and company last year.
Right now, 12 teams could win the World Magic Cup. By the end of the next hour, it'll be down to just 8. Let's find out who those 8 are. Let's head you down to the crucible of the World Magic Cup. Off we go with the final round.
Hello there, welcome back to the booth here at the World Magic Cup in Barcelona, Spain. That's Randy Buehler, I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, and it's all come down to one more round to decide who's going to make it into the top 8 and who isn't. This is going to be an intense one, Randy. Let's head down to the feature match area where we have Guatemala, and Denmark. Hello and welcome to coverage of the World Magic Cup. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Bueller, and we have reached the last round of battle here before we cut to our top 8, and we've got a nice one lined up. Guatemala, you can see in their beautiful color jackets there. Sometimes you'll see some of the hats that they're wearing as well. They're absolutely gorgeous. And they have come a long way here at the World Magic Cup to this point. They're playing against Denmark. Now, as far as players go, we're going to start on our table C. That's Christopher Varula, who you just saw a moment ago. And, of course, you'll recognize that gentleman as Martin Dang. Now, the matchup here at table C is white-black tokens in Martin Dang's hands. He's playing against Varula, who is on red-green landfall. Randy, now, I want you to tell us what's going to happen here as Denmark comes in for the third round of pool play here at 2-0 versus the 1-1 Guatemala.
Yeah, Denmark may be 2-0, but they came in as a 3 seed, so they actually have not yet clinched the spot on Sunday. The winner of this match is definitely in the top 8. Meanwhile, there is a chance that Denmark could lose this match and still back into the top 8. In order for that to happen, they would need Paraguay to do them the favor of upsetting Belarus.
All right, so this is about as intense as it gets down in the feature match area here, and you're going to see this unfold in front of you, especially with the team play as we work our way down to the final match. We are also bringing you tables A and B, of course, Jose Andres versus Christopher Larson, and Wilfredo Bajorquez versus Martin Müller on the middle table there. We're going to be checking in with them, bouncing over when it's appropriate, but for now, we've got a little bit of a fight here. All right, looks like Martin Dang is actually on a Tarka red. All right, so we've got that sorted out there, and it's the red-green landfall on the other side of the table here.
He played white-black tokens yesterday.
Ah, gotcha.
And they actually shuffled up who was playing which decks today.
I mean, I'd feel pretty good with Martin Dang holding a Tarka red. He did win a Pro Tour with it. He popularized the deck. That guy right there put that deck on the map in a big way.
Pretty much. I'd be surprised they put him on white-black tokens yesterday.
Agree.
The teams did not get to change the decks that they were piloting, but they were allowed to shuffle players around. That's how the day 2 constraint worked.
So Zergo Bellstriker for Martin Dang. And he's facing down. Pretty aggressive start here. A Scythe Leopard and a face-up Den Protector on turn 2 from Varula. So we're going to see an attack here from Zergo. But what else?
Well, there's a lot of options.
Whew. It's a lot of Monastery Swift Spears.
I believe that Bloodstained Mire was off the top, too. I think Martin kept 1 land.
Ah. Okay, well, he's going to kick things off with the Monastery Swift Spear. And are we going to see a Wild Slash here? No, just double Swift Spear, everybody in.
Yeah, he's willing to trade 1 for Den Protector, if that's how Varula wants to play it.
Okay, no blocks.
No blocks. 4 damage hits Christopher Varula. Christopher got 17th at Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. He is the captain for Guatemala. Last year they made their first day 2 here at the World Magic Cup. But today they've got their eyes set on a much higher goal, top 8 with a win here.
And a Pro Tour invite. This is essentially a PTQ finals for Team Guatemala. Well, and Denmark as well, for that matter. I mean, Müller and Dang already have those invites. So maybe the stakes feel a little bit smaller, but they got a title to defend.
Right, and still there's Christopher Larson and Daniel Lind who may or may not be qualified. So
exactly.
That's such a big part of the equation here too. Especially, you know, for countries that don't get quite as many PTQs, this is a huge opportunity.
Like Guatemala, for example.
Right. It's a big opportunity for these players, so just in case you wanted to ratchet it up a little more, right? It's funny.
The entire country's counting on you and your ability to get to the Pro Tour.
Okay.
And there's that third Monastery Swift Spear. Martin Dang hits the red zone with everybody. Now are we going to see Wild Slash?
I've got to think so. Kill a creature and deal 3 extra damage?
For red?
It seems like a good deal. But no.
He's not. You know, Martin Dang, I think he's just looking at this like, none of these are blocking. I want to get a blocker out of the way. I think Martin feels pretty confident that he can win the race from this scenario.
Yeah, he also can fizzle the combo, right? If there's a
great point.
Become Immense, Team or Battle Rage, he wants to be able to respond. Because that's what he loses to here. Yeah, I mean, the tricky bit is Varula could point that combo at a side leopard that already has 3 toughness.
Yeah, I mean, he's cracking his Evolving Wilds immediately. It's got 2 toughness right now. When that land hits the battlefield, there's going to be a trigger, and this is the chance that Martin has to fire off that Wild Slash. The problem is, it certainly doesn't disrupt the combo in that scenario.
No, if there was a Become Immense, it would just work.
It would just work no matter what. Okay, but he does escape at 6 life here. He still needs to find a way. Oh, he finds a forest off the top. I think he's got an Atarka's command in his hand, too.
He absolutely does.
Oh, what a huge draw. Atarka's commander wins it right there. So Martin Dang picks up game 1 right on time with that forest. You said it, he kept a 1-lander. He needed to get a mountain on turn 2 to develop his board with the Monastery Swift Spears, and he finds the forest to take game 1. We'll be back right after these messages.
Want to draft with Magic's most powerful cards? Vintage Cube events begin Wednesday, December 16th on Magic Online. To play, sign up for Magic Online at mtgo.com.
And welcome back to the feature match area here in Barcelona, Spain. We are down the stretch here at the World Magic Cup as we work our way towards the top 8. And Guatemala, at 1-1 in pool play coming into this round here, needs to find the win. If they do, they're in. On the other side of the table is Denmark, who with a win secures their spot in the top 8. With a loss, well, they still have a sweat ahead of them.
Yeah, Guatemala must win to advance. They have no chance of backing it.
So let's jump in here and take a look at what Wilfredo Bajorquez is up to against Martin Mueller. Well, it looks like he's getting beaten down pretty hard here. He's down to 4 life, facing a significant board, as Martin looks like he's taken his 4-color rally deck and turned it into a beatdown deck. 2 lands left in play is all he's going to see with duress is Wilfredo.
Yeah, it's not quite Martin Dang with a Tarka red deck in his hands, but Martin Mueller's got a pretty good track record with 4-color rally.
Yeah, he does.
The top 8 at a GP. Denmark certainly has some big guns.
Here is Hangerback Walker returning to the battlefield, leaving up 3 mana for Wilfredo. Oh, and there's a second copy of Zulaport Cutthroat. Now, there is a response that's going to happen here, though, and that's going to gain Wilfredo an extra 4 life. He reveals Kolaghan's Storm Fury.
Yeah, but there's a Grim Haruspex and a Zulaport Cutthroat. Martin does have to decide what to sack. Goes for the Cutthroat.
Gets a trigger. That's going to knock Wilfredo down to 4 and then up to 7. Excuse me, down to 3 and then up to 7. Off of the Foul Tongue Invocation, which does resolve.
Oh, jeez. Rally.
Rally.
That was a good draw.
Get everything back.
Yeah, that's
finish you off. And Wilfredo can only shake his head. So Martin Miller now picks up his first game as well. And all of a sudden, the 2 Martins taking care of business, trying to put Denmark in. And I want to remind you, they are the defending champions for this event.
Yes, sir.
Those of you remember the Dane Blast felt around the world last year. They're coming back again. So let's jump to table A. This is the table we haven't seen yet. Jose Andres versus Christopher Larson. Larson's the
white
one
black tokens deck.
who's playing the white black deck. Yeah, this is the tokens. And as you can see,
You talk about the Martins, by the way, in this Denmark team, but Larson has 3 Grand Prix top 8s as well.
Yes.
This is not like, you know, random guy that won a WMCQ.
Not
this
at
is
all.
a European Grand Prix circuit regular.
I have heard him described as super solid. So,
yeah.
Yeah, so we've got Jose Andres, who is playing Esper Control here.
Yeah, Larson not qualified for the Pro Tour either, so he would love this. So this Sunday berth is not just a team win for him, but an individual ticket to Atlanta.
Land go for Larson. And we see Ugin the Spirit Dragon for Jose. You take 3, back down to 20. So he's got a long way to go to actually get him killed here, but with no board state to speak of, you got to feel like we came in right as Esper Control fully wrestled control of this game away from Larson. Well, here's a Read the Bones. I could help fuel a comeback here. And it's dig through time, but there is a response. While the shields are down, Utter End is what Larson found, and he actually takes out Ugin here.
Yeah, he found the Utter End with Read the Bones and then sat on it, waiting. Jose Andres gave him exactly the window he was hoping for.
Now, Larson could have waited here, right? Interesting. So something interesting from the floor here. Tim Willoughby, our floor reporter, says that Guatemala is offering a draw here.
Huh.
I don't know what that does in pool play.
Well, it depends on the Belarus result. If Belarus beats Paraguay, Belarus gets to 2-1, and Belarus would be ahead of a 1-1-1 Guatemala. So, I mean, essentially, the intentional draw clinches it for Denmark, but not for Guatemala. Wow, it's the kind of thing Guatemala should only do if they think they're beat.
And they may think that.
I mean, they may think they're beat. They may also, like, I have no idea what's going on in the match outside the feature match area between Paraguay and Belarus. But if Paraguay beats Belarus, then all Guatemala needs is a draw.
And that's true also of Denmark?
Well, Denmark is in with a draw no matter what else is going on. Looks like we're going to have an intentional draw.
You know, yeah, we're being told in our headset from our floor reporter Tim Willoughby that there's handshakes happening here. Now it looks like this match is still playing it out.
You want to kill me? No. No. I don't like killing you.
We'll keep you updated as we know exactly what the situation is. But I see Martin Dang.
Yeah, look, if you're Guatemala, if you're going to lose, absolutely offer the draw, because 1-1-1 has a chance to beat Belarus, and 1 and 2 will never beat Belarus.
Yeah, and that could have been a scenario where, you know, one of the other players playing against Martin Miller or Martin Dang looked at their opening 7, mulligan to 6, and thought, okay, this is not going well. Yeah.
These guys still look like they're playing.
They're still playing, but I can see the other players in the background there, so they might just be playing for our benefit here. Yeah, it looks like they're having some fun with it here. This is just good old kitchen table style magic here.
Sure.
It feels like you can a relief of pressure here. And it's Gideon, ally of Zendikar, as we kind of move through here. So they basically Guatemala felt like their matchups were already not favorable to them. and they were down a game in 2 of their 3 matches, so they felt like with a draw, they've still got a shot. With a loss, they're out, so they offered the draw.
Makes sense.
Interesting stuff.
Yeah, if they wait until they're beat and offer the draw, they probably won't get it, right?
Totally.
Denmark has no reason to let Guatemala in. And
You gotta go say.
And we see a big handshake there. So interesting turn of events here down the stretch at the World Magic Cup. Now, what does this mean, though? This means Denmark is in.
Denmark is in.
So Denmark has a chance to run it back and be back-to-back World Magic Cup champions tomorrow.
And you know what? They've been one of the favorites through this whole process. They're still one of the favorites. We're down to the final 8, and Denmark will be there trying to defend their title. That's awesome. Guatemala's fate is now in the hands of Paraguay.
And they have to defeat Belarus.
Yeah. If Belarus beats Paraguay, Belarus is in. If Paraguay beats Belarus, Guatemala is in.
Welcome back to the booth here. So interesting twist here as we see Denmark through to the top 8 in our feature match area, perhaps in a slightly unconventional manner, but in they go. So we've got one big storyline already going in to tomorrow for the top 8. Denmark, can they repeat? They have to be on the short list of favorites to do so.
I have it at them in Japan. I actually, this morning, when we still had 32 teams, my top 2 picks were Denmark and Japan, and now they're both going to be playing tomorrow.
Okay, well, I can tell you right now that over at the news desk, Rich Hagan awaits, and I know that he's going to have a lot of updates as we start to form our top 8. Let's send it over to Rich.
All right, Marshall. Thanks for that. Yeah, it's worth bearing in mind that the phrase lot of updates is based on the fact that there were a total of 8 matches this round, and we're still well early in the round. So there aren't a lot of updates to bring you. That said, Ian, what we can do is just clarify again for people, especially who are going, that didn't look like the end of a match, and yet it was, what's been going on. So, Denmark were at 2 wins. They knew that a draw would be enough for them to be through, and a win obviously would. But with a loss to 2-1, it was possible that there would be 3 2-1s, and because they were the 3rd seed, they could be out. So it was possible for them to end up at 2-1 and in big trouble. Guatemala, they're the 2nd seed. They come in at 1-1. If they win, they're in, because of course all 2-1s, they're at top 2 seeds, make it in. So they're safe with a win. But they thought they were in trouble. So Guatemala says, here's the thing. If we lose, then we're in really, really big trouble. Because we're gone. Because we go to 1 and 2. Even if Belarus fall to 1 and 2, they're ahead of us on tie breaks.
I see. So Belarus being the first seed.
Okay. So Guatemala knows that with a loss, they're gone, and they see the loss coming at them like the proverbial truck in the face. So at that point, Guatemala says to Denmark, how about we both take the draw? We know that's amazing for you, and it's probably better than the loss that you're about to inflict on us for us.
So that puts Denmark at 2-0-1.
Correct.
Guatemala at 1-1-1.
Correct.
And the deciding factor will be the remaining match in that pool.
So now Denmark is through in Pool A. Denmark's there. So at that point, 3 teams can still make it in. Guatemala on, if you like, 1.5 wins, for want of a better term. And then Belarus will make it in. Paraguay can't, because even though they go to 1 and 2, they just can't get there. So will it be Guatemala, will it be Belarus? That depends whether Belarus beat Paraguay or not. And if Paraguay do Guatemala a favor, then Guatemala's bonus draw that they've just agreed to gets them in alongside Denmark. I see. So we wait, of course, to find out what happens with Belarus and Paraguay. Now in Pool B, we already knew that everyone was playing just for fun, essentially, in the last round, especially for Austria and Thailand. They knew that they were going to be in no matter what. Ukraine and Serbia knew they were out no matter what. So Ukraine and Serbia are playing. Austria and Thailand shook hands, having a bit of a party at the moment. Ukraine and Serbia still going at it because pro points, money, right on the line, but they cannot make the top 8. Same situation in Pool C. France and Japan, we know, are in, and that was a bullet dodge for both of them in, because if you're France or Japan, you don't want to face the other one in the last round of the tournament, knowing that one of you makes the top 8 and one does not. So they're through. New Zealand, Latvia currently playing. They're having a really fun match on one of the back tables. Again, playing for quite a lot of money and substantial numbers of pro points. Andre Pro's Jason Chung likely to want those.
Yeah, I was actually just down there on the floor.
Right. Okay.
They're joking around, having a great time. Seems like it's a much more relaxed atmosphere for them now.
Yeah,
awesome to see.
They seem to be having a really good time with that. And then Pool D is very much still in the mix. It's so much in the mix, we would love to get it on camera for you. And that's certainly what we're hoping to do. Right now, Italy are in. They won their first two, they were a top seed, so of course that means that they're done, they're in. But then it got complicated because all three of the other teams could make it in. Scotland had no wins, but were the number 2 seed. So if it goes 3-0 for Italy and everyone else ends up at 1 and 2, Scotland, by being the top of the 3 1 and 2 teams, would make it in. Much as Paraguay got to backdoor into the top 16, Scotland could yet backdoor into the top 8. But first, they have to beat Greece. They're going straightforwardly against each other. The winner there is in. Greece know that, of course, they're in. With a win, they'll get to 2 and 1, and then Italy would be 2 and 1. And regardless of what happened with Italy and the Philippines, doesn't matter. Greece are in. Scotland need Italy to get to 3 and 0. But we are going to get back in just a few minutes to that Scotland-Greece match. So you've got Grant Hislop. He's playing Abzan Aggro. And he's up against Bill Chronopoulos with 4-color rally. Now, we know from BDM talking to us about Bill Chronopoulos, all he wants to not play is Esper Dragons. Right. He's doing fine. Grant Hislop is playing Abzan Aggro. So Bill, and I'm pretty sure I actually watched Bill Chronopoulos win game 1 in that one. Stephen Murray and Antonis Fisas were still going at game 1 when I headed over here. And this is a Jeskai deck for Stephen Murray against that White-Black Warriors deck
cool.
for Antonis
I like that
Fisas.
deck a lot.
Yeah, that seemed like pretty cool fun. And then the C seat sees Martin Clement with his Black-Red Dragons against Charalambos Kikidis, and that is a Tarka Red.
Cool.
So do you have any sense if you were going to pick a winner from Abzan Aggro against 4-color rally, who would you favor?
Probably
there?
the 4-color rally deck.
Okay. And then Stephen Murray, Jeskai against White-Black Warriors?
Tough to say. I haven't seen too much of the White-Black Warriors deck. It's showed up a little bit in some other tournaments, but I won't hazard a guess on that one just yet.
Okay, and Black-Red Dragons against Tatarka Red?
Probably a Tarka Red, although maybe things change post-sideboard. There could be a lot of removal out of the Black-Red deck.
Okay, well, we don't know whether Scotland are in. We don't know whether Greece are in. We don't know whether Guatemala are in. We know Italy are in. And we also know that Thailand are in. And waiting for us across the studio is Brian David Marshall. And he is going to talk to a very happy man from Thailand.
I am sitting here with Champasa Perchaya from Team Thailand.
Yep.
Team Thailand is into the top 8 of the World Magic Cup. This is the best finish for Team Thailand so far in this tournament history?
Yes, it is. This is the first time for Team Thailand to ever come to top 8.
And I know that you were saying that even though it's very late in Thailand right now, that all the gaming stores are still open. Tell me what's going on in Thailand right now.
It's really nice. Everyone is still supporting us from Thailand. It's almost midnight right now, I think. And they're still at the store watching live coverage and everything. All the Thai Magic player, like, they're updating me. I don't even know that Australia win already. They're updating their Facebook status, like, oh, you guys are in, you guys are in. We're like, oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, you found out. You said before.
Yeah, the live coverage is already going on. They're showing us their support by like staying up late, watching every game, keeping us updated and everything.
What's the message you want to deliver to the Thailand Magic community who have been supporting you? What do you want to tell them about what to expect from your team tomorrow?
What to expect? I mean, we hope to win, but we can see like the top 8 teams so far are very, very tough. We're quite nervous, but we're going to do our best and hopefully can make Thailand proud.
Nervous has been kind of a theme for you You know, I talked to you before Team Sealed, and you said nervous.
Yeah.
And then I said, well, you know, you guys did pretty well. You're going into Team Construction. You're like, oh, we're still nervous. Now you're into the top 8, and you're still nervous. How have nerves been something that's been an X factor for you guys?
I think so. I mean, it's good to be nervous. It'll keep us like on top of our games, but we're doing our best so far. Yeah.
And tell me, what will you guys work together? Now you're all qualified for Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch in Atlanta.
Yep.
You know, is that something you guys see yourselves working together again, going into that Pro Tour?
Of course. Right now, like because of this tournament, the Magic War Tournament, it brings the 4 of us together, and we're hopefully will go together again at the Atlanta.
Yeah.
Yeah, Atlanta. Yeah. I mean, it's fun. Like we're here in Spain, we're getting lost in Spain. Hopefully, we'll go to Atlanta and get lost in Atlanta as well.
And I thought one of the things that was really amazing, you said that the Thai Magic community really, you know, they're supporting you, but they also really supported you in terms of getting to this event. You said tell us about the tournaments that they ran to get you here.
Before we came here, they also host a tournament with like all the store in Thailand, which like come up with the prize money and all the entrance fee for the tournament came for us to our travel and food and hotel and everything. Like they really supported us, making sure like giving us like insight on how to get to Spain. Like have we get our hotel? If not, they raise a tournament to support us to get money for the hotel and everything.
So only 11 nations have won a world team title. What would it mean for the community, for Thailand to be the 12th team to become a world team champion?
Oh man, I hope what you're saying is true. But yeah, it would mean a lot. It would create more players to Thai community. I mean, right now we have a really good community, but it's still not like the best trading card in Thailand scene. But if we win the World Cup, surely like it will be a big thing for us, and it will create bigger community as well. Yep.
Okay. John, thank you so much for coming down and sit with us. Yep. Good luck tomorrow. Sending it back to the news desk with Rich and Ian.
Thank you.
All right, thanks very much to Brian David Marshall. Right now, the Scotland match is featuring many heads together over one board. It seems to be what's happening. To put it mildly, they are helping each other out. And, you know, we want to bring you as much Magic as we can. Tournament integrity, though, kind of important. It is a team competition, and we want to make sure that we don't just take someone out of their team just in order to put them under the lights. So until that particular game is finished, we're holding the others. We cannot get them into the feature match area for you. We will attempt to do that. Just going to give you a sense of what's going on there, and I'm just like checking back here. I've got people in my ear sort of who are over there at the match right now. It looks like that there is one match is at 1-1, and the other 2 are both 1-0 for Scotland right now. Scotland up in 2 games, tied in 1. Remember, though, that even with a win, Scotland are not guaranteed in. They require help from the Italians to 3-0 the pod and to make Scotland the top of the 1 and 2s. So Scotland ahead in 2, level in 1, and we will show you as much of that match as we can when we head back to the feature match area, once we can get all of them over there, kilts and all. Meanwhile, over on the far side of the studio, someone else who doesn't need to worry about any more team play until tomorrow is the team captain for Austria. 6 Grand Prix top 8s to his name, many of them in North America, but he's back on European soil. Here's Austria's Valentin Mackel.
All right, I'm here with Valentin Mackel. Austrian team, you guys are through to the top 8.
Yes.
Tell me about your teammates. Tell me who is going to be we're going to see tomorrow under the lights.
First is Nicolas Eigner. He is a past-time pro. Like he hasn't been playing as much in recent years, but there was a GP and he just ended up playing because it was Prague and because he had more interest in the game and he has still friends in the game. So he played that and he top 16'd it, and that must have felt great for him after all this time that he still got it, you know. And then he played the World Magic Cup qualifier, 1-1, and now he's here. And
awesome. And looking forward, I talked to him. I mean, he's definitely looking forward to getting back to the Pro Tour in Atlanta.
Sure. He's highly motivated.
And who are your other two teammates?
Okay, then there's Sebastian Fiala-Ibitz. He'd never been to the Pro Tour, but he wants to be there really bad. He played a lot of Moto. Probably he played more Magic than all the other teammates, maybe combined. I'm not sure about that. But he tested a lot, and he was like always so close making it to the Pro Tour. He has like several old PTQ top 8s and finals even, and from the new one last season with the pre-PTQ system, he won a pre-PTQ, and he like finished top 8 at the regionals, which like comes short because it was like a smaller one. That I was really happy for him when he won the World Magic Cup qualifier. In the first qualifier, which Eigner won, he was in the finals. So and he lost to Eigner, obviously. But then he won this third one actually. So I was really happy for him.
And this will be his first Pro Tour experience when he goes to Atlanta.
Yes, for sure. I mean, I'm sure he will do great. I mean, he's not the modernist guy, like standard and sealed, but
he happens to know maybe a pretty good modern player.
No. I only take what Patrick does and copy it, you know. It's really helpful that Patrick provides me with some modern twin lists, and I maybe have gotten better with it in recent days, but yeah. And
then your fourth teammate
is Christopher Aukenthaler. He's not from Vienna. The other two guys are from Vienna, which I don't know him didn't know him before that well, but he's really nice, and I'm happy for him for sure too.
Getting back to the Pro Tour for him as
well.
Yeah,
he won a GP like 3 years ago maybe. So he was good. I wasn't too afraid that he'll be that weight to carry. So yeah.
What would it mean for the Austrian Magic community if you guys could become the 12th team to win a world title?
I hope the Magic community will grow taller, bigger and stuff. That would be great. I like
grow taller. I like that.
Grow taller.
I like the idea that they, because it does lift up the community when the team does that. We saw that for Denmark last year.
Yeah. I really hope it does, and I mean, for sure it does, because 4 people are already more qualified, and that helps. I mean, having a lot of local players at the Pro Tour is a nice thing, you know.
Okay. Well, Valentin, I'm going to let you go celebrate with your 3 teammates. Get ready for tomorrow. So for Valentin Mackel, Brian David Marshall, sending it back to the news desk.
Thanks very much to BDM and to Valentin Mackel. We'll see him again tomorrow in team action. And of course, it will be Team Unified Standard all the way. And it looks like teams did pretty all right at actually figuring out the logistics of the puzzle, which a lot seem to rest around the fetch lands.
Yeah, there were a few pillars of the format. We talked about the mana bases and how teams solved that. We talked about Jace and the fetch lands, and Atarka Red also being a major pillar of the format as well. But it was interesting to see some teams have little riffs on that. We've seen Eldrazi ramp. Sometimes it's Naya ramp instead. Sometimes the Atarka Red deck is mono red, or sometimes it's Obzon aggro filling that aggressive role instead. Various Jace decks too, Esper Dragons versus 4-color Rally.
Right.
So there was a fair amount of diversity here, despite the format being relatively quickly isolated down into a few different pillars.
So let's look at who is in and who could be in. Right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 teams are in the top 8. From Group C, that's France and Japan. I can tell you that their match is now finished, and France took out Japan. France 3 wins, Japan 2 wins, a long way clear of New Zealand and Latvia, who are still playing to see who finishes at 1 and 2 versus 0 and 3. So France and Japan, but it does improve France's seeding So, of course, the higher seed gets to choose to play.
Yeah, which matters a lot. You get to
Because
choose
it's
to play
three
for
lots
all
of
three
blame.
them.
Yep. Right. So that's potentially huge for tomorrow. France and Japan are through. The other pool we know about, you've heard from Valentin Mackel, Austria through, and Thailand through. They were safely through at 2-0. They intentionally drew their last round. So that's the two pools that are complete. Denmark are now through, thanks to the draw with Guatemala. So that's number 5. And that means that we then add one of Belarus or Guatemala. Paraguay can't make it in even if they beat Belarus. So if Paraguay win, they are Guatemala's best friend, and Guatemala advances. If Belarus wins, they're the top seed, and they are through at a comfortable 2-1. Probably won't feel that comfortable, though. But so those are your possibilities. Belarus and Guatemala are still alive in A to join Denmark. And then Pool D, and we haven't been slow rolling you, it's taken this long to get them there because they were in a deep, intense match. Scotland have a chance, Greece have a chance, the Philippines have a chance to join Italy. Italy are through. They're playing the Philippines right now. If the Philippines win that, Philippines will get to 2 wins, but they are a bottom seed, which means that if Greece beats Scotland, you'd have Italy at 2-1, Greece at 2-1, and the Philippines at 2-1. But first things first, Scotland need to beat Greece and then see if the Italians can do them a favour. Let's take you back to the feature match area for bonus coverage of our final round here at the World Magic Cup 2015.
And welcome back to the booth here in Barcelona. Still Randy Buehler, still Marshall Sutcliffe. We've got a little more action for you here in this last round before we cut the top 8. So let's head down to the feature match here where we have Scotland and Greece midway through their match. And welcome to coverage here of the World Magic Cup. We've got a situation on our hands here, Randy. So we're coming in, we've moved players over. You can see one of our tables is barren. That is because Bill Chronopoulos won his match 2-0 against Grant Hislop of Scotland. Now, Scotland versus Greece. Greece is in a win and in.
Yep, it's clean. If Greece wins, they advance to Sunday.
So up a match in a win and in is what we have for Greece. Now, what about for Scotland? They're down a match. If they win, are they in?
No, they need help. They need to win, and they need to get some help.
Okay. So win and help on the left-hand side of your screen where we have Martin Clement. On the other side is Chalarambos Kikidis, and as you can see, he's getting his beat down on here. He's playing a Tarka Red, and it's Black-Red Dragons for Clement. Apparently he goes by Mush.
Mush?
That's his nickname.
All right.
He confirmed it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, one of his friends said I should call him Mush, and I thought, I'm probably not going to do that. And he said, no, no.
I think he just did.
That's my name.
Does that mean I'm not allowed to make use of my Dangerback Walker? Okay. 17.
What's going on with this Black-Red Dragon stack? That's a nice hand.
Well, let's find out here. As we join the match here, we find a game 3. So we're viewing what could possibly be the last game of this round for these teams, and if Greece were to win it,
they win the match, they advance to Sunday.
That's right. Now on our other table that still has action left, we've got Stephen Murray of Scotland up a game over Antonis Physis, but we're holding that one.
Yeah, Martin Clement hoping to send it over to Stephen Murray.
Exactly. They need to rally back here to Scotland. They need to get back-to-back match wins here. And then they need to keep their fingers crossed and see how the rest of their pool played out to see if they're going to make it into the top 8. Now, Greece comes in this pool play at 1-1, and with a loss, they're done. Right, 1 and 2 just boots them. Is that a complicated question?
Yes.
Okay, that's a good answer.
1 and 2.
Okay, all right, I'll buy it. But we know with a win that they're in.
Yeah, they are out. Greece is also out with a loss.
Okay.
Cologon's Command looking pretty decent.
Yeah,
there. Got a
Cologon's
Swift
Command
Spear and a Titan Strength.
Looks fantastic. That's one of the cards that we haven't seen that much of here in Team Unified Standard. But playing Black-Red Dragons does open the door for cards like Cologon's Command.
Yeah, there's a little bit of Mardu out there as well, in that sort of third deck slot.
There is, yeah, I've seen a few instances of it.
Yes.
All right, and here is
attack here.
Yeah, here's a Dash Lightning Berserker.
With the Tarkus command at the ready.
Yeah, and he's caught Martin Clement down with no mana available to pump up his Hangerback Walker. Sure. And there's that Atarkus command that you just mentioned. So it is going to save him a couple of points of damage here.
So he only takes 7.
Only 7. Yeah, big hit. Down to 10.
I'm going to get a dying in here until the Thopter turns up. Sure.
And we're getting close here, Randy. I remember Greece is the one who's up a match already thanks to Bill Chronopoulos. And if Kikitas can finish off Martin here, Greece is in.
They've done better. Every year there's been a World Magic Cup, Greece has finished higher than they did the year before.
Yeah, culminating last year with a finalist, so second place finish there for Greece.
Culminating? Their story's not done yet.
Well, that last
There's
year.
still room to improve.
Look, I'm just saying that's their current bar.
Okay. I'm just saying the streak can't go to 5 years, but it can get to 4 straight improvements.
Indeed. Now we've got a little bit of consulting going on here between Martin Clement and his teammates. And it's going to be a Hordling Outburst, which is a really nice card against this Atarka red deck.
Yeah.
It sort of forces them to continually have pump spells to get through these 1/1s.
Martin is very interested in blocking at this point.
Indeed. He's down to 10 life, which is relatively safe unless the combo comes into play. The combo being Temur Battle Rage in hand here for Kikitas, as well as the Become Immense. Let's take a look at Kikitas' hand here, where he's got a Lightning Berserker, a Titan Strength, a second Atarkus command, that would be the second of the game, and a Hordling Outburst of his own. And I think he's just going to Hordling Outburst. Sure. Yeah. One of the ways that this deck can win is by going wide enough to take advantage of Atarkus command, or just by creating enough threats that one gets through and you get a big hit of damage in off of Become Immense or a couple of other pump spells.
Yeah, if he doesn't land next turn, he can play all 3 of those spells. And if he doesn't draw a land, then hey, he drew a spell.
2 cards, 3 cards? 3 cards.
Martin fighting for his team's life here. They need to pick up a victory just to stay alive, and then they still have to rely on their captain, Stephen Murray, to finish things off, and then they still have to rely on somebody else losing in their pool.
Kikitas is trying to go wide, but it's Martin Clement who's going wider.
Pia and Kira Nalar have now shown up, affectionately called Mom and Dad.
Indeed.
And they've brought their 2 Thopter friends as well, so all of a sudden, Martin's the one with 7 creatures versus 5.
Abbott was the draw for Charalambos.
Okay. All right, here's Lightning Berserker, and everybody's hitting the red zone here, so that Atarkus command is all lined up, and basically Charalambos is looking to just clear out a whole bunch of tokens, and this is going to be a really tricky situation for Martin, as he's going to have to try to mitigate the losses while not taking too much damage. That is a very, very tightrope act that he's got to go for here.
We've got news from this group. Italy has defeated the number 4 seed, so we said Scotland needed to win and get some help. They got the help.
The help's there. All
the
right.
help is there.
Jeez.
This is now a clean win and in match between Scotland and Greece.
Okay, so here's Martin. He is double block, and then Piankir Nalar single block. So he's looking to trade off as much of his board as he possibly can here.
Yeah, he's clearly expecting an Atarka's Command. He's like, that attack would not have happened unless Atarka's Command was coming, so I'm just going to line 2 tokens up in front of all of your 1/1s so that at least your guys will still die.
He still takes 7 damage in the exchange and trades off a huge chunk of the board. All of those should be gone. There
you go.
And Martin is at 3. He has a lot of work to do to get back out of this. And if he doesn't, Greece is through to the top 8, and they're going to knock Scotland out of the competition. It was a roast, I believe, for Martin. Are we going to see roast your token?
We're going to see crack the fetch land for 1/3 of my life total.
Down to 2, meaning that the board is now lethal, so Martin has to do something. If he can pull out this win, then we're going to transfer over and watch Stephen Murray versus Antonis Physis. If he can't, Greece is through. Roast your token. He's got something else, though. It's Foul Tongue Invocation, and he even has a Thunderbreak region in hand. So he's going to jump back up to, I believe it was 6. We have him at 7, but he did crack a fetch land there, right? Yeah, we'll get that double checked. Yeah, there we go. He's actually at 6 life. And can he hold on? He can play the Thunderbreak region here. Charalambos played the Abbot of Carol Keep, but there it is, Thunderbreak Regent with Martin Clement at 6 life.
Jewel Mountain. He's been holding Titan Strength for a while.
I think he's got Titan Strength and Become Immense in his hand.
Oh, does he also have a Become Immense? He does, you're right.
So.
Does not have a Battle Rage, can't give Trample, but he can win a fight with Thunderbreak Regent and then attack for lethal on the following turn.
Keeping the huge pressure on Martin. Martin's going to be forced to block here. He can't take the risk.
Oh, yeah.
Blocks right away.
No question.
And here comes Become Immense. Now, it's just a removal spell in this scenario, but it's an important one. Thunderbreak Regent down.
The Abbot has become immense.
This is a huge draw step here for Martin Clement. He has to affect the board next turn. Okay, sure. Trade 1 card for 1 card. What does he find? Murderous Cut?
Wow.
And he's got a Thunderbreak Regent as well, and I think that was Murderous Cut in his hand.
It was.
That could be Scotland turning the corner on this game. Murderous Cut is the ultimate, you know, insurance policy against what it is that Kikitis is trying to do with the combo. This is going to be upkeep, Titan Strength. He
wants
digging.
to scry.
Yeah, because he knows he's attacking into it anyway. He knows it's getting blocked anyway.
And now Martin Clement can just Murderous Cut as a response here, and probably will.
He probably will. It cuts off the scry, and it effectively saves his Thunderbreak Regent, so he does. Big draw step here for Kikitis. He needs to find a way to get back on the board here. He doesn't need much. Nothing?
Nope.
Pump spells in hand. He passes the turn back. Now, you got to figure that Martin has to feel like he's got to start attacking here, right? I mean, you can't play around Haste
Swift
Creature. Swift Spear.
Swift
There's
Spear
also
and Lightning Berserker.
Zergo.
It's a lot of Haste Creatures, Marshall.
Maybe he has to wait. It's just like, I feel like you're going to give Kikitis, what, 3, 4, 5 draw steps? You don't want to just die on the spot. He is in a relatively safe position. Maybe it's just best to wait. Now, I was mentioning before that if we do see Martin Clement win this match here, that we're going to go to the other table. That is going to game 3. We're holding them. So if Martin pulls this out, then it will be Stephen Murray versus Antonis Physis for the whole thing. 1 game for the top 8.
and the spot on Sunday, the 4 invites to the Pro Tour.
But right now,
this tournament's awesome.
This is a huge turn right here, as this is going to decide whether Martin takes the line of, okay, we're going to try to get him dead right now and try to fade some draw steps, or
right
we're going to
now?
sit back.
Right now, it's like a 5-turn clock.
No, I mean right now the plan is in action.
Yes, indeed.
And he does indeed attack. The door is open here for Kikitis. He finds a land off the top. He still has Zergo Bell Striker, but no pump spell to make it lethal.
Oh, wow. But he does have Zergo. I didn't realize he had Zergo. We hadn't seen that Zergo before.
No.
He obviously wasn't going to play it out into the face of the Thunderbreak Regent, so.
Oh, hold your breath, Martin Clement. He had to say, no, don't show me another pump spell. And he didn't. Martin's at 4, and you got to figure that he's got to put the brakes on now.
Yeah, Thunderbreak's going to play defense until he comes up with something else.
Now, he didn't play anything that turn.
Putting on the Thunder Brakes.
Oh, no. That's not good. Oh, and this is really interesting. So it's Hordling Outburst that Kikitis found, and that's actually going to disappoint Martin Clement a fair bit because he drew Kolagon's command. I think he was looking to snipe, but maybe you just attack? I don't know. It's probably too risky. All right, so he's just going to fire off Kolagon's command.
Well, the Kolagon's command can regrow P and Kieran Nalar.
Oh, of course. I forgot about P and Kieran Nalar in the graveyard.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
That's huge. So take down 1 Goblin, and now he's going to produce 3 creatures, which should clear the way for Thunderbreak Regent to attack again. Hangerback Walker off the top. So he can actually play both this turn as well. Hangerback for 1.
Yep.
And Pia and Kieran Nalar. Is he turning the corner here?
Yes. Yes, he is. Scotland is suddenly very live.
Kikitis has to shrug and say, oh no, this cannot be good news for me. He knows Pia and Kieran Nalar is going to come down. And there's more than that,
3
too.
blockers.
He's got Swamp and a Hangerback Walker. And we're going to note here that Martin Clement's at 4 and not 3. So Atarka's command not a live out to win the game on the spot for Kikitis. Now the question from Martin's perspective becomes, how quickly can I finish out this game?
Yeah.
If he gets to untap, though, with P and Kieran Nalar, 6 mana, and 2 Thopters.
Well, how about the... Kikitis just drew a Wild Slash. He only needs 1 more Wild Slash.
Or an Atarka's command?
Yes, he now needs any burn spell. I don't think he's getting through for creature damage, though. Your point is just right. Once Martin untaps with P and Kieran Nalar, the attacking with creatures portion of the festivities is just over for Charalambos Kikitis.
Also, Clement can start forcing chump blocks next turn. Because he can attack with 2 Thopters plus the 4/4 Flying Dragon for 6 straight off the bat, and then he can do 4 more damage with the Thopters, which is 10. That puts Kikitis down to 1 effectively. Interesting.
So Kikitis has 1 draw step?
Basically, I mean, interestingly here, though, Zergo actually can block Hangerback Walker.
Right. It's only a 1/1.
Yeah. Oh. So this is super, super tight down the stretch here. And Clement can actually force blocks of some sort here.
Yeah, I mean, all his lines kill in 2 turns.
It's just some of them leave the door a little more open, but with fewer options for Kikitis as far as attacks goes.
I think you just attack with the flyers. Make sure you don't get, because he has to make sure he doesn't get attacked himself.
It's true, and this leaving up his mana this way also lets the P and Kieran Nalar start throwing around the artifacts.
What is on top of the deck?
What do you got?
It's red.
I think it may have been...
It's dragon fodder.
Dragon fodder.
Not good enough. He dies to the flyers next turn.
He just dies here.
Wow.
This has been such a close game. It looked really bad for Scotland there for a while, and he slowly turned the corner. And it looks like Martin Clement may have given Scotland a chance for top 8. Kikitis lines up his attacks, and everything's in.
Yeah, he's trying to cause enough chaos that he doesn't die next turn. I don't think he can do it. I mean, Martin Clement obviously is going to block everything.
Yes. He very clearly left everything back for this purpose. He's got the hanger back walker sitting there as well that can get activated before damage. And they do have to think about it because it means that he can't double activate Pia and Kieran Nalaar. But it does feel like getting an extra Thopter is probably worth it, especially with Murderous Cut still in his hand. Things looking up for Scotland. They got the help out of their pool play that they needed to put themselves in a position.
Right, Italy 3-0'd, so 1 and 2 is good enough for second seed Scotland.
Martin Clement currently playing to give his team a chance. 1 game to win it in the hands of their captain, Stephen Murray, if Clement finishes this game off. There it is, Dragon Fodder, make 2 goblins, pass the turn back. And Clement doesn't need to do anything here.
Yeah, turn the flyer sideways.
You can go to combat, turn them sideways. That's a lethal attack. There's no Atarka's command here. He can do this, but this does not get the job done as Pian and Kieran Nalaar can just throw the Thopter at Kikitis' face, and he extends the hand. Martin Clement gets the job done for Scotland, and we've got 1 game between these 2 teams to see who's going to be playing tomorrow. Holy smokes, Randy.
Wouldn't want it any other way.
And of course, Stephen Murray sitting there. He's wearing his medal.
Last time we had Stephen Murray on camera, he had 4 Goblin War Paints in his deck.
He did.
Remember that deck?
For a
was
game.
Awesome.
Then he had Nissa's Renewal. That was game 2.
That was also awesome.
It was. And we're underway here. So we've got Jeskai, another deck that we haven't seen that much of here. It looks like the mana ended up getting split for a lot of the teams.
Yeah, Scotland's setup is
went
pretty
for it.
interesting. Abzan aggro, Jeskai, Black Red Dragons. That is a unique trio.
Yeah, I haven't seen any other teams with that particular lineup.
I want to give Greece credit for Black White Warriors, but yeah, Tarka Red 4-color rally, yawn. The usual suspects.
And this is going to do it. Is it going to be Stephen Murray from Scotland capitalizing on the victory of his teammate, Martin Clement? Or is it going to be Antonis Physis?
Wow, Master of the Unseen on turn 2? That's got to be good against White Black Warriors, right? This is the last game in the entire tournament.
The Chief of the Edge there for Antonis. He passes a turn back. And you can see the game plan for Murray here. This has become a very much team sport here in the later part of the game.
Be tempted to say Stephen Murray's a little flooded, but
I think he wants to be.
Yeah, Master of the Unseen makes you kind of okay with that. Apparently, in last game, it was Greece that had Master of the Unseen in play, and it did not work out for Antonis Physis.
Here's Duress.
It's a pretty good Duress. You use Wild Slash Chief as a response.
That's right.
You lose your Ojutai's command, but that 4 mana can just get sunk into Mastery.
And he's
Slow rolls.
Play it a little slow here. Stephen Murray having some fun with him.
3 Battlefield Forges and an Ojutai's command.
About 3 red kinds supposed to be really good.
I know that the Scottish team won Spirit Award here.
I'm also going to lose one.
And it's hard to see because they're all sitting down, but they're all wearing kilts. They look awesome. You can see a little bit there on Clement. Mush. So there's a special type of dagger that's also ceremonial to this type of, it's called a ski and do.
Yeah.
We weren't allowed to bring that one in.
Oh, they get turned away at the border?
No,
Can't bring it in?
I think they probably knew. But we'll settle for the rest of it. It looks great. Okay, and so here is land number 4 hitting the battlefield for Murray, which means that Master of the Unseen is alive. Can he grind out a win and put them into the top 8 here with Master of the Unseen? And as we mentioned a minute ago, Randy, there is now a Master of the Unseen in Antonis' hand as well.
Γιατί άμα παίξω αυτό εκεί μετά δεν έχω αυτό.
Quick consultation there. And he's going to play his own copy of Mastery.
If I call that.
And that's going to prompt a passing of the turn here for Physis. He knows that Stephen Murray can just make a manifest on end step, doesn't want to trade off his Chief of the Edge for it. Manifest number 1. Interesting. Randy, he just drew an outpost siege here. Now, normally once you get the mastery going, it's pretty tempting to just sink your mana into it over and over and over again. But this really does change things. Outpost siege is going to be able to name cons here and start getting a flow of cards. And the way this ends up working out is Stephen Murray gets to draw so many more lands. And he gets to be the first one, not only to make 1 manifest, but to start making 2 manifests a turn, start turning up some of them, and it can spiral out of control really quickly. If you're staring at these 2 powerful enchantments from Antonis Physis' seat, it can start to get really scary here. He's going to need to either put serious pressure on as far as life totals go, or find some way to deal with these enchantments, or this thing's going to slip away from him and Greece.
He did draw a Gideon.
Okay, that's pressure.
Does that help?
Yeah.
It has to help.
Your 2/2s cost 4. Mine costs 0. Murray, though, at 19 life and ready to start this engine running here if he gets to untap with these enchantments. It is going to be a tall order for Physis to put enough pressure on Murray. Remember the life gain aspect of Master of the Unseen as well. Stephen Murray can soak up a significant amount of damage and then just wipe all of that work off the table with a couple of turn face-ups. And it looks like Gideon is going to turn into an emblem here.
My manifests are bigger than yours.
Yeah, now that is a totally viable plan here, as every time Physis makes a manifest, it's going to be a 3/3, and he's going to fight successfully against the 2/2s from Murray. But again, Murray wants this game to go long. He finds a Wild Slash right off the top here. Doesn't have a great target. Yeah, he may play it if he doesn't have anything else to do with that extra mana. And a Jeskai Charm as well. Interesting. Well, if he wants to play the Wild Slash, he's just going to hit Physis with it and then pass the turn back. Otherwise, he's just going to pass the turn. I don't see any reason to not use the Wild Slash, though, depending on what that manifest is.
He's got Arc Lightning, Battlefield Forge.
It's a land.
Yeah, the manifest is a land.
Okay.
Wow, he's not going to activate Mastery. He's going to play his cards from hand instead.
All 3.
Okay, so Arc Lightning takes out the Chief of the Edge. And he's going to attack. Why not?
Yes.
And he's just going to let that stay exiled. Now, this is going to be a red flag here for Antonis, because this means that Stephen has something he wants to do with this mana. As it turns out, I believe it's just Jeskai Charm that he can do here.
Correct.
And it looks like he's passed the turn back.
Huh.
So Antonis just wants to start activating Master of the Unseen here. He has no interest in adding to the board currently. Mystic Monastery is the reveal from Outpost Siege. This single game of Magic is going to determine which of these teams makes it into our top 8. And let's not forget the Pro Tour qualification, super important as well. for all 4 players from the winning team.
Wow, he drew another siege. He drew Citadel Siege.
Wow, that could close out this game very quickly. Citadel Siege.
Results?
Crazy.
Double cons.
Okay.
Many cons.
Play a land.
Go to combat.
Go to combat, and you know what that means. Counters, and they're going to start flowing here. Now, Stephen Murray has set up huge creatures that will start outclassing whatever it is that Physis is doing, and he has a steady stream of creatures to make sure that both of his sieges, his Citadel Siege always has a target for those counters as well. I don't see how Physis can get out of this lock without some type of way to deal with the enchantments.
Yep.
Physis makes a manifest on end step and then draws his card for the turn.
I have best limit deck.
I mean, these guys should have plenty of time to finish this match. There's about 10 minutes left in the round. I mean, obviously, we were holding them. There was a separate clock for each of the matches in the overall team match. They didn't lose any time because we were holding them and waiting. But their clock for this match has about 10 minutes left at this point.
That's why I say unified block would have been the perfect format.
Would we have played one all tax deck, one all free deck, and one all
So the thing is that these guys need to make sure that they're on each other about, getting through these sequences quickly.
Right. The four-headed monster can slow the game down. And for the record, the draw would be good for Greece and bad for Scotland. Greece would actually be in with an unintentional draw here.
So it's Scotland that needs to put the pedal to the metal here.
Yep.
They've got all the tools they need. They've got everything lined up. They just need multiple turns to go by here to keep that mana and card advantage engine going here. Treasure Cruise was a revealed card, by the way. Yeah, see, this is the kind of turn that they can't take every time.
Not every time. They should have. They should be all right.
I'm getting nervous, Randy.
I understand.
They've done the hard work here. They've drawn their sideboard cards and put them onto the battlefield while still having a healthy life total.
Oh, an 8th land from hand, too, so we're at double mastery.
Okay, they have enough time then.
Yeah, it should be very hard to lose this from here.
Yeah, I agree.
Manifest.
Scotland with the comeback. It looked like they were out.
Really did.
And then Martin Clement won his match and gave Stephen Murray the chance to win his match, and he's way ahead here.
Yeah, and don't forget, they started this round at 0-2, needing to both win and get help.
Yes.
They got the help from Italy. Oh, they lost the first match versus Greece, but then they won the other one. Now it's down to this.
Yeah, well, it's not there.
Trying to knock last year's finalist out. Scotland at 0-2 in the pool.
Swiftly running out of manifests.
So all of that was end step, make a manifest.
Okay.
They're going to make sure that they know which ones came out first, which ones came out second. And Physis is going to draw a card. How does he craft a win out of this? His deck wants to be aggressive. He's supposed to be the aggressor in this matchup.
It's supposed to be.
5.5 minutes, guys.
Okay.
Both need to win.
6 minutes left in the round.
That was 3.5 minutes from the last time we checked in. Are you getting nervous yet?
A little bit.
They have to pick up the pace if they're going to finish this game.
Yeah, in second.
And at the end of the deal, it just ended up being past the turn back. That was a Mantis Rider.
Okay.
Yeah, Stephen Murray's also being pretty careful with his attacks. Doesn't want to get his creatures killed in combat.
Yeah, in fact, he just hasn't bothered yet.
Right.
He hasn't missed a land drop since he played that Outpost Siege. It just keeps those land drops flowing. He is going to play Sarkon here, though.
Okay.
So Sarkon the Dragon Speaker now hits. Remember, that third Manifest is a Mantis Rider as well, and we could see this game start to get closed out quickly here.
I'll believe that when I see it.
So he turned his Sarkon into a creature.
Yep.
And then at the beginning of combat, put the 2+1/+1 counters on it, and now he's attacking. I think it's just going to get stasis snared here, though.
Indeed.
Tick-tock. Again, Stephen Murray has maneuvered himself into a dominant board position here.
Εκεί, στο 1.
But he has to find a way to close out the game in time. I think he can do it. They just have to be careful to mind the clock.
Wasteland Strangler.
It's going to take out the Mantis Rider. Can flip it up, but still dies. So he'd rather just make another Manifest with that mana.
Makes sense.
Και το παίζω αυτό. Ναι, δεν έχει.
Now, the other thing to consider here, Randy, is that, you know, the life gain aspect of Master of the Unseen is going to work for Antonis as well.
True.
Now, can he just gain copious amounts of life and keep Stephen Murray from actually getting him dead?
Maybe.
Feels like no, right? It still feels like the Citadel Siege tips that enough in Murray's favor where he'll just wipe out the board state of Physis at some point. But he may need to start getting in there.
Ναι. Αυτό εδώ είναι μια γη.
And he does. This now 6/6 Manifest. Attacking.
Με όλα, ας πούμε.
That one's a
Να
land.
τα βάλω όλα. Θα χάσουμε 2 και θα έχει τέτοιο.
Όχι μωρέ, καλύτερα με αυτό λέω.
Ναι. Τέλος αυτό, ρε.
The clock is ticking here. And it's going to be a chump block, it looks like, from the Greek team.
It's on top of your deck.
And in the meantime, Stephen Murray
Να κάνουμε αυτό.
is going to put the Mardu strike leader back on top of Physis' library.
Είναι 4-3. Το δικό του 4-4.
Randy, there's 30 seconds left on the clock.
You've got to be
Θα
kidding.
βγάλει ένα, βέβαια. Πάντα έχει να
These
βγάλει.
turns are so slow.
Θα μπω με αυτό και άμα βγάλει θα παίξω 2 πράγματα.
We're going to be in extra turns by the time Greece passes the turn back. I think Stephen Murray's going to be on turn 0.
Παίξω 2 πράγματα. Μπορείς να μπλοκάρεις αυτό.
So he's got 3 turns left to win this?
He has 3 turns left, and he doesn't just have to do 19 damage. He needs to do more, and you can see a little impatience start to creep on the face of Stephen Murray here, like, hey, guys.
Πόσο είναι?
He did that like 10 minutes ago, though.
I mean, it's tough because you can't blame Greece, right? Like, they have to work this out. This is their only chance. They're playing for top 8.
Άμα είναι έξω, δεν βέβαια. Αυτό δεν κάνει τίποτα.
But they're just doing nothing here.
It's not like Greece is playing any slower than Scotland
No,
is.
I agree.
I feel like both teams have been playing at about the same pace.
I agree. 100% agree. It's just a high-pressure, tough situation and a fairly complex board state here, and these guys are taking their time working their way through it.
Yeah. And I think Scotland has started to realize the urgency of the situation, and it might be too late.
Here's a pair of Wasteland Stranglers now for Physis, and I think he's just trying to build out as wide of a board as he can here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, he only has 1 card with which to process, and that means that he doesn't actually get to kill anything on Murray's side.
Manifest.
So manifest. This is end step.
So is this in fact turn 0? I see a judge reaching in with a die.
Here's a Gideon ally of Zendikar.
Interesting. So this is turn 1 then, if time was called on Physis' turn,
Yeah, it
right?
depends on exactly when it was called.
Can't quite see the die on camera.
Obviously definitely winning. We just need to figure out.
There it is, yeah. This is now
That
turn
was-
1.
Yes.
3 turns left for Scotland. They
have
must win.
They have turns 1, 3, and 5 to get in enough damage to kill Antonis Physis and make their way into the top 8 after a monumental comeback on a side match. After needing everything to go right and still having to win a bunch of games of Magic, they've put themselves in a position, and they're going to find themselves with 3 turns to get the job done here.
Yeah. Quick combat. Main, please. Manifest. Okay.
That looks like a Mantis Rider.
Okay.
Which is pretty interesting here, because he can actually turn that face up immediately. And it has haste, so that could open up an attack that he didn't have prior to that. That could have been a really good hit for Murray here.
Yeah, it's also true that Physis doesn't have any manifests on his side.
Not currently, no.
Right, he's been trying to get as many creatures onto the board to kind of gum up the ground as possible. I mean, look, they know that they are through with a draw. So, I mean, he's not doing anything wrong. He's just playing to extend the game at this point. But it means that the life gain for Master of the Unseen is not actually a threat that Stephen Murray has to worry about. I mean, whatever, maybe he'll do 1 activation and get lucky to hit a creature, but...
This is a turn dice.
He's going to put the counter on there, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him turn this face up right now. Yeah, the other Mantis Rider got killed, but this is the new one this turn, and they hit really nicely there off of that Master of the Unseen hit. 1, 2, 3, 4 life gained here, and now all of a sudden he has a 5/5 with Vigilance that can attack in the air, and he's going to get in with the other manifest. It's a 6/6. So this is an attack for 11 damage. And I'm assuming that Physis feels like he's got a chump block with something here.
Yeah, I mean, you double block. I think you double block the 6/6.
With the 2 Stranglers?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's better than chumping it. But you're definitely taking 5 in the air.
Can Scotland pull this off?
It's going to be close.
They're way ahead.
Yeah, they're
on
way
board.
ahead. Way, way ahead. I mean, if it wasn't for time, they have this game. But there is time. And they've only got 2 turns left of it.
That is the reality that they face currently. Chump block.
Murray with 3 mana left, right? So he's not going to be able to activate the Mastery. Not going to be able to play the Gideon. I think he's holding a Wild Slash.
Okay, so that was a chump block and 5 damage in the air. So Physis is down to 10 now. If he can't gain life or deal with the Mantis Rider, he will die to that within our turn 5.
Good point.
Or 5 turns.
That Mantis Rider is good enough.
That was a huge hit off of that Master of the Unseen. The haste was massive there. Not only that, but that Mantis Rider's going to get bigger too.
Right.
You know, if he wants it to. They can hit for 7 next turn and have Physis all the way down to 3.
Do we know what the top card of Physis' library was from all those Jeskai charms earlier? Or did those creatures already come back?
They already came back. Yeah, that was the Mardu Strike Leader that's on the battlefield there.
Oh, wow, he hit.
He did hit.
Woe Reaper.
He hit a Woe Reaper. 1, 2, 3. And he also looks like, did he activate? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. So he's just going to gain 3. Here's Jace Prodigy getting turned up for Murray. Does that actually change the clock?
What's a Jace activation here?
He's activating Jace, but there's a response to the Jace activation. It's ultimate price on Jace.
Loot resolves.
But the loot still gets to happen.
Yeah.
Ooh, he found another
Mantis
Mantis Rider. Now, Feist is still showing that he's at 10 life, but I think he's actually at 13 here, right?
Well, no, I don't. The Woe Reaper hasn't finished resolving.
Oh, that trigger's still on the stack.
That was all
as
as a
well.
response. Stephen Murray had to figure out whether he was going to play the Wild Slash or not.
Gotcha.
But I think he found a Mantis Rider and then chose to discard the Wild Slash. So finally, Mardu Woe Reaper can finish flipping over. Gains 3 life.
Murray's close here.
Yeah, no, I think he's ahead.
Like, he can flip up the other Mantis Rider, put counters on that, and have Physis down to 3 with 2 lethal Mantis Riders next turn. And probably
agree.
doesn't matter if Physis were to do this again and hit.
Yeah, I'm with you. It looks like Scotland is going to have just enough turns to win this.
This is turn 3. They also get turn 5. Oh, man, this is close. For how close this isn't, this is really close.
All right, step number 1, manifest.
That looked like an Ojutai's command. But that means that he can still just cast the Mantis Rider from his hand.
Yeah, there's a land under the Outpost Siege too, so he can Mantis Rider and then still manifest again.
So play Mantis Rider, put counters on that, attack for 10 in the air, put you to 3. He also can attack for 6 on the ground. And interestingly, maybe he puts the 2+1/+1 counters on the manifest. Does that force anything different? Let's see, that's 3, 5.
Put it on the flyer.
6, 7, 8 in the air. Yeah, I like this better. That way he has for sure 2 lethal threats in the air.
But this is an actual 2/2.
All right, the 6/6 on the ground, the 2 5/5s in the air.
And he's not attacking with the other manifest. All right. Chump block with something. Take 10. Fall to 3.
Scotland just needs to survive this next turn. Can Antonis Physis come up with some way to survive one more attack step?
Yeah, Greece has to live. That's all they have
They
to
only
do
have to
is
fade.
live.
Yeah, they have to survive 1 extra attack step. But that attack step has a lot of lethal attackers in
They
it.
have to gain 3 life and kill a Mantis Rider. That's one way you could do it.
From empty-handed.
That was secure the ways. 2, 3, 4.
Doesn't deal with the flyers.
It certainly doesn't deal with the flyers, and I think Scotland have done it.
It has been a super cool
This has
match.
been an awesome match that we've watched here. In fact, the whole thing has been great, going back to when we moved them over and we got to catch up with Martin Clement as he found the victory over Chalarambas Kakidis and forced this deciding game 3, Stephen Murray versus Antonis Physis. And here we are in turn 4 of extra turns in a match that will decide which one of these teams goes to the top 8.
Yeah, so it is a secure the ways. That's not going to get it done. Physis, I think, is trying to figure out.
Like if he secures for 1, makes a manifest, finds another.
Well, you may as well
Mardu
just
Reaper.
make the manifest.
Yeah, none of that works.
Like I don't think he has any options that don't involve making a manifest. So just make the manifest and see what it is, right?
Yeah, he has a shambling vent, which shouldn't change anything either.
Oh, okay. Maybe
I think he's just exploring these options, but
Sure.
it doesn't do anything. It brings him up to 5. He still has 2 lethal threats on the other side.
Right. Make a manifest. See if it's relevant.
Murray's having a little chat there. He knows there's not much he can do at this point.
Yeah, the longer Physis thinks, the more confident Scotland starts to get.
Exactly.
Starting to see some smiling. I think they can sense that they are about to make Sunday and about.
They have passed the turn. Antonis Physis has passed the turn to Stephen Murray. All he has to do is line up attacks here, and Scotland is going to be into the top 8. What a comeback. What an incredible match by Team Scotland here, knocking off
I don't have much deck time.
last year's finalists, Greece. who are looking to put together another run and join Denmark, in fact, our last year's champions, try to get some revenge. In the meantime, here's Stephen Murray resolving his triggers.
The final extra turn.
This is turn 5 of extra turns here, and Scotland has 2 lethal threats in the air, and it is going to be good enough. He's going to be looking at those that shambling vent and making sure that that doesn't become a factor.
Sure.
He knows that Isis can't kill 2 flyers with 1 card here.
Well, it's not like they have deck lists. He suspects. He's trying to think, what am I playing around? I don't even know what I'm playing around.
There are no turns after this one. Playing it careful, wants to make sure everything's lined up. They have come a long way to get to this point. You don't want to screw it up now, but the way is clear. The door is open for Scotland. All they have to do is attack. They're making sure that there's nothing that they're overlooking here. They know that Physis is down to 1 card in hand. He's going to go to combat, trigger Citadel Siege, grab a die,
it has to
put
be
it
tempting
on the flyer.
Has to be tempting to attack with the creatures on the ground, but they just not sure what they're playing around, right?
Right.
It's not like Black-White Warriors is a well-understood archetype in the first place.
That's a good point.
Doesn't quite know what he could have. Do you attack with just the Jaces? Do you send all the manifests on the ground? Hopefully it doesn't matter, is what you're thinking.
I think the Manus Riders are going to be the way to go, and they hit the red zone. Antonis Physis thinks about it for a minute. Scotland on the edge of their seats here. Is it good enough?
Let's see what the top card is.
Effect on stack.
Make a manifest. There's a response, though. It's going to be Felidar Cub, and he's going to gain a bunch of life as Stephen Murray, just counting it up, making sure that everything's right.
And then he can kill the Mastery.
He can kill the Mastery at instant speed. There will be no life gain.
No life gain for you.
That takes that avenue out. Now, he does still get the manifest trigger here, but you can't figure there's anything left as far as hope goes here for Greece. And he extends the hand. Scotland makes the top 8. A beautiful comeback. And what a great match to end things here on day 2 of the World Magic Cup. Unreal stuff down in the feature match area.
Italy won.
Oh, and they just found out about the Italy result.
They had no idea.
They did not realize
Italy.
the Italy result.
Did you see that reaction? That was them being told that Italy won. They had no idea, and they just found out that they're in the top 8. They knew they were playing for a chance.
They knew they had to win and get help.
We knew they were in. They didn't know. What a great moment down in the feature match area. Congratulations to Team Scotland. You are in the top 8, and that's why the World Magic Cup is one of our favorite tournaments to watch every year.
That was
super exciting, super fantastic stuff. Let's send it over to Rich Hagan in the news desk for all the updates.
Yes. That is one of the great moments in Magic history right there. Speak, Ian.
Fantastic game, fantastic match. I mean, Scotland just clawed their way back into it. And we think, actually, just from the cheers on the tournament floor here, that they didn't even know that Italy had won their match.
They had no
Not only
idea.
did Scotland need to win that match, best of 3, but also Italy had to win the other match in their pool, and they did. And they did.
That is just extraordinary. Seeding matters. Scotland won 1 match. That match, the only one that mattered.
So they actually made it through as 1 and 2 in their pool.
As a number 2
because of
seed.
their seeding, yeah.
Because of their seeding, Italy 3-0, Scotland 1-2, Greece 1-2, Philippines 1-2, Scotland with a number 2 seed, which means they won this constructed round in limited, essentially, because by going 3-0 this morning, they were a 4 seed this morning. They had to ace that, pretty much. They did. They come back this afternoon as a 2 seed. If they'd been a 3 seed, none of what you've just seen matters at all. Right? Yeah. Because Scotland are like, no, doesn't help me. I'm 1 and 2. I'm a 3 seed. No. So by winning their final match this morning and getting that number 2 seed, that's what eventually led to Scotland making the top 8. That is just extraordinary. We're going to take a beat to talk to some people whose heart rates have calmed down just a little, because they were in a while ago. Why don't we head across town, talk to Brian David Marshall and a very happy Martin Dang.
Only just a little, Rich. Martin Dang's still pretty excited here to go back-to-back with top 8s for Team Denmark. This is your first trip, though, of course, personally, to the World Magic Cup top 8. And what's this experience been like for you, Martin?
It's my first World Magic Cup, so not just the top 8.
Yeah.
It's the first time I've participated in the World Magic Cup, and it has been like amazing. I've really loved this tournament. The atmosphere has been kind of casual, but also very serious. And when you mix that together, I had loads of fun, but also every single time we win, we've been so happy and so relieved. And the tournament structure, I like it. I like all of it.
So let's talk a little bit about your teammates.
Yeah.
Of course, you were the World Magic Cup champion, team captain this year. Last year was Martin Mueller. How good is your teammate, Martin Mueller?
Martin Mueller, he's annoyingly good, because how am I going to get captain next year with a guy like that? No, seriously, he's been amazing. I've been lucky enough to team with him and test for the Pro Tours. He's so good at constructed. He has these insane reads on the meta game and what to do and how to sideboard. Like I look to him for advice every time I play constructed. He's lacking a lot, well, not a lot, but some in limited, and like his deck building in limited and how to draft, but he's still very young, right? You have to remember he's only like 18.
Right.
So I can't even imagine where he will be in like 10 years if he stays in Magic.
Yeah. Well, tell me about your other 2 teammates who will be coming into the top 8 with you.
Okay. First of all, we have like Christopher Larsen, who won our VMCQ. I've known him for like 15 years, and we've been like good friends for, well, the last 10 years. We've been really, in the beginning we were kind of like rivaling and stuff, but I really like Christopher Larsen. When he like focused on something, he's really good. He's like, I would say he's like top 5 players in Denmark, which is actually a big thing.
Yeah.
If I told you, well, 1 year ago, you would say like, Denmark, do they even have 5 players? But now, being top 5 in Denmark,
I would never say such a thing.
You know,
others might have.
Yeah, you know what I mean. I'm very happy to have Christopher Larsen on my team. He's a really talented and great player. He's focused and plays just so well.
And then tell us quickly about the last player on the team.
Okay, and then we have Daniel Lind. Like, I didn't know him before this VMC, and he has been really good at this VMC. He's been a little bit laid back, but he's doing like the important inputs. He's not like blabbering too much or trying to enforce his opinions, but he's doing what he's supposed to, and he's been really nice to have as well.
And let me tell you quickly about Martin Dang here. Grand Prix win this year, a Pro Tour win this year, a Mox win this year, and now a possibility of a Danish repeat in the World Magic Cup. Martin Dang, a tremendous year. It's just really has to be unreal for you. You talk about playing the game for 15 years. You've crammed 15 years of winning into 1 season.
Yeah, it has been an amazing year for me. It's like the stars has aligned or something. Like everything is just working out perfect. I've been so fortunate to have a great team, and it's just been really great.
What about people at home? Is there anyone in particular you want to say thank you to or send a message to as you guys are about to embark on this historic potential back-to-back win?
Well, first of all, I would like to say thank you to all the Danes who are watching at home. Root for us. We still have some way to go, but most of all, I would like to say thanks to my girlfriend, Tina Dell. She also plays Magic, and she's been following the coverage for the entire weekend. And she's like, I'm pretty sure she's glued to the screen right now. So
Well, she's heading towards the Sunday Super Series.
she won a Silver Sunday Series qualifier, so she'll be there in January as well.
Excellent. Excellent. All right, Martin Dang, thank you so much. I'm going to send it back to the news desk. Good luck tomorrow. Can't wait to see if Denmark is able to defend the title at the World Magic Cup.
We will.
To you, David Marshall. Ian, I want to ask you, not as your commentary hat, but with your R&D hat on. Cards get made 12 months, 18 months, 2 years before they even see the public setting. But when you're sitting there inside R&D, and I've watched you play test for sets down the line, do you look at cards like a Siege, like cards that are being manifested, like Mastery of the Unseen? And do you ever stop to think, maybe 2 years from now, someone is going to have their life changed on camera in the way that we've kind of just seen?
Geez, that's a tough question. I mean, definitely when we're creating cards, we're creating mechanics, we're actively trying to make cards that can create exciting moments like that. Manifest is a perfect example of a mechanic there. And those little bits of variance, those unknown kind of situations definitely give rise to the exciting moments like this. And that's something we definitely go for, but it's a humbling thing to think, when I'm scribbling down notes or typing something into our database that like that card that I'm creating now or that little change that I'm making could cascade down and actually influence people's lives in a huge way.
Even things like a Mantis Rider, if you decided it was a 2/3, that changes everything that we've just seen, right?
That
one number
I'm
on
fully
that
aware
one,
of.
and
things like that happen all the time for sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. So across the studio, we have another member of the top 8 waiting for us. They have been red hot all weekend. It's France and it's Pierre Dagen.
Pierre Dagen, you said these are comfortable chairs.
Yeah, really.
If you want to sit in them some more, you're going to have to do a little work tomorrow.
Yes, that's part of the plan, I didn't come here to lose, and so far so good.
Tell me about locking up the possibility. We talked to Martin Dang about the chance to be a repeat World Magic Cup champion. France has a chance to be a repeat World Magic Cup champion now as well. Tell us about your team.
Well, the team itself, it's not like super well-known players as Martins, for example. It's Arnaud Soumet, who is a PT regular. I tested with him for PT Vancouver before, so he has some experience. And both Fatih and Hichem are more like newcomers. But they're both, I knew from the get-go, they were really good, even though they were not like super famous. And we practiced like a ton. And within maybe 2 months, they came from, this guy is good, but he should train, to, wow, this guy is really good. And right now they're really good. Like, they won a lot of important matches, and almost every time I lost, my teammates carried me through the rounds, which is a great feeling.
Tell me a little bit about that, the key part of that previous World Magic Cup team, Ralph Levy.
Yeah.
He was, you and he had a heated battle for the French captaincy. I mean, it really came down to, not even decimal points, but
tiebreakers.
Tiebreakers. It came down to place at a Grand Prix finish. But still, he worked with you guys for this.
I mean, I know that experience is a big part, and that's one of the things that Raf has, and I do not. He's also very good at Magic, but he also has a lot of experience. So I came to him. I had some critical questions, like should I play or should I coach more? How do you feel about RAM, for example, or how do you build in Team Sealed? Where should I sit? And for all those questions, he was with us. We had a Facebook group, and he was intervening every time. He even checked on us to make sure we're preparing correctly and everything. He was the boss behind the boss,
Sure.
So he helped us. He also followed us on Twitter throughout the tournament to make sure we're representing France well enough. And he's been helping us as much as he could.
Well, let me ask you, what was the answer to that question? Should you play or should you coach?
Well, I talked with him. He told me, no, it's really hard to be a good coach when you have to follow through 3 games because, you don't have the history of the game. So it's very hard to guess what they could have in hand and everything. And he told me, no, you're pretty good at this game. You should just play the game, win them, and be there for your teammates during preparation. But then for the games, if they have a question, they ask you, but don't overextend on their ball. They're good players. Make sure they are good, and lucky me, they were. And then you will win the games.
So tomorrow we won't see you sitting on the sidelines. We're going to see you
No,
in
you'll
there
see me
playing.
battling and hopefully winning.
All right, Pierre, Dejan, thank you so much. Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks a lot.
As France tries to become one of the first teams to go twice in the World Magic Cup.
We will. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to Pierre Dajon there. Great stuff. Now we're going to have one more interview across the studio in just a minute. Unsurprisingly, we thought we'd have a little chat with someone from Team Scotland, if they're capable of speech, which is not necessarily readily apparent. Yep, we'll see what happens with that. So, we think we know the top 8. We'll be announcing that shortly. Marshall Sutcliffe will be down there. And it all worked out. One of the interesting ones earlier in the round, Ian, was it all worked out for Guatemala.
Yeah.
Which was not what we necessarily
expected. A huge story this weekend. Came down to kind of a nail biter there when they chose to draw, I guess, right?
Yeah, so, Denmark knew they were in with the draw.
Right.
Guatemala knew they were going to be stuffed with a loss. And so they went, we think we're going to lose. At least let's have the hope alive with the draw, and we'll then pray for our new friends in Paraguay to beat Belarus.
As I understand, they actually played out part of that match, and then decided it looks like we're going to lose. We're better off taking the draw and sort of hoping that the other match works out in such a way that the draw is good enough for us.
Yeah, it seems a very long time ago now. But they were our feature match in the last round.
Yeah.
Long before Scotland and Greece decided to give us one of the great thrill rides in Magic history. And the fact they just didn't even know at the end. Why don't we hear what it was like to play not only in that last round, but in that last game, because the Scottish captain, Stephen Murray, is now with Brian David Marshall.
You didn't know you were through to the top 8, did you, when you won that match?
We definitely did not know anything. I tried to trick the coverage guys into telling me who had won the other match, but they were all good at keeping a stony face.
So, yeah, indeed. I mean, we talked earlier in the day, but what's the full impact of getting through to the top 8 for the Scottish team here at the World Magic Cup?
Well, as the second time we got here, I think it's fantastic because it shows that the first time wasn't a fluke.
Of course.
We know what we're doing when we all get together and test together and do everything to make ourselves as ready for an event like this as possible. And the seconds after this happened, before even I knew, messages started to pour in. And everyone's just so excited. It's hard to describe how pleasing it is.
And now, again, you said this is the second time the Scottish team has made it through. Second time you've made it through as the captain.
I was not captain.
You weren't captain.
I wasn't captain that time. Okay. I was Andrew Morrison that first time. And I think that's just been a function of being part of two really good teams. I've definitely lost my fair share of games and matches today. Martin's won lots of games. Rain Grant during the sealed deck, they were doing great. And even during the times where we weren't doing particularly well, it never ran us down. We just picked ourselves straight back up. After going 0-2 in this part, it was looking pretty grim.
Yeah.
But because we done so well at the last seals, we had a high seed, and that's what it took.
Tell me what you learned from the last World Magic Cup that you'll take into this top 8 to hopefully get Scotland to become the dozenth team to win a world title.
I think the main thing is that we are going to basically try and cull off most of this nervous energy as soon as possible. While it's very tempting to go home and celebrate right now, we're most likely going to go back, chill out for a little while, play a few games, of course. We like to play Magic the Gathering.
Sure.
But we're not going to go too crazy tonight. We're going to go to bed early. We're going to get up, eat some breakfast and all that sort of stuff. the last time, I think we sort of stayed up quite late and we took a long route to the venue and all that sort of stuff. And we just want to make it as easy and stress-free for ourselves as possible, because we know we can absolutely win if we're drawing well and we're playing well. We just need to make sure we're in top shape for it.
Okay, Stephen Murray, I'm going to let you go back, and we've got some bookkeeping to do, but we'll let you get that good night of rest before the World Magic Cup Top 8, sending it back to the news desk.
Yeah, congratulations to Stephen Murray. It can't have been easy to play in that last match. It can't have been easy to talk about it afterwards either.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, how do you even process, no pun intended, exactly what happened there? Just crazy. But the reason that was so exciting is because of what was on the line, and what was on the line was the top 8. Mm-hmm. We now know our top 8, and my lord, are there some great teams in the top 8.
Oh, yeah.
I would argue that you are looking at something in the region of 3 genuine underdogs. Mm-hmm. So you've got Thailand with Virapat Cyril at Voracle. You have Guatemala, who got in with their draw against Denmark at the end there under Christopher Virula. And you have Scotland, of course, who came in at the very, very last. Then you have 4 really, really good European teams. You have France with Pierre Dajon and Armand Soumet. You have Italy with Andrea Mengucci and Marco Camiluzzi. You have Austria with Valentin Mackel and Nicky Eigner. And you have the defending champions Denmark. And waiting in the wings, you have the Japanese super team. Let's introduce the top 8 to you now. Let's head across town and join your host, Marshall Sutcliffe.
Hello and welcome to the feature match area here at the World Magic Cup in Barcelona, Spain. It is my pleasure to announce the top 8. With the first seed going into Sunday, France. Coming in with the second seed, Italy. In the third seed, Austria. With the fourth seed, our defending champs, Denmark. In the fifth seed, Thailand. In the sixth seed, Guatemala. In the seventh seed, Scotland. And with the eighth and final seed going into the top 8, Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 8 for the World Magic Cup 2015.
It was business as usual here at the World Magic Cup, by which we mean it was extraordinary. Brian David Marshall, you've seen almost every great moment in Magic history. We've certainly seen one again today.
Well, I mean, unseen. Mastery of the unseen.
Again.
Just unbelievable. Just how wonderful is it to see the emotion in these teams as they, they not only are getting into the top 8 for themselves, for their teammates, but for their countries.
Yeah. There are a lot of communities around the world that are, well, they've been shouting themselves hoarse for the last couple of hours. We should take a step back and remind everyone that 32 teams set out at the start of today, having already got rid of 41. We started out with 73. 32 came back today, 3 rounds of limited, which was a really great limited format, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Battle for Zendikar sealed, so 12 packs, build 3 decks, and play at the end of that 3 rounds of pool play, which is really an unusual format in the competitive Magic year. Where seeding matters, where the players are jostling for those top 2 spots to go into the top 16, and 4 more pools and 3 more rounds of pool play.
Yeah, so then we went into Team Unified Standard, pools A through D. Again, the top 2 teams would advance, and then we'd have a top 8.
Oh, that's all. Just
why don't we say who the top 8 are? So who have we got?
Well, French national champion Pierre Dejean was just sitting in the chairs. Team France is through to the top 8.
Okay, so a fantastic job by him because he looks clearly the best player on his team. But you were talking about Raf Levy as someone who, of course, is a World Magic Cup winning captain, saying, I actually like a lot of the French team this time round.
And not only did he like them, but, he helped them. That's one of the things Pierre was just talking to me about. He said, you know what? It was a heartbreaker for Raf. Raf came within, a couple places in a GP of being the national captain again this year. He and Pierre were tied at the end of the season in pro points, and it came down to tiebreakers as who would be there. But you know what? Raf is one of the great guys of Magic, a Pro Tour Hall of Famer, and he worked with this team to make sure Pierre had everything he needed to get the French into the top 8.
Well, they've done a great job. Let's stay in Europe. Let's go to Italy. We thought they were very strong coming in. They had a 1-2 punch, as many of the top teams did. In this case, Andrea Mengucci and the national captain, Marco Camilluzzi. And then they really benefited from really testing with the best.
Yeah, it was a super team. We see those for the Pro Tours all the time, but we don't always see them at the World Championship or the World Magic Cup. And in this case, Brazil, Canada, USA, and Italy all worked together. They got together in a house, and what a great experience for William Pizzi and Francisco Befero to get the benefit of working with Hall of Famers, Pro Tour champions, and of course the 2 Pro Tour top 8 competitors that you mentioned, Marco Camilluzzi and Andrea Mengucci from Italy.
Who's in at 3?
Austria. Valentin Backel was such a bundle of energy. He was so excited.
He is.
I was just thrilled for him. A couple of old-time Austrian players.
Nicky Eigner, who's been winning Grand Prix in the 1990s.
Yeah.
Right, and then Christoph Alcantara and Sebastian Fiala-Ibitz. They're a super strong team. They are, I think, workmanlike does them a disservice because, but they were saying we're not stars. We're just people who can play Magic well, but they trust each other. Yeah. They all just get on and they quietly and efficiently win matches. We've hardly seen them across 2 days, but there's never been a point when they've been behind the curve for looking towards the top 8, and here they are.
Yeah, and getting those 2 guys back to the Pro Tour, but for Sebastian, this is going to be his first Pro Tour when he goes to Atlanta.
All right, number 4.
Denmark.
So the dream of back-to-back and the first 2-time champion, very much alive for both France and Denmark.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, Martin Dang, Mark Mueller, and then, of course, Dennis Lind and
Christopher
Larson.
Yeah. And well done to Daniel Lind, because he must have felt a little bit kind of, well, in the nicest way, outclassed. Pro Tour champion, World Magic Cup champion.
But what a year for Martin Dang. We've talked so much about Martin Mueller this year, but Martin Dang, he wins a Grand Prix, he wins a Pro Tour, he won a Mox.
Yeah.
And now he has the opportunity to become a 2-time World Magic Cup champion
for the country.
For the country, yeah.
Amazing. All right, so so far we've gone France, Italy, Austria, Denmark. That's Europe all the way. This isn't the European Championships. This is the World Magic Cup. So let's spread things out geographically a bit. Who's next?
This is Thailand, and this is just what an amazing story. I talked to the Thai national champion.
Right, Virapat Sirilat-Vorakul, yep.
And, those guys, they were qualified to come here. And not that there was any ever doubt they were going to come here, but it's a long trip, it's an expensive trip, and the Thai Magic community got together, ran a tournament, and all the entry fees went to pocket money and hotel rooms.
So the Saturday night we made the top 8 dinner is basically the rest of the Thai Magic community.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So good, so good. And well done to them. They're in. They will be one of the underdogs, but so will this next team.
Yeah, Guatemala, last year's Spirit Award winners. Guatemala, they're in 6th place right now. What a great story. And, a team that's just constantly striving to, improve their finish at the World Magic Cup.
Right, and yes, obviously their first top 8 as well, and tremendous work by them. I'm going to miss out the next team. Sure. Let's go straight for the biggest name genuinely that is in the top 8, and this is the one team that really kind of worked out in real life as it should have done based on paper, because they looked like the best team in the room, and they're still here. Japan.
Yeah, they survived the Great Culling. Because that's what this has been. Day 1, Canada, Japan fall by the way.
Canada, USA.
I'm sorry, Canada and the USA fall by the wayside. Day 2, again, big name teams falling by the wayside. But in the end, it's Japan of the superstar teams that makes it through. Yuya Watanabe, Kenji Samura, the Hall of Famer, Ryuichi Tamada, the Pro Tour finalist.
Yes.
Here they are. And you know what? Be scared, World Magic Cup competitors, because Team Kaiju is here.
Right. So Japan is through, and then we spent a very, very, very long time in the feature match area working out who was going to be last. Was it going to be Greece keeping the dream alive of the Greece-Denmark rematch in the final? Or would it be Scotland, who had come into the day barely, like Greece had last year, as a bottom seed, but had then aced their sealed deck exam this morning to become a number 2 seed? Which meant that when it came down to the final game, Scotland or Greece would make it in as the last team. What happened?
Well, it was an unbelievable match. It was Scotland who made it through. Mastery of the Unseen, Mantis Riders, and Siege the Day. Outpost Siege and Citadel Siege in concert, churning out creatures and churning out counters for the Scottish team.
Have a look at this. That is Team Scotland. And the thing is, they did not know they were in. They knew they'd won, but not that that was enough, because they had to see Italy win their match over the Philippines. And do you know how many Scottish people there are in this room this weekend? 4. And they were all in the feature match area. So who was going to tell them that this was for everything?
Not the coverage team.
Nope.
Stephen Murray said, I tried to trick the coverage team and they're telling me what?
Nothing at all. And so the explosion of joy when they knew that it wasn't a Pyrrhic victory over the Greeks, but that it was the absolute pinnacle of any of their Magic careers. Stephen Murray, what a great captain, and they're in, and they're in with a shout.
Sure, and this is the second trip to the top 8 for Stephen Murray at the World Magic Cup. His first time as the World Magic Cup captain for Scotland, and it was amazing to me. As quickly as that turned to cheers of joy, it turned to like this very choked up, emotional state for Stephen Murray as we sat in chairs and talked. I really enjoy these guys, and looking forward to seeing what they do tomorrow against a pretty stacked team of, Japan, against the Denmark team, against the Austrian team, against the Italy team, against the France team. There's some pretty big name players here.
Or maybe this is the year of the underdog, and it's Thailand, Guatemala, and Scotland, 3 of the semi-finalists. You will see it all happen tomorrow, because we will show you every quarterfinal, one after the other. We'll hold games for you where we can, and you will see every match won and lost live on the stream. We thank you for an amazing day 2 here. It's just been crazy stuff, especially the back end. And then it always is, because as we said at the start, the World Magic Cup, business as usual is the unusual. Join us for more of the unusual
and
tomorrow.
The unseen.
And the unseen. Tomorrow, Brian David Marshall, Rich Hagan, on behalf of everyone here, saying bye.